Sitharaman as she prepares to present the Union Budget 2026 in Parliament today. Now, this will be her 9th consecutive budget, the longest such a run by any finance minister, and boy has she been through some of the toughest times that Bharat has witnessed in nearly half a century. Now, making this crucial statement of economic intent, Nirmala Sitharaman brings to his budget at a time when Bharat remains one of the fastest growing major economies, with growth projections ranging between 6.8 to 7.2%, even as global uncertainty continues to weigh on the market. So let's set it all up. Our guests are coming into the studio. It's Budget 2026, Reforms Reloaded. So it's the big budget that Nirmala Sitharaman ji is going to be presenting, her 9th consecutive budget, the first after Operation Sindhu, the first after Trump's tariff wars or weaponizing of an economic tool, the first when rules-based orders have been totally junked out and thrown up of the window. The big focus on the budget will be on tax proposals, capital expenditure, welfare spending and fiscal consolidation as the government looks to balance growth and stability for the middle class. Expectations center around income tax relief. Now, whether there will be further tax relief, whether there will be exemptions, or whether there will be clubbing of income groups to try and facilitate, or is the government going to come out and say, "Tumhara bachao ka time khatam, ab sirf kharcha karo"? Now, we'll have to wait and watch. There's also inflation cushioning, viewers. Then MSMEs are watching very, very closely for easier credit compliance relief and of course support for job creation. MSMEs, many experts believe, are the backbone for Bharat's growth over the next 2.5 decades. What's going to be done to streamline that system and to also really make ease of business a reality on ground? Now, that's going to be a focus. At the same time, markets will be tracking the government's fiscal deficit roadmap, borrowing plans and also signals on reforms. Globally, the challenge is tougher with geopolitical tensions, volatile crude prices and slowing growth in major economies. The question remains whether Bharat can sustain momentum while managing external headwinds. Can the government spur jobs, control inflation, keep growth on track? There are so many questions. The one person that nobody wants to be is the finance minister, and boy oh boy, Nirmala Sitharaman ji, really salute to you over the years, how you have risen, how you have shown and how you have borne perhaps some of the toughest winds. Let's hope it's the fair winds that back you now going forward. Arunima and Arun Dhanta live with us right outside. Arun Dhanta is right outside Nirmala Sitharaman ji's residence. Arunima, whereabouts are you? Is it a cold winter morning or is the sun still shining? Perhaps an indicator of how things are going to pan out over the course of the next 4-5 hours. Yes, Arunima.
Cold, rainy, the sun has just begun to rise. Rashtrapati Bhavan is where Nirmala Sitharaman is scheduled to be at around 8:45. She will be at Kartavya Bhavan, the new office of the Finance Ministry. This is the first budget which is not being prepared from North Block. It has moved to Kartavya Bhavan. So that is where the Bahi Khata will be showed. That is where all the analysis about the body language, about the attire will be done by analysts. And then she's going to move to Rashtrapati Bhavan. So we will get you all the live pictures from outside Rashtrapati Bhavan. And subsequently, Nirmala Sitharaman will then go to Parliament, where the Union Cabinet will approve the Union Budget before it is presented to Lok Sabha and then to Rajya Sabha. Like you said, all eyes on how Nirmala Sitharaman is going to balance out the global realities. That's something that the Economic Survey has taken note of as well.
Right.
The global realities, the global uncertainties, the tariff, all of these are factors which are not in control of Indian government, but these are realities which she will have to balance out. It's a tough tightrope walk for her to
Right, and when there is external, attacks or in terms of weaponization and forces, how do you hunker in? How do you try and shore up your defenses? And how do you take less of the blow or soften the blow domestically? And can domestic consumption actually fuel as the Bharat's rise continuously despite the global headwinds? These are all questions we'll ask our guests here. Nalin is already here, Saket is here, Sandeep is here. Good morning to everybody. आप लोगों को भी जल्दी सुबह जगा दिया, संडे को भी काम करती है ये सरकार. That's what the government says, but 1st of February is 1st of February. Date is sacrosanct. Just quickly getting Arun Dhanta in. Arun Dhanta, Nirmala ji's residence, any halchal there?
Well, Anand, a very good morning to you and to our viewers. Of course, the air is very thick with the expectations from Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman. As you rightly mentioned, I am right outside her residence here on Safdarjung Road. 15th Safdarjung Road is her official residence, and as Arunima was also pointing out that 8:30 is the time when she will be coming out of her house and then of course going to the Kartavya Bhavan, the new office of the Finance Ministry, and then of course to the Rashtrapati Bhavan, and then of course for the cabinet meeting, and finally you will be seeing that budget being presented. Anand, of course this is historic. This is for the first time you will be seeing that a budget being presented on Sunday, and also of course Nirmala Sitharaman is going to make that record for presenting 9 consecutive budget. Expectations are a lot, of course, various sectors, whether it is jobs, agriculture, AI, technology, green energy, all these sectors will have lots of expectations. And also interestingly, Anand, this time around Nirmala Sitharaman is also going to hold that discussion, dialogue with the youth post her presentation of the budget. Let me quickly show you a glimpse of the residence of Nirmala Sitharaman that you see right now. At this point there is not much of activity at this point. You can see some of the security personnel there, but of course Nirmala Sitharaman will surely be inside giving that final touch up to the speech that she is going to give in the parliament. So these are the visuals that you're seeing from Nirmala Sitharaman.
Well, thank you for that, Arun and Arunima. We will be coming back to you, both of them names that represent the sun. So if the sun is shining on Bharat, then will this budget perhaps try and harness that sunlight for Bharat to shine better? We'll have to wait and watch, but one has to hand it to Ms. Nirmala Sitharaman. I keep saying that again, 9th consecutive budget, and that too what? Through COVID, through operation, through some of the toughest times after 2019 CAA protests, etc., the global headwinds, Russia-Ukraine war. Every year over the last 9 years, Bharat has risen, and she has the confidence of the Prime Minister, and is working closely with the Prime Minister to try and enact and bring forth the kind of reforms that Bharat requires to be able to compete at the global level. Has Bharat been doing well? Are we on the right track? Well, we all have this habit of, while we are watching the broadcast, we also like to fiddle on our phone. So here's a suggestion. Get on to Money Control Pro, and if you have not subscribed to Money Control Pro, subscribe, because Nalin Mehta has put together some tool, him and his team, which will also help us track some of these economic indicators. आप बटन नहीं दबा रहे, आज आप पेपर देख रहे हो.
No, the tool that you're talking about, of course, Anand, thanks for that, is our Money Control Eco Pulse, which tracks the state of the economy on a monthly basis to give you early warning signals on where the economy is going ahead of the quarterly numbers. But today on the budget, well, it's the first time the budget is being held on a Sunday, like you said. I think Nirmala Sitharaman has presented more budgets than any other finance minister in history, barring Indira Gandhi, who also held the Prime Minister's portfolio. 4 or 5 things. One, what to watch out for today. I would watch out for what happens on social welfare, what happens on Manrega spending. So look out for that.
Right.
What happens on defense spending? There is a huge capex that's being changed, that's been put. The Prime Minister talked about Sudarshan Chakra, the air defense shield on the Independence Day. There is a huge cost to that. So what happens to that? Defense spending as a percentage of GDP for India has generally been very low.
Yeah, less than 2%, sometimes 2.2%.
So the lowest point
should be upwards of 3%.
So the lowest point in the 62 war is a percentage of GDP. In absolute terms, of course, it's been increasing year on year. So watch out for that. I think we should watch out for stuff on AI. There's an AI Impact Summit later this month. There is a lot of movement happening around that, and some moves around that. Let's wait and see what form or shape they take, and also around ease of doing business. There are two things, like there is part A and part B of the budget. Part A is generally a lot more about data and fiscal numbers and all of that. Part B is much more about strategic intent and so on. The word that we are getting is that this time part B is what will, traditionally ministers are focused more on part A and not part B. I think this time the word is that part B will be over-indexed. So a lot of stuff around Indian exports around in other countries and so on. So let's see what form or shape that actually takes.
Form or shape.
And whether the government has the, whether they, like Saket was just saying, whether the government has the gumption to take some big bets. I think that's what we want.
See, every time it is the government that is supposed to take the big bets. Does the government have the gumption? Does Sarkar do this? Sarkar makes money allocation for infrastructure. Sarkar makes allocation for research and development. So then what does the private sector do? What is the private sector doing? One thing is that markets generally have shock and awe. But today is a Sunday. So it will be aftershocks on Monday. Sandeep, what is your expectation?
I think what the government should really do is, we are in a situation where even a fire in the neighboring country causes a kind of greenhouse effect on our country. So a lot of macroeconomic factors, and I think if you look at the economic survey also, government is clear that there is a 10 to 20% probability of any black swan event happening. I would rather say the probability should have been calculated much higher. So the point is, are we really prepared for any such event that happens at any point in time in the future? For instance, we had a knee-jerk reaction when the US came up with something known as the Hire Act, where they said that they are going to levy a 25% excise tax on any foreign company which is going to outsource its business to countries such like India. So are we prepared for such kind of instances that can come up? We are aware of what happened when the US came up with tariffs, and how India
But nobody was prepared for COVID. Nobody, no country was prepared for COVID. Even the Chinese, from where it emanated, had no clue how to handle it. Okay, and they made a hash of it, and we see their economy suffering. But I'm going to quote the Bhagavad Gita also this Sunday morning, because Krishna very clearly says you cannot control anybody else's action. The only thing you can control is your own action. So what is our action as a nation? That's perhaps the only thing that we can control. Let's just quickly, we'll come back to this conversation.
Quickly, markets are open today.
Markets
are open today. It's a rare to coincide with the budget. So the a lot of the traders will also be looking at the Gita
It's a
today.
full working Sunday, so there will be shock and awe. Point is that this government has changed this, status quo. It's changed the set norms. Let's just quickly understand Bharat's capex story, and then we'll bring in Saket Mishra, who's saying, "Bhai, mera talk time kahan hai? Why am I not being allowed to speak?" So, nahi, aisa kuch nahi, Saket ji. We'll just get you to weigh in. Let's try and understand Bharat's capital expenditure. Now, that's been a huge focus. Now, one of the things that we need to do as a country, and let's look at the year-by-year trend. So, what you see in front of you is from FY 2022. It was 4.3 lakh crore rupees in 2021. FY 2022, it went to 5.9 lakh crore rupees. Then it was 7.4 lakh crore rupees in 2023, 9.5 lakh crore rupees in 2024, 11.1 lakh crore rupees in 2025. In 2025-26, now that number, if you look at it, it came down to 10.2 lakh crore now, and 11.2 lakh crore. So year on year, this is the trend of capital expenditure. Now, how important is it? And then also we got more news coming through. Just quickly bringing you through news. See, the moment we talk about going to Saket Mishra, there is news about the Sarkar. He wears two hats today, not just as a policy analyst, but also as one of the Karyakartas of the BJP, although not its spokesperson. Here, there you go. That's the big scoop on the budget that's coming in here at our Budget Day studio, CNN News 18 TBS. Budget Day studio. Let's try and understand. The Finance Minister is going to speak in detail on Part B of the speech. Part B to detail out the economic vision of the country. So clearly moving away from just allocations to perhaps strategic vision, and somewhere some of our panelists seem to have inside dope. Nalin Mehta immediately talked about there is Part A and Part B, and Part B consisted of few announcements. For this time, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman is expected to speak in great detail on Part B of the speech. We'll try and see if any of our reporters is going to join us on this story. But the fact is, Part B of the speech, strategic vision, direction. Saket Mishra?
Well, I think clearly Nalin knows more than any of us. I'm going to hang around with him all day. But look, I think it's we keep talking about China, so I'll just take us back to China for a second. We talk about China's policies 30 years hence. But I think what we need to learn from China is what they've done in the last 1 year, which is becoming integral to the world, both through manufacturing as well as through their rare earth metals, to ensure that a Trump or any other black swan event doesn't really hit them. We are in a Goldilocks situation. I think our FX reserves are in great place. Inflation is under control. Broadly, the economy is growing, and this is the time to invest. And to my mind, we need to create a moat, not looking at the easy answer would be let's carry on with what's good.
Yeah.
But I think what we need to do is these big bets, what you were talking about earlier, it's not that the government needs to spend. I think what we need to look at are three areas. One is look at how we can release money from schemes that are not being productive, and it's across the board, research, social welfare, etc., where there is no outcome. Let's use that money, choose a few big bets, and to my mind there are 3-4 very obvious ones: AI, defense, pharma. These are three sectors where India, if we put the right amount of money
Tourism.
in place,
We can add tourism.
and tourism,
and
of course,
tourism.
correct, sorry, I would have we can become massive global
See, I
players.
listened to you from the last time when we
Yes.
had the review, and you said tourism is important. Hanji.
I just quote you most of the time. But I think if we can get these four right and actually spend money on them and create an ecosystem. For example, I keep saying both in pharma and less so in AI, but we do not allow our research to function as freely as they should. Let us put the same international limits on our pharma research, biogenetics, etc. that let's say the UK and US does. Today we are more conservative, so guys can't do research. So let's put these 3-4 big bets out. I think we are in great shape. But sitting still, the guy who gets shot in is the chap who's hanging in the no man's land.
Yeah.
We cannot be in no man's land. We need to get a moat around us.
Again, that action, no action is also action. Again, part of the Bhagavad Gita. And Krishna very clearly says that even if you do no action, you're doing some action. So you
Yes.
can't be inert. You've got to be acting. And more importantly, we as a nation can control what we do. We cannot control what somebody else do. But does that include preparation for an external attack, preparation for an external influence, and how do we keep ourselves so robust? Sandeep called that out very well. Will that happen? Somebody who's punching in just in that bandwidth of 15 minutes we had given to our guest because it's an early Sunday morning is Nirupama Soundaranjan. Morning. Nice sari. Again a statement being made, is it?
Not
just
really.
like we are expecting Madam Sitharaman to do.
No, coincidental purely.
Purely. So what's your thought process as you jump into the conversation? Capital expenditure, should the government take big bets? Which are the focus areas that it should take big bets? Also, where they have made allocations and there has nothing but been corruption flagged by CNAG and no result, like skill and some of the other departments, should they then refocus and say, all right, this is how we're going to structure the outlays? The role of MSMEs, where does it come? Markets are open today, so we will be tracking that also. Yeah.
So if you take if you kind of look at what the economic survey said and take a leaf from that, I think there's been a lot of discussion on fiscal deficit, because they've also kind of laid some responsibility on state governments, saying that fiscal deficit there has gotten a little out of hand. Probably because of a lot of social sector schemes, so there is a need for states to control their fiscal deficit. So which means that from the centre side, if you're looking at it, the only places where they would invest as capital investment, largely expenditure, would continue to be infrastructure. I think that's where you do see impact, but they will have to reel in quite a few other areas. See, we've been saying for quite a while that if you look at the number of the centrally sponsored schemes and central sector schemes, there are so many. And while I think part of one division under Niti Aayog's responsibility is to constantly monitor them and see the monitoring and evaluation bit, but I don't think they're really working the way they're supposed to if you actually take a deep dive. So it's time to consolidate schemes, bring in that fiscal efficiency that's necessary before you start announcing new schemes, new subsidies.
Yeah, but the point is elections are being won at state levels only through these welfare reserves, and a lot of the states where the BJP is won, again, the fiscal
it's
deficit
also
will
very
be-
interesting that they
most
made
of the
this.
states are NDA in the country.
No, I'll tell you another interesting. It's very interesting that the economic survey should do this, because I think a week back RBI came out with its report on state finances. And if you look there, interestingly, the fiscal deficit figures aren't very, very high. So then you have to deep dive into seeing what your primary deficit is and what your other deficits are in terms of revenue deficit. Revenue deficit isn't too bad, Primary deficit in certain cases are high, which means basically there's a lot of borrowing that's happening. So which means again the entire conversation on
states will
debt
turn
to
around
GDP.
and say हमारा GST का बकाया है तो हम debt चुकाएंगे, etc.
You see, in terms of debt to GDP ratio, when you look at that, India is fairly robust, around 53. If you look at the G7, India is 53%. The US is over 100, UK is over 100, barring Canada and one more country. India is lower than that. So this government has largely been very conservative and very prudent on. This has been one leitmotif across the last 12 years of the Modi government. Now the question is, but with welfare bills rising up, that's one big issue for the government. Second is the 8 pay commission coming up, and between the states and the centre, the ratio has always been states often the centre used to have 80% and 20% of the states. That ratio is changing. And if things don't change, we might get to 50-50 or 60-40 ratio soon. That's a big concern. So it's not just the central government, like you were saying. It's the real concern is going to be at the states level.
Absolutely.
And the states haven't really, I mean, it's going from 2.8 to 3.2 or something is the deficit at the state level. So that's a big number actually, and which means that something is being cut from their budgets.
See, somewhere the government has been able to try and fill their pockets before they dole out. Now, at the central level. At the states, are they guilty of trying to only look at doles rather than before looking at how they're going to fill their pockets or fill their treasury before they start out the doles? Again, Raj Dharma always says, keep your coffers full so that you can also give out fully. So, welfareism as a concept is married with capitalism. So, that's how it's called dharmic capitalism or dharmanomics in our civilization roots. So, is the finance minister going to deep dive back and say, this is how we ran our country or this entire region, that is Bharatakhanda or Bharat, despite its various kingdoms for a millennia, and we were the richest, 34% we were contributing to global GDP at one point in time. Some interesting facets that have come out is that throughout the last 200 years we grew at 0%. Mina's Merchant chronicles that an era of India. So a lot of people are looking at Bharat and gazing at it differently. How is this government going to gaze at Bharat over the next 25 years? We'll talk about that. And the most critical part, our demographic dividend needs to have money in the pocket, and for that they need jobs. When we come back from the break, it's all about jobs. Stay with us.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
India has just concluded the mother of all deals with Europe. And the architect of that deal, who came up with the formulation, ironically the first time actually, people forget that, is sitting with me, Minister Piyush Goyal. He needs no introduction. He's been the go-between Delhi and many capitals globally. Thank you very much, Mr. Goyal, for speaking to me. It's wonderful. This has been called a win-win deal. It's been called the mother of all trade deals. In plain terms, is this a win-win in intent or in trade balance terms?
I've always
Back live on our CNN News 18 TBS Budget Day studio with a comprehensive coverage of Budget 2026 Reforms Reloaded. I'm Anand Narasimhan, and with our guests, let's just dive into the big question. Jobs. Now, with the recent EU deal, the estimation is that Bharat itself will create 80 lakhs to 1 crore jobs, 8 million to 10 million jobs in Bharat. Now, how much will that be? We'll have to wait and watch, because the youth unemployment rate has gone up to 17.8%. That's what some indicators say. 2017-2018, 47.5 crore. That is the jobs. In 2023-24, 64.3 crore jobs. That's the employment that's been generated. So which number would you want to lean towards to our experts? Anybody who wants to get into the jobs question first can take this. Sirupama, let's start with you.
So there are two things here. I think what is happening is there is a very, very huge mismatch of, the kind of people who are coming out and the kind of requirements for employment. So you see certain sectors, I mean, anecdotally lamenting, saying that I'm trying to find people, but I'm not able to find people. And then you have a whole set of people trying to find jobs, but not happening. Having said that, I think there's also a huge problem in India when it comes to employment data. Not to say any of them are wrong, but the definition of unemployed in that sense, whether it's last 1 week, last 1 month, actively looking for. So you take an average of any figure you want and go with it.
See, like if you look at those numbers, 2017, 2018, total number of jobs that were created, but the numbers further on, if you look at that, and if we continue in terms of percentage, 52.2%, and that's the self-employment number. Self-employment numbers 52.2% up to 58.4%. So more number of Bharatiya are getting self-employed. So that job creation, they would also be creating jobs. But here's an indicator which is a little bit of a concern, and that is, and if we move to the next one, this is all data from the Ministry of Labour and Employment. Unemployment numbers, they are saying 6%. 2017 to 18 is 6%. It's come down to 3.2% in 23-24. Now this is what one indicator is, but there's another indicator which says that the youth unemployment is far greater. It's 17.8% in 2017-18. It's come down to 2023-24. It is 10.2%. Do you think these numbers are tracking, or is there some mismatch in the data?
So I don't know how much of this, considering the fact that we only started looking at gig economy and gig workers from a very recent PLFS survey, and even under that, the periodic labour force survey, but even under that, not separately, it's just clubbed as part of the larger ambit. So these figures, I don't know whether they do actually include a lot of the gig work and the contractual work that actually get it, particularly with the youth, because you see a lot of them doing that. But having said that, I also think that there is, as I said, a huge problem in terms of the younger people getting into jobs for various reasons. I think there is, as I said, a skill mismatch that exists.
Yeah.
I also think somewhere there is an what I'd like to call, maybe from our generation, an unreasonable expectation of starting salaries as well. You know, I think that's kind of escalated so much. People wanting to enter would expect anywhere on top of 50, 60 as starter salaries, which I don't think is feasible either. And at least I think that's a contributing factor. Now I don't know how many others would probably...
investment to yield, they should also show how much are they going to work at starting salaries, the effort and the amount of the overall talent pool. There is a common crib across employers and across sectors that the quality of input is also coming down. The quality of skilled is also coming down. What the current generation or the first time employees are expecting as their starting salary, maybe because their perceived standard of living, they want to earn so much, but in terms their own standard of output, there is no question there. And most employers are saying we have to reskill or continue to upskill these people to try and bring them to the standards that we want, despite them being supposedly cream of the layer or some of the better crop.
Absolutely.
Sandeep, thought process on jobs?
I agree that I think the question is more on employability of the workforce. It's not that there are no jobs available in the market. I mean, we as employers always look out for people who have the right skill set, and it's very tough to get people, and obviously the aspirations on salaries have gone up. You blame social media for that, or the lifestyle reasons and all that, and I think government has been doing whatever it has to do. They came out recently with the employment linked incentive scheme, where they're trying to incentivize the employers to hire more and more people and try and see if they can get tax breaks as well as other cash benefits out of employment. So I think probably we need to give a little more benefits to the employers so that they hire more on the talent pool side, but
but then with AI coming as a disruptor, there are bigger employers who are actually shutting down and really retrenching. Like look at Amazon, 16,000 people, 14,000 last year, 16,000 this year. All their warehouses are AI driven, and they're all dark warehouses because there's no human force inside. It's all robots and AI driven and mechanized or automated. So clearly there is a trend where AI will be a disruptor because certain jobs will become redundant. It may create other avenues, but is our entire education system ready to cope with that? Are we looking at education as a major boost forward even economically, not just creating skilled labor force, but also one of the aspects of tourism, one of the four sectors that Saket was talking about. Educational tourism means that you'll have to up the skill standards of universities, not just create so that you have international students also coming here. It becomes a source of revenue for the government. Are we even thinking all of this? Because the next 25 years we need talent here. यहाँ talent नहीं होगा तो growth कहाँ से आएगा? Then you'll have to import from somewhere else. And we saw nations which have imported talent, they're all struggling today.
So I think education is one of our biggest problems. While we've always said that look, India invested in universities as opposed to primary education in the beginning after independence and so on and so forth. You look at the state of our universities today, and I think it's not just about the money you spend in universities. It's all the ecosystem we built around it. China managed to attract a lot of foreign universities there. Foreign universities when you set up, when professors come back to India, they're not just looking for the job, it's also for the ecosystem they live in, right? And that is a big challenge in our country. So you have to take a much more holistic view to this as opposed to just the funding for research alone. That of course is critical, but you also have to do other things around that. And that ecosystem, if you look at the number of universities in the world in the global rankings, where India features, Indian university features.
So let's bring back this conversation. I know it's early, but I still want to bring back this conversation to that part B now that you talked about, Nalin. What is going to be the strategic vision? What should be the economic vision? I know that budget speech may already be ready. It may already be part of the draft, and the electronic Baikata will be already locked and booked. But there can be last minute changes. And I'm just saying, if somebody were watching this broadcast, what are the 3-4 things which you feel will outline a clear strategic vision for Bharat economically over the next 25 years while taking into consideration the external variables? And I'm going to ask all of you this. Yes, now starting with you, Nalin. So, because khabar aapne di thi.
Look, I'm not going to pretend that we know something more than others, and also that with this government you never know ever, right?
Yeah.
So, and until it's done.
Yeah.
And the budget, of course, is very closely guarded. But look, what my understanding would be that we should look out for something path breaking on AI. There is an entire vision around AI. There is an AI Impact Summit that's happening, which is a big bet of the Modi government.
Yeah.
The question is, and I think it's something that you were alluding to, that and what Saket was talking about big bets, right? And if you where are we going 20 years down the line? And I think in the last year we've seen moves in semiconductors on AI with actually Vaishnav leading that charge. The question is, what now, and what is the extent of the ambition we're talking about? That we'll have to wait and watch on.
Yeah, AI, defense, pharma.
And the second is on defense. Anand, the second is on defense. I think we are creating a military industrial complex. There is a huge opening on private sector, including in areas of defense that were never opened up. So I think that's another big bet. We should watch out for how much that increases, how much opening happens there. Because historically in every major economy, when you have spending on defense, it's not just for defense. That has a huge knock-on effect in other parts of the economy always as well.
Correct, but you have to also have those kind of courses structured in our educational curriculum so that you are able to bring out skill. Now, semiconductors is a plan that's been happening for the last 5-6 years. But how many institutions are actually now pivoting to hardware engineering, chip design, skilling there? How many of the institutions who are teaching engineering courses, science courses, have actually now hardwired ingrained 4-year programs so that you have engineers who can help in chip design, semiconductor manufacturing and in those factories? You had to import a lot of professors from Taiwan and China, but have we done that already? Because we're setting up foundries, but who's going to man those foundries and who's going to be able to run those foundries? These are all questions. We also have Adarsh Narahari, founder and MD Primus Life. Namaste, good Sunday morning. We're all working, markets are working. Thank you for that, Adarsh, and you also woken up early. Let me ask you, this is the question. What is that part B? What is the strategic vision that you're expecting from the Honorable Prime Minister, Finance Minister today?
Hi, good morning everyone. So, from my lens, I think aging in India and elder care in India has been looked at from the lens of welfare. I think it's high time it's looked at from the economic opportunity it presents by catering to what is going to be the largest base of the population by the year 2041. Right? We're not that far away from 2041. India is not going to be a young country forever. So it's high time we started looking at what we can do to tap into the sector and give dignity and independence to our elders. So what we would look at from the lens of elder care and age tech is fundamentally around solving for reverse mortgage. I think a well thought out reverse mortgage policy brings financial independence to elders, which thereby brings dignity, because a lot of elders have assets but they don't necessarily have a lot of liquidity. The second thing is, of course, GST on services for people like us who are into elder care. For somebody who's spent a lot of time paying taxes, possibly a lower tax rate for services around elders in GST, might actually spur the sector. And a third and very important one is the lack of penetration of health insurance for this age group, right? For people above 60, if you're going and trying to get a health insurance today, it can be a massive challenge.
But I must tell you, but health insurance for service providers are also not making it attractive. You're only making it far more expensive. And again, I'm just saying, because for everyone, health insurance has to be renewed end of the year. So year end happening, and we look at that, and then we're saying, hello, there's supposed to be consideration. So, streamlining of that, yes, palliative care is something which is going to be a big business going forward. That is something, economic opportunity. Will that be outlined in the strategic vision? We'll have to see how we take care of our old. China is really struggling right now. But there is also the other conversation as we talk about strategic vision, viewers and to our guests, just bringing in this aspect in terms of the formalization of the economy. He talked about the tax net. Should that tax net be widened, and should there be an income parity in terms of across sectors? Whoever is earning beyond a certain slab gets benefits or gets taxed. Whoever is earning below that, there are no sectors which are exempt. Everybody is brought under the tax net. Can that be done? Because that will come at a huge political challenge and a huge political cost. But if you look at the numbers in 2018, 1.39 crore people came down. In 2019, 2020, 21, 2019 it was 1.10 crore, 85 lakh in 2021, and of course this was the COVID year, and then 1.1 crore in 2021-22, 1.15 crore, 1.10 crore and 1.25 crore number of people who were brought under EPFO. So these are the EPFO numbers. So there is a certain level of formalization of the economy that we are witnessing. Now are these good numbers or can do better? Saket Mishra.
Pretty good numbers actually. We are, because it's not just formalization, it also means people are getting better conditions to work. It means that exploitation reduces, and it means that there's a degree of security after you finish working. These are pretty good numbers. I genuinely don't believe that we should be looking down at the quality of people that are being formalized. So when the gig economy, for example, becomes more formal, I don't think there's a huge cost issue involved there, but there is a difference in terms of the quality of service that people get and in terms of how we are treating each of these employees. So I think it's a perfectly good thing as they come out.
Now, as far as the economic vision, are you looking at widening of the tax net, strengthening of the solidification of the labor codes and also a certain level of coherency rather than concurrency between state and government in terms of implementation of some of these codes?
So I think what Mr. Jaitley used to talk about was comparative federalism, and given the lack of coherence around states and the center can give guidelines, perhaps incentivize good behavior, and then the states have to do what they have to do. And if there's a K-shaped difference that happens between, let's say, today's date north and south, for instance, that is a direct result of whether states do the right thing or not the right thing. How much they give out and whether their treasury is
but somewhere there has to be some amount of compulsion, irrespective of political disposition, that you have to follow a certain economic blueprint. You have to follow a certain economic roadmap. Otherwise, the country is going to get compromised, because the chain is only as strong as its weakest link. Sandeep, others coming to you after this.
So I think on the labor code side, obviously the center came out with the draft guidelines, and the states have to really follow and come out with their own rules, and it may take some time. I mean, maybe one of the talk amongst the industry was also that the government probably notified the labor codes too soon before maybe probably taking a concurrence from the states, because today it's effective from November 21st and the state rules are still not there, right? And if you look at the Q3 results of listed companies, most of these listed companies took a hit because of the provision that they had to create on account of the cost that the labor, the new labor codes are going to bring in. So definitely I think there's a need for, some sort of a concurrence between the states and the center as far as the labor codes are concerned. Now on the numbers of employment, yes, the PFO numbers are definitely encouraging, but what we also need to look at is that in a country of 140 odd crores, we have 8 crore filers. These are the people who file their returns, whereas there are only 3 crore odd who pay taxes, right? The balance are those who just file their returns for the purpose of compliances, right? So therefore, what is that the government can do to increase this number from say a 3 to a 5, right? That is probably what is going to make a little more sense from...
Yeah, but return filing, the latest numbers, if I remember, has gone up to 9.2 crore. From 6.9 crore to 9.2 crore. But yeah, like you said, at a population of 140 crore people, let's say about 80 crore who are still getting the food subsidy, are still supposedly below the power, line of or ability to pay income tax. So below the income of say 10 lakh rupees. Let's keep that. Where does the remaining 60 crore go? Why are they not part of the tax net and why are they not filing returns? Is that an unfair question to ask, Nirupama?
No, not at all. And I think you'll see a large part of that probably is from the agriculture workforce as well. See, I think the days come where we, as you were mentioning, we need to start taxing agricultural income. Farmers, you have different breeds, just like in any other profession. There is no reason why a farmer who has an annual income of 1 crore shouldn't be paying taxes, or even let's say
why should a farmer who has got annual income of 1 crore get free electricity and free water?
It actually goes against the very nature of what the subsidy is meant for. So you have a better way of dealing with this, and I think that itself will bring in a lot of, I think, people in as far as agriculture. But that requires, that's a very
it's a huge politically loaded question, because there is huge amount of political backlash that a government can face.
So I think, I would just, I see rural India, and I think the easiest thing to do, whether it's on electricity or whether it's on water or whether it's on income, the easiest thing to do is to blame this so-called over-subsidized agricultural sector. The fact is, the most of our Kisans who are working way harder than any of us do not make enough. Fact is, most of them, maybe they save a little bit, which gets used up in emergencies. The real issue, if you want to expand tax, is not, yes, of course, there will be some farmers who are very rich, but that percentage is perhaps 5%.
We look at...
How about the CAs and the doctors and the lawyers?
I'm saying anybody and everybody. I'm not holding a brief for any one particular sector. I'm just saying that all 5 of us, if we are from different sectors, but our incomes are the same, why should only those working in 2 sectors be taxed while the others don't get taxed? Let there be parity with respect to income. Self-employed professionals don't declare their income. Lawyers, doctors, so many chartered accountants, professionals, even agriculture, we don't look at food processing. The allied ones which also come under the ambit of agriculture don't get taxed.
Absolutely.
Those who are doing huge poultry farms and making tons of money and not paying taxes. Why? Dairy farms making tons of money, not paying taxes.
And misclassified.
And misclassified. So why not bring all of that? See, if you're really looking at strategic and economic vision, Adarsh, your thoughts on this?
Absolutely. I agree with the larger thoughts shared here in terms of penetration of taxpayers. And I think it's a problem that's going to get solved shortly with so much of AI being used in terms of tracking transactions. So I do think that number is going to significantly move up, because we will bring all of those people who are avoiding paying tax. So it is a needed issue, and it will be resolved with the simple technology that's come in, that's going to be part of our daily lives.
But beyond healthcare, one more sector where you think that the government can do more to try and outline its strategic vision over the next 25 years?
I think dominance of technology is going to be the new weapon. So most certainly I would think that the government should figure out ways in which it can have dominance in technology.
You believe manufacturing is a thing of the old, AI is the next gen, so if government has to embrace something which would perhaps create jobs, services, etc., it should be in terms of AI, and it's not like China powered itself through manufacturing. We should focus on services and
I think our big problem is that we don't have enough manufacturing. Manufacturing is 16% of your GDP roughly.
There are those who say कि manufacturing छोड़ दो, इसको करो.
Anand, remember, we are among the fastest growing economies in the world on this scale, right? We are going to be the 4th largest economy very soon. The point is, all these, and we have over 7% growth, 7.2, 7.3% growth. The point is, we have to create enough jobs. AI can do multiple things. AI can multiply value and do various things. But you have to have jobs on the ground. The reason why we have so many people to becoming delivery boys and delivery girls is because they aren't in a manufacturing jobs. Yes, we can't do it the way China did, because there was in a different environment, different global environment. But we have to have manufacturing.
But with automation coming in, how many shop floors are going to need active manual labor, or do we need to keep that level of automation out because we need to give, and at how many places are people ready to do that kind of labor? See, there is also another thing. The current workforce, is it ready to do that kind of a hard labor on the shop floor and do that? Or is it looking at saying, no, give me something better. I have learned this one, I'll do the coding, I'll do the social media for you, I'll do that. We had on our channel employers from MSMEs from Bengaluru who said, local boys and girls don't want to do the hard work at the shop floor. There are kids, people who are coming from, migrant workers who are coming from other states who are saying, whatever work you do, give us, we'll do. But here they don't want to do it. They want to do the soft ones. They want to do the skills ones. So that's where the focus is.
I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example.
Yeah.
Saket understands UP more than most people. And one of the things that has changed in UP, which is one of the most Bimaru states, is that with a big focus on semiconductors and electronics, a significant part of industry is moved to UP, especially in this area. I was shocked to see that. I mean, I was very pleasantly surprised to see the numbers on industrial numbers that 50% of phones are now manufactured in UP, right?
Yeah.
It used to be in Tamil Nadu. Now, and that has happened. Why? Because there is law and order, so industry thinks that it's now able to
safer
move,
to
there
operate,
is better infrastructure and all of that. Now again, there's a lot more to be done. But if one state can start moving the needle, then other states can too.
Yeah, and why limit only to mobile phones and not make so many others? The aspect of UP and also states focusing on one district, one product. That means trying to make each of their districts a hub for one unique product and create an ecosystem around that. That's a local economic model. We'll talk about all of that. We've got to take a very short break. Stay with us.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
India has just concluded the mother of all deals with Europe. And the architect of that deal, who came up with the formulation, ironically the first time actually, people forget that, is sitting with me, Minister Piyush Goyal. He needs no introduction. He's been the go-between Delhi and many capitals globally. Thank you very much, Mr. Goyal, for speaking to me. It's wonderful. This has been called a win-win deal. It's been called the mother of all trade deals. In plain terms, is this a win-win in intent or in trade balance terms?
I have always believed that every agreement can only be successful when both parties stand to benefit. Both parties, people and their economies see gain in that. And Prime Minister Narendra Modi has
Back live on Budget Day 2026, Reforms Reloaded. I'm Anand Narasimhan. With me, a panel of experts. But quick shout out to all our sponsors who are with us, and also shout out to you, the viewer, who are joining us this early Sunday morning. You can just sit and chill, just watch us through the day, and we'll get you everything from markets to tariff to the impact, to the numbers, everything. Now we've got numbers. And news just coming in early this morning from Mumbai. Early this morning, a firing incident occurred outside the Juhu residence of filmmaker Rohit Shetty. Unidentified individuals fired 4 to 5 rounds outside Rohit Shetty's residential tower. Mumbai police, crime branch teams and forensic teams immediately reached the spot to investigate and collect evidence. And heavy police security has been deployed around the building, and the area was cordoned off. So now these gangster operators who are trying to intimidate those who they think they can extract some money out of is a sad turn of events. Ananya now joining us with more. Yes, Ananya.
Yes, so an unidentified person fired shots outside the filmmaker Rohit Shetty's residence, in Mumbai's Juhu area. Juhu area is said to be a very posh suburb in Mumbai, and such an incident happening in Juhu is concerning. It is said that the incident, it is being said that 4 rounds were fired at Rohit Shetty's residence, in the building which Rohit Shetty stays, and it is being said that it happened around midnight in between 12 to 1 a.m. Following the incident, security has been beefed up. Mumbai police and the crime branch investigation teams have reached the spot. They are investigating as to who was behind the incident, who fired those shots at Rohit Shetty's building. It is not immediately known
Well, Ananya, that building houses a lot of cine stars and film producers. That's a very familiar structure that I see, and Rohit actually lives on the first floor, and we can see the cops actually investigating. So was it actually pointed towards his house? How do we know it is purely at Rohit Shetty? Because were the shots fired purely towards his apartment on that first floor?
Yes, it is being said that rounds of shots were fired at Rohit Shetty's residence in the very building that he stays. It is not immediately known whether the filmmaker was at his residence during the incident or not. It is still being investigated. It is still being known. But according to preliminary reports, unidentified person fired 4 rounds at the building. And as of now, the officials are saying that no injuries are reported. We have to wait for more confirmation on this.
Right.
And teams from the Juhu police and the crime branch have rushed to the spot and have initiated an investigation. And also, as we can see, heavy police presence has been deployed outside the building. And also, forensic science team has also arrived to collect evidence.
Right. Thank you for that. Multiple cine stars and other entities, public, very popular entities with a huge public profile live in that building. That house is Rohit Shetty's house. We just hope everybody in the family is well and they're all okay. Clearly, some kind of warning and some kind of intimidation that's being done, and this is a modus operandi of certain gangs. We'll wait and watch whether any gangster groups or goons take responsibility for this kind of an action. In the past, we have seen such acts out with Salman Khan, with also Saif Ali Khan and some of the others have also attacked at his house. But this is something which is a pattern and which Mumbai police and also the authorities will have to address quickly to ensure that the sentiment of safety and security is maintained, which is very key for growth and for prosperity and for a certain level of economic well-being. We'll talk about that when we come back after a short break. Back to Budget Reloaded when we come back.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
The tool that you're talking about, of course, Anand, thanks for that, is our money control eco pulse, which tracks the state of the economy on a monthly basis to give you early warning signals on where the economy is going ahead of the quarterly numbers. But today on the budget, well, it's the first time the budget is being held on a Sunday, like I said. I think Nirmala Sitharaman has presented more budgets than any other finance minister in history, barring Indira Gandhi, who also held the prime minister's portfolio. 4 or 5 things. One, what to watch out for today. I would watch out for what happens on social welfare, what happens on Manrega spending. So look out for that. What happens on defense spending. There is a huge capex that's being changed, that's been put. The Prime Minister talked about Sudarshan Chakra, the air defense shield on the Independence Day. There is a huge cost to that. So what happens to that? Defense spending as a percentage of GDP for India has generally been very low. Yeah, less than 2%, sometimes 2.2%. The lowest point, it should be upwards of 3%. So the lowest point in the 62 war as a percentage of GDP. In absolute terms, of course, it's been increasing year on year. So watch out for that. I think we should watch out for stuff on AI. There's an AI Impact Summit later this month. There is a lot of movement happening around that and some moves around that. Let's wait and see.
You are watching CNN News 18 and TVS Bank Budget Day Studio.
It's Budget 2026, Reforms Reloaded, and you're watching us live, and we're coming to you live from the CNN News 18 DBS Budget Day studio. It looks fantastic, it's grand, and of course our experts and you, the viewer, are making it all the more special. We're talking about creating more opportunities, one district, one product, and of course trying to get the push on education. Let's just also throw in the tariff impact here as we take the conversation forward, viewers, and it's just going to pop up here in front of me. Let's try and you're on Budget Day Live, Budget 2026. We're building up to it. In just about 3 hours and 5 minutes from now, the Honorable Finance Minister of Bharat, Nirmala Sitharaman, will be presenting her 9th consecutive budget, and this will happen at the Kartavya Bhavan, and from there it will get into Parliament, and where she will outline what is the strategic vision for Bharat going forward, the strategic economic vision. Is there a plan? Are we working to it? And what are the pillars that need to be further strengthened? One of them is education. The other aspect is it going to fireproof Bharat from the global weaponization of tariffs, or entities like Donald Trump who decide that they will decide whatever it is and throw this entire rules-based order right into the dustbin? Is there a new global order that's going to emerge out of this entire disorder that we see? What's the impact that Bharat has had to bear, and how have we been able to deal with those blows? Have we been able to defend ourselves ably? Let's try and look at some of those numbers on tariff soon after we speak with Pallavi Ghosh, who's joining us this morning. 2:30 p.m. is when Nirmala ji is going to address a press conference. But before that, what is going to make the budget speech? Part A or Part B? इस बार वजन किस पर ज़्यादा होगा? Pallavi, good morning.
Good morning, Anand. So, नया budget, नया office of the finance ministry, but the 9th budget of Nirmala Sitharaman. So, this is the Kartavya Bhavan. You can see just right behind me. This is where the photo opportunity is going to take place, which she normally does when she is going to essentially come in from her residence, drive into Kartavya Bhavan. She spends some time with her officers and all of those who have been involved day in and day out in the making of this new budget, her 9th budget, which is unprecedented because the Prime Minister also made a reference to that, Anand, saying that for a Mahila and presenting the 9th budget is a huge achievement. So I think that is also going to be one congratulatory message which is going to come in for her. And also the finance ministry had shifted in over here just a couple of weeks back. So in the new building, Naya Bharat, Naya Budget, that's the pitch which is going to come in from Nirmala Sitharaman. Just to give you a quick update of the programs, she comes in here slightly around 8:30 a.m. 8:45 is the time which has been given to us, where she's going to stand with all the officers right over here. There she is going to give that first photo opportunities, and after this she goes to the President of India, and there she presents a copy of the Bahi Khata, and then she goes back to Parliament, where on the Makar Dwar steps, yet another photo opportunity, and of course the cabinet meeting around 10:15 a.m. The cabinet meeting is just a formality because technically speaking the cabinet has to approve the budget. 11 a.m. sharp is when she stands up to present the budget, roughly around 1.5 to 2 hours. 2:30 p.m. is also going to be when she's going to do a press conference. But very quickly before I come back to you, one important point, and I think that's an indication of what the budget could be about, the focus on the youth of India. The large panel of students who are going to interact with Nirmala Sitharaman inside the Parliament, and the same students have also been given a special invite to sit in the press gallery and look at the proceedings while the budget is being presented. So AI, job generation, youth, startups, that's going to be the main focus of this budget 2026.
Well, there is Adarsh Narhari in our panel who's also saying, Pallavi, that the geriats or those soon-to-be oldies have to also be focused on, because palliative care is a big economic opportunity. Because a large population of Bharat is soon, in the next 15 to 20 years, going to be 60 years plus. But Pallavi, coming back to you quickly, this 8 window on our screen also shows the maturing of Nirmala Sitharaman. Sitharaman, coming of age from a young finance minister, first time to then salt and pepper and now grey, wizened and also ready and in control, knowing fully well the nitty-gritties. She's also seen so many black swan moments that Bharat has been put through, and she's powered through that year after year. So credit is due. But will her sartorial choices also indicate that there is also an element of politics which the BJP and the government will never forget?
Absolutely, there's going to be a definite political tinge as far as the budget 2026 is concerned. Don't forget, in just a couple of weeks' time, I would say, in 2 weeks' time, the dates for the 5 mega state elections are going to be announced. One of them, of course, is the home state of Nirmala Sitharaman herself, that is Tamil Nadu. But, you know, will the budget also have much in store for Tamil Nadu, West Bengal, Kerala, Assam, Puducherry? Because, you know, budgets are also very much as much political as they are economic. And, you know, in the past also, she's wrapped up her budget speech by any poetry from Tamil poetry. I think she's going to do that pretty much the same. But what is she going to give to the voters? Because why just her? I mean, just about any party which has been in power at the centre have always kept in mind the political angle of the budget. So I would watch out very, very closely. Just coming back to, yes, it's been a mega journey for her, beginning as someone who was a saleswoman in a small store in London to becoming one of the longest standing finance minister of our country. Her 9th budget, that's been quite a journey where she's gone through a lot of comments, a lot of misogyny, I would say, a lot of trolling. But you know, she stood tall in terms of presenting people's budget, which we saw in 2025.
True, absolutely. And you know, given the 4 of us on the window right now, our first alphabets make APPA. That is Appa in Tamil. So, or in South India, you are there, Payal is there, Arunima is there, and so am I. And you strike me off and it's apps. So that's again social media, APP. But Payal, what's the inside dope? What's the inside story, you know, of the budget? What's the scoop that you're giving us this morning?
The budget is definitely going to be one. Right, the budget is definitely going to be one which will talk about, you know, reforms as well. The Prime Minister from time and again has been speaking about the reform express as India has boarded as well. There are multiple, you know, aspects in that respect to look up to, because the Prime Minister has also been speaking about deregulation of norms. He's been speaking about, you know, bringing in modern, you know, laws in place, doing away with anarchic laws in the past as well. Also, that might not have anything to do with the budget. But what I'm really looking forward to from Nirmala Sitharaman is if she will open up the country's pocket to, in fact, states like West Bengal, where infrastructure seems to be a big challenge. It seems to be a big challenge to have health infrastructure in place as well. Also, Tamil Nadu has been one of those prosperous states. What is it that they'll give to Tamil Nadu? That remains to be seen. So state-specific budgets is what I'm really looking forward to. But I'm given to understand a lot of thrust, you know, Anand, will be put on indigenous defense. Operation Sindoor has been a perfect example of how India can actually be Atmanirbhar. If that comes through, then India would have, you know, moved leaps and bounds forward. And from whatever I understand, a lot of our defense budget this year will be allocated for that as well.
Will there be a significant up in the percentage to GDP in terms of defense expenditure, because a huge chunk of defense expenditure goes into pensions and emoluments rather than going into capital expenditure and also capacity building in terms of defense is concerned. But Arunima, 31st of March 2026 reduced to now just 400 cadre or lesser. If that entire red terror corridor is wiped out, 8 districts is left, will there be huge investments and direction that will be outlined in this budget in those corridors where now perhaps manufacturing, development, growth, etc. is possible?
Well, you know, already you're seeing the winds of change blowing all across Bastar. I recently came back and the highway construction there is at a pace which is unbelievable. You know, there are new facilities coming up inside Bastar as well, in terms of hospitals, in terms of, you know, road constructions, interior road construction. Roads have always been better now for CPI Maoists, because roads would mean development reaching inside. But as I'm coming to you live from outside Parliament, very cold, you know, rainy morning, and the middle class is looking for some warmth as well. Income tax is what the middle class has always looked at every time a budget is presented. This year it's no different. Will there be any further incentive for more and more people to move towards a new tax regime? Will there be further, you know, relaxation? Will the exemption limit go up? That's what the middle class will be hoping for some announcement of. Like Payal also mentioned, in a number of states going in for elections as well. So other than state-specific measures, income tax definitely something that the middle class in all these states and across the country will be looking at closely.
Thank you, ladies. Thank you for coming out on a Sunday morning when you're supposed to be actually spending some family time, but everybody is out at work, and I know the task for you is double because you're powering through all the super women of our news network, Network 18. Thank you very much. We're going to keep coming back to you. And as Arunima was saying, there is going to be focus on the middle class. Perhaps the middle class will say, "Sirf humko mat tax karo, sabko tax karo." We'd perhaps be happy even if you don't give us any rebate. If you just open up the tax net and bring in self-employed professionals also into the ambit, actively into the ambit. We got news coming through. What to expect from the stock market today? We are learning from Money Control. There he is, the managing editor is sitting next to us. We'll get him to elaborate on it. That equities are expected to open on a stronger note during a special trading session ahead of Sunday's union budget as investors await signals on growth support through government capital expenditure and potential relief for export-focused sectors affected by higher US tariffs. So we'll come to tariffs after this. So 9 a.m. when the markets will open, some surge is expected with hope.
Anand, I'm just looking at the data. So look, this is the first time markets are opening on a Sunday for the budget. I'm looking at the data on what has happened in previous market days on budget days. So in the last three budgets, I'm looking at Sensex opening numbers as a closing. In the last three budgets, 25, 24, 23, markets opened slightly, markets closed slightly in the red on budget day from where they had started off. The big uplift was in 2021, 22, and in 22, 23, 21 we ended at 4% higher and 22 up 0.3% higher. So if you go back Nirmala Sitharaman budgets, 3 or 4 have been very positive for the markets on that market day. Now of course sentiment changes over the next 2-3 months. Correct. Because you can't just judge it on one day. But I think it's an interesting factor, right? Because it kind of tells you that the Modi government's focus in a lot of budgets has been on much more the instincts have largely also been conservative, but also focused on traditional markers of the economy, not necessarily things that markets start jumping about immediately. Right.
Adarsh Narhari is still with us, but we also have Bhavesh Kothari, who is CEO of Property First, who's with us, founder and CEO of Property First. Bhavesh, good morning. What are you expecting in terms of real estate?
Good morning, sir. So as you know, real estate gives around 8% to the entire GDP, and it contributes to at least 10 crore jobs directly or indirectly. So the finance minister needs to relook. The finance minister needs to relook at the exemptions, the tax exemptions, the ATC, the exemptions, and also the finance minister needs to relook at the long-term capital gains for real estate. It has to be made very favorable. Because currently LTCG is 1 year in stocks, but in real estate it is 2 years. Also, there's a lack of clarity whether LTCG is applicable on the short-term under construction properties or not. So under construction properties also need to be under the ambit of long-term capital gains.
Okay, you want to catch your breath? Are you okay, Bhavesh? Is it you've just been running and just to get on air on time, or is it because you are on live television?
I was late. Yes, I was late, so I was just trying to catch up with television.
All right, so catch your breath. We have also got some chai here into the studio. Pani baad mein aayega. Chai pani saath mein karte hain, to फिर then you know the connotation is very different. So and it's not healthy to have chai and pani together. So one after the other. That's why Adarsh was saying something.
Since we're talking about housing, I think senior housing and is a large upcoming market. So there's a formal demand of something like 5 lakh homes currently in India. So some policy around making it friendly for people of that age group to live with dignity, is also part of the wish list.
Well, they're all inching towards that in that direction, so I empathize. It's planning in advance, but slowly those in their 40s will now think about what happens when they're in the 50s. Those in the 50s will be thinking about their 60s and the 70s, so everybody would want to plan ahead. Is there a vision outlined for the same? We'll have to see, but we're also talking about youngsters. We're also talking about the youth, and one of the focus, interesting that she's going to interact with youngsters inside Kartavya Bhavan, and they're going to be part of the press gallery. That is a big significant shift, and perhaps the intent comes with the fact that the BJP has elected a 45-year-old as their national president. So somewhere this focus on youth, Nirupama, they are wanting to walk the talk.
No, I think so, and I think you need to. I mean, we've been talking about unemployment within the youth, etc. And I think it becomes more and more necessary, because I also think, just drawing it back to education as well and making the connect, like we said, are we teaching the subjects of tomorrow? Your arts side, whether it's economics or whether it's commerce, you are learning a lot more. Subjects are incorporated. Things that I studied, when I studied economics versus what you're studying now, there's a huge shift with what is becoming popular. But I don't know if we've done that with our sciences as much, or with our engineering syllabus. As you rightly said, are we studying for tomorrow? I think that also requires some amount of overall. AI, of course, I think has AI and data and data sciences, I think, is growing well. But I think with hardcore engineering subjects, we need to do that. So I hope with the youth, all of this is feedback that goes in at some point.
Yeah.
And let's see how it works.
As you were talking, we've just put out some of the budget wish lists on our screen, and I hope viewers, agree with that. Let's just quickly go through the budget wish list again and go big on it. Manufacturing sector, low compliance costs is something which everybody has been asking for and saying, when are you going to address this? That's the only biggest, perhaps, roadblock towards manufacturing. Let's just go through this, and then we have more news coming from Pallavi. Boost to fertilizer ecosystem. So that is something which they want, and fertilizer ecosystem was a problem because of the Russia-Ukraine war and where our sourcing was happening, urea especially. Review of the 6% gold import duty. Huge amount of smuggling that is happening because of the 6% import duty. Can that be curbed? Also, EV sector, tax breaks for innovation. When are we going to actually embrace renewable energy technology and also EVs in our country and innovation in that front? Push for tier 2, 3, tier 2, tier 3 startups. Most of the startups, most of the ideas are coming from tier 2, tier 3 markets. There's a huge thrust and a growth that's happening, and that's something which the government, will it focus on, will it incentivize, and that too they're coming in sectors of importance. Even local needs, these startups are able to try and look at, and especially agricultural, agri-innovation is something which is huge. We got more news coming through, and Pallavi getting us this detail, Pallavi getting us information right now that possible incentives in new tax regime like reduction in medical premium, healthcare premium is a possibility. That's what, and there will be a push for exports and defense spending. We are also getting to understand that there could be higher capital allocations to defense and rationalization of customs duty slabs as the government looks to boost export competitiveness. And more insights ahead of the budget. Possible incentives in new tax regime like reduction in medical premium possible. Others will be very, very happy. He was just talking about this, that the premium in medical healthcare. Yeah, Pallavi Ghosh joins us. Others just left. I hope he's still watching the broadcast. But in the healthcare sector, premium for medical insurance, that could come down. That's possible. GST for health insurance, is there going to be a reconsideration? But that the GST Council has to decide. But in terms of expenditure, more spending in defense, more spending in terms of capital allocations to defense, and also rationalization of customs duty slabs. Three important points. Pallavi.
That's right. Anand, we have to understand that economic survey actually has given an indication as to what could be the possible focus of Nirmala Sitharaman as she presents her budget. The fact that there are those tariff turmoil is something which cannot be wished away. That is something which they are going to be keeping in mind. And as a precursor to the budget, she has been meeting with all the stakeholders, and one of the biggest ones has been the importers and exporters lobby. And they have been raising their concerns about whether this tariff uncertainty is going to have an impact on the livelihood or on the trade. So when the new budget, which is going to be presented in a short while from now, Anand, there is a possibility, in fact we've been given a strong indication from our government sources that there could be a massive incentive as far as a slash in import duties on some of the critical products are concerned, and those products specifically which are required for any kind of an infrastructural development. That is one. And as far as the exporters are concerned, the focus has largely been also on finding newer markets, so some incentives incentives can come in for them. Second thing that we have been talking about, given the kind of global uncertainty, the trying times, that is where the budget for the defense comes in. India wants to become Atmanirbhar, and the Prime Minister, the Rajnath Singh, both of them have been stressing on that, which is why we need to inflate and increase our defense budget. We don't want to rely, and wherever the Prime Minister has gone, wherever the Defense Minister has gone, all of them have been focusing on the fact that indigenously made our defense equipments, our warships, so on and so forth. But this requires more money, but more than that, the people, our soldiers who are fighting for us, who are protecting our country, they also require a lot of facilities. So some incentives for them as well, some increase in the defense expenditure could mean extension of some benefits to them. The focus which I'm picking up is going to be on MSMEs, the startups, AI, job generation is going to be a very, very important factor. AI is one,
See, everybody says AI, Pallavi, but what is the roadmap? How are they going to use AI? Because AI can be an enabler, it can also be a disruptor, it can also hurt the economy, and if not, if it is given unbridled and unchecked at once in terms of what kind of AI and what sectors, how is it going to be used. The other thing is social media, the impact of it and the influence that it can wield. Is there going to be a clear vision on how Bharat is going to secure its data even as it opens up to setting up of so many more data centers? Professor Santosh Mehrotra ji is with us. Band gala but khule khayal. Let's hope that this morning aapki bhi chai aayegi, sir. But Pallavi, quickly, in 15 minutes we should have that photo up behind you.
Oh yes, absolutely. In fact, I can see already the cars started to come in a bit. So the finance minister is expected to come in another 15 to 20 minutes here. You can see all the officers putting everything in place. So this is where on 8:45 is the time.
Where is she interacting with the students?
Opportunity will take place. Then she's going to interact with the students inside the parliament, and the same students are then going to be there in the gallery. And that's what we were talking about. When you were asking me about AI, that is also the huge issue is something which is a huge concern. And as you rightly pointed out, it's also a good thing. It can also be a bad thing. The economic advisor has already spoken about how the social media has to be tempered, a certain amount of control as far as the younger people are concerned. AI could be extensively used in the medical sector as far as the data researching is concerned.
Okay, let me ask you.
Those are the positive aspects of AI, which I'm sure they're going to stress on it.
I'm cutting you short because I just want to understand who are these students and do we have access to these students? Do we know between you, Payal, Arunima, Arun, anybody who's interacted with these students, where are they from? Do we have any idea? And if we can get them and try and see if they will interact before or after the interaction, it will be fantastic. I'm pulling away from you, bringing it back into the studio. Let's talk about another aspect, viewers, and just bring this up. It's the tariffs impact. Now, we've got the 2025 or $2.29 billion. In September 2025, it was 884 million. So clearly there is an impact that one can see. The numbers have come down. Now, if you look at pharmaceuticals, May 2025, it was $745 million. It's down to 628 million in September 2025. Solar panels was again was $202 million. And it's down to $79 million. And if you look at the overall export numbers, $8.8 billion was the export in May 2025. It's dropped to $5.5 billion. That's $3 billion nearly in exports that we've been hit because of the tariffs. Now, that's a huge impact on an economy. And add to that, Saket Mishra tells us that we actually spend $3 billion outward on education every year because that's the money that's going out. So these are three places. This is an external factor. Education is an internal controllable variable. If we can stop that 3 billion going out and bring those universities into Bharat, it's a different story altogether. But this tariff impact, how are we going to tide over this? Because this is going to come back and hurt us somewhere. More pictures coming through. But yes, Saket.
Look, I think the tariff, overall exports are actually slightly higher than last year. If you look at the first 6 months, we're at $418 billion or something, somewhere around that. Having said that, I think the diversification that we've got in terms of, I think 9 FTAs that have come through, the European Union FTA is going to be a big one, including labor moving out, etc., etc. So I think we are diversifying in the right direction, and what this has done is perhaps increased our window to change to 6 months with the US. We need a deal with the US.
I'm just going to check if Pankaj Chaudhary, the MOS Finance, is leaving. If he's speaking, we'll go up on the audio, but these are just pictures. Usually they don't say anything. Usually they don't say anything. It's largely just photo ops, them getting into the car, getting there on time. The other part is punctuality, viewers. This government is not on time. 8:30 is the photo op. 8:18 the minister is out on his way. 8:28 he will be there for the photo op, and by then the finance minister will also come. So MOS will go there. Behind him the finance minister will come, and they just have got that right. They stick to time. But let's come back onto the tariff impact. We looked at some of the others and also the opportunities that we are missing. Professor Santosh Maheshwara, we're just getting your mic changed and then we'll get you into the conversation. Yes, Nirupama ji.
See, I think if you look at it, some of the sectors that have been really impacted because of the tariffs have been your traditional export strong sectors, gems and jewelry for one. And part of gems and jewelry has been mostly the diamond sector. Then it's been your apparels, of course, and your automobiles to some extent. But I think the EU FTA particularly is focused on actually looking at creating a US +1 scenario for our export markets. And I think not just that, but with other FTAs that are also in the pipeline. Whether we like it or not, we need to strike some kind of deal with the US. I think that's inevitable, that has to happen. But what the EU FTA does is it buys us the time that we can actually negotiate, and it's also a way of saying that we won't be bullied into accepting any terms because we are exploring other options. So then you kind of get in a good equal footing. So I think with that, gems and jewelry will certainly get a big breather because you are looking at a completely different market outside of the US. So I think we will see it picking up. You know,
those trade deals have not yet come into effect, especially the critical ones. UK and also EU will not happen before latter half of 2026, and EU is 2027. So the gems and jewelry industry and the rest will have to wait that much longer.
So gems and
even the UAE trade deal, you know.
No, gems and jewelry will have to wait, which is why they've been asking for also that sector has taken a severe beating. What with gold prices already going up. So therefore, the demand muting a little in India as well, and with import duty at 6% actually is not bad. It came down last year from what it was, and I personally don't think that they will reduce the 6% any further without bills climbing and with the price of gold. But what I think the industry has been asking for, and I don't know how it will come in, is on the GST side, whether they can actually reduce the GST when you're buying gold so that you can drive some demand up.
See, that on GST, I know it's not in the ambit of the Finance Ministry, it's the GST Council. One of the issues with the GST slashes, slapped, that the input GST into raw materials, that was high, but the output GST rates came down, and there was an input-output mismatch, which a lot of them said, how do we pass on the benefits when the costs have not actually come down for us? The other thing is that a lot of the manufacturers, with either increasing the grammage or reducing the price, don't seem to have actually passed on the benefit. Now, will that be part of the Part B, the economic vision that is outlined, or will it be something else? Professor Santosh Maheshwara, the tariff impact, and also what are you expecting in terms of strategic vision from the government?
If you don't mind, let me address the strategic vision very briefly, and then I'll come to your specific question. My expectation, or maybe it's my wish list and perhaps it may not be realized, is that there will be a new focus on manufacturing output, because manufacturing output has not been doing very well.
Correct.
Secondly, within manufacturing, there needs to be a much bigger focus on the MSMEs, because it's the MSMEs that create the manufacturing jobs. So that so much on the vision. And finally on the vision, I would ideally, given the fact that the government is trying very hard to remain on fiscal consolidation path, but its fiscal deficit to GDP ratio is still quite high, and debt to GDP ratio is still in the 80s. The objective of the government is to bring it down as rapidly as possible back to the 50s where it was before COVID. So on that, how are you going to raise revenues? You've been cutting corporate taxes, personal income tax. So what are you left with? Can we at least begin to think about taxing the super rich? Inequality has been growing.
No, why not tax the self-employed professionals also? Bring them actively under the ambit. Bring lawyers, doctors, chartered accountants, consultants, all of these entities. That's a huge network. That's about more than 20 crore individuals, sir.
No, I'm not for a moment denying that. You're absolutely right. But they are supposed to be within the tax net already. It's just that we are not taxing them sufficiently, or not the tax officials. You see, there's the problem with the tax staffing. Our income tax office, if you compare across countries, what you will discover is the following, very distressing, that per number of employees or per number of taxpayers, the tax collectors, meaning the tax office itself, we have among the fewest people among emerging market economies. Don't even begin to compare with the rich countries. So we will improve the collection if we just had more people.
Why do we need more people in sarkari jobs? Why don't we use AI? Why don't we use AI in terms of why don't we use AI to streamline this? Nirmala Sitharaman, sir, coming back. Sir, more pictures coming through. The finance minister has left from her residence. Like I said, dot on clock. It's about a 6-minute ride, 7-minute ride from her home. She's already left for Kartavya Bhavan, where there will be that photo op sharp at 8:30. Pallavi Ghosh will join us live moment those pictures come through, and we'll go. Arun Dhanta is there at her residence. We'll see if he's through. These pictures coming through. He's been there since morning, since about 6:45 this morning. He's been outside Nirmala ji's residence. Those are pictures of her walking out. Arun, are you there? All right, okay, we'll try and get back. That's the picture of the finance minister making a way out. Yeah, your thoughts on this tax net, use of AI in our courts. Lots of paperwork, 2 months chutti that is taken just to finish up the paperwork. Lots of cases pending, judgments reserved because order has to be written, lot of paperwork. Why can't AI be used here to streamline and improve our judicial procedure?
Hanji. Because what I was saying was that you need people to use AI, first of all. You don't have the warm bodies in place. I'm not arguing against AI. Please don't misunderstand. We have far too few people in position. We need more warm bodies. Just no getting away from that. You can continue to use AI, no question.
Right.
But I was making a bigger point on your vision question.
Right.
The vision question was, you see, you guys all balk at the possibility of taxing the super rich. There is a desperate need to actually mobilize additional resources, because despite the rise in incomes which we all laud over the last 10 years, the tax to GDP ratio has not risen. And as per capita incomes rise,
so here's my concern. Sure. The number of people who are coming in that super rich is a very small number. Please, sir, I'm just saying, okay, I take your point.
I'm not denying that.
No, I take
That's precisely the point. That's why you have to capture the very top.
I take your point. So, hear me out. Just the others bear with me. And what my submission is, and Sandeep, you can say, please come in, and Saket and Nalin, please jump in. The fact is, tax the super rich, but don't disincentivize people from creating wealth.
Sure.
Open up the tax ambit. No. Why is there only 9 crore people are filing returns and not 90 crore people? File returns, and those whoever, anybody, you can also widen the tax net, and you can do it smartly. Your thoughts?
See, I think my humble point here is that we can't solely rely on the super rich here. We also need to look at some of the data around the migration of the super rich from India to outside, right? I mean, if you look at the statistics, countries like India, China, they have been on the negative side when we talk about the super rich moving and shifting their residency outside the country. Countries like UAE, specifically Dubai, for example, like UK. I mean, people are moving from UK to UAE,
people who moved out.
Right. So the moment we are trying to tax a little more harsh on the super rich, we will start looking at people trying to move their residency from the country.
Not just residency, they will move investments also. Their future investments will be on the places which have given them and then moving out of creation of wealth.
They are moving out. Regardless of
no, sir.
They're still moving out.
So my point is, there are two ways to look at it. Either I tax those who've got money, or I incentivize them to create more wealth here, thereby generating more employment, thereby incentivizing them to stay here, generate more wealth, and while increasing their tax net and not hurting them at every step. Yes,
one reason why people are moving overseas, why a lot of Indians rich are moving overseas, is it's much easier to set up companies overseas.
Yeah.
Ease of look at the influences. A lot of people have moved for tax purposes to Dubai. Look at the quality of life in our cities. When you have pollution so high in Delhi, why will anyone want to stay in Delhi? There is a real issue. We have issues around urban governance. So when the state is unable to provide lots of things, people say, okay, I have the money, why will I not move overseas, right? So fundamentally, you have to provide lots of other things. Saket, what do you think?
Yeah, let's bring in that Give India a break here, number 33 after this, since we're talking tax, if we can. Yeah, we'll bring that in. Yes, Saket? Yeah, and then Nirmala.
I'll give you a simple number. $300 billion in 1 year moved out of China into just Singapore. And that's because of, and what we had in the 70s, 70%, 80%, 90% taxation. My heart says we should tax the super rich, but in reality, they're the best equipped to actually be mobile with their money, and they will actually never ever pay a significantly higher amount. So, second, I don't think we need more tax officers. One of the problems with our country today is that there is a perception, and I don't think it's a fair perception necessarily, that there is a targeting of the super rich and involving them in long litigations because of which they prefer to go out.
Yeah.
We need fewer people, we need fewer laws, we need those laws, exactly what you said. It should be actually digitized where you pay or you don't pay, and there should be no conflict.
Correct.
And that's the way to encourage people. If I know that I've got, let's assume for the sake of argument, I pay 40% tax as a 10 crore plus person. I wish I had that, but I mean, let's say 10 crore is the number.
We also wish you have that.
Okay. But that 10 crore, if I know how much I have, I will then plan things accordingly, and I will think of that as part of my clarity of business.
Yeah.
But we certainly, I don't want more tax cuts.
Just bringing in the tax aspects, the tax break aspects, if you can fire the graphic, and I'll bring in, we've got pictures of Nirmala Sitharaman reaching Kartavya Bhavan, going across to Pallavi. We'll check if Pallavi is there. I told you, it's exactly a 5 or 6 minute drive. Pallavi, dot at 8:30. Yes, Pallavi, Nirmala Sitharaman arriving, dot at, yes.
I don't know if you just can. Yeah,
we have the
I
pictures.
don't know if you just got those pictures. She's just walked inside. Yeah, she's just walked inside the Kartavya Bhavan. The officers have already been here. The secretaries have already been here. Pankaj Chaudhary was already here. It's going to be a brief moment that she's going to spend with her officers over here. And it's after that, another 15 to 20 minutes, maximum 8:45 a.m. is what we have been told. She's going to come here and have that mandatory photo opportunity. So she just comes out of her car, quickly goes into her office. The final touch which is being given, actually it's all been finalized. And she's also going to be holding that Bahi Khata. Remember, she broke away from what was believed to be a colonial practice of holding a briefcase in carrying the budget papers. She switched over to the Bahi Khata, but she also uses an iPad. So that's a blend of modernity as well as our tradition. So we can just wait for a countdown for her to come out of her newly shifted in office. At 8:45 a.m. is when we are being told that she is going to be coming out and giving us a photo opportunity.
Well, traditional Kanjivaram, that's what it looks like, simple, elegant, and the colors also chosen, which are very, very favorable to the deities, the devis of Tamil Nadu, and also Ma Kamakhya. So those are the colors, maybe I'm reading too much into it, but somewhere the signaling is very, very clear, the intent is very, very clear. Coming back, and we'll come back, we'll stay with these pictures and go back to Pallavi. Moment that photo op happened, she's right at that spot where the photo op is happening. She's actually gone in, the finance minister, into her office, quick settling in, and maybe in the next 2-3 minutes we'll see them all coming through for that joint photo op, that collective photo op right outside Kartavya Bhavan. Perhaps the first time that it's the Ministry of Finance moving to Kartavya Bhavan, and that's where the photo op will be. The 9th consecutive budget that Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman is presenting. We are talking about the tax breaks, give India a break. Let's try and I also have Property First CEO Bhavesh, who's now seemed to be equanimous with his breath. Everything is all right. He's settled in. All right, let's look at some of the points. Viewers, if you can call that out, I'm going to check with my team. Can we call out that graphic, please? Give a type, that's Give India a Break, number 33. PCR, can you acknowledge it? We're live on the broadcast. I hope they're listening. Okay. Now, tax break for married couples, higher disposable income, boosting consumption and savings, scrap or cut securities, transaction tax, and raises. Let's try and have a look at that. Can we call that out, please? All right, okay. The other aspect is reverse the STT hike on futures and options, pushes volumes and capital to offshore markets, rationalize LTCG on equities, double taxation discouraging long-term investing, and lower STCG on listed shares, that penalizes genuine portfolio rebalancing and reduce and harmonize stamp duty, adds friction and fragments at a unified market. Somewhere, all of these aspects, including what Bhavesh talked about, real estate and long-term capital gains, for stocks it's 1 year, for real estate it's 2 years, and also each state has its own rules. Unless this is unified somewhere, there is not going to be ease of business. All of these actually contribute towards a sentiment of setting up shop in Bharat. Agree, disagree, and also investing. Nirupama.
On long-term capital gains, etc., I don't think, rationalization helps certainly, but I don't think that's the problem. Transaction tax, on the other hand, makes a bigger difference. Because LTCG, I know, last year they did rationalize on property with the 12.5% without indexation or 20% with indexation, that's work. But these choices are always a little bit of an issue, but it does help, and we will probably move to a lower thing. LTCG and STCG, I think there has been rationalization over the past years. They have to balance the two with making sure people are invested for value rather than just very short-term churning of portfolio kind of thing. But otherwise it's okay. But the taxes, I'll tell you where the bigger problem actually is. I think when we're looking at exporting of taxation, revenue and therefore loss of taxation, Saket mentioned your education, outflow that goes out, what people spend. But the other thing that we've done really badly is export businesses. Because of lack of ease of doing business. Look at two things. Now we know that the government has been talking after the G20. There's been a lot of chat on crypto and a paper that's supposed to come out from the Ministry of Finance on the crypto assets in India. But the number of Web3 technologies, and that's your future. We've been talking about what's the next thing. Web3 technologies, the value addition that they add, they all are dependent, underlying is on your crypto ecosystem. We have exported a humongous amount of business because it's just not feasible to work in your Web3 technologies in India, because we still don't have a regulatory framework for cryptos, and we don't really help in terms of fostering those. That's one business.
Because we don't even know how to manage crypto. How do we even police the amount of money? I think cryptos actually...
You don't! That's the point.
Crypto freaked out the government, because during there was a period of time when nearly 11,000 to 12,000 crore, no, actually 40,000 crore of the economy was actually trading in cryptos, but it was not coming back into the market. There was a parallel, separate entity which was not circulating back into the market.
Interestingly, all that's
it was not circulating back into the market.
But that's changed. See, because ever since you've brought in the taxation, whether it's your capital gains, whether it's your transaction taxes and your tax deducted at source, your TDS, you have had a higher kind of compliance and data collection, and it is increasing. There is data to show that it's increasing. But the flip side of that argument is, when you have tax deducted at source as high as it is, you're exporting businesses to basically crypto exchanges that are outside of the country, offshore, which means you get nothing. As long as, so you lower it down so that it's like a transaction tax where you're able to collect data.
Hold that thought, please. News just coming through. MOS State for Finance, Pankaj Chaudhary has said over the last 11 years, the budgets presented under the leadership of Prime Minister Nirmala Modi have reflected the aspirations of the people and have aimed at taking the country forward. The budget being presented today is aligned with that vision of Vikasit Bharat by 2047. So there is a strategic vision that has been pointed out. It's flashing right at the top of your screens. There you go, on the studio here at the CNN News 18 DBS Budget Day studio, Budget Day 2026, and Reforms Reloaded, that the budget is aligned with a Vikasit Bharat vision for 2047. So is there going to be an outlining of where Bharat's trajectory will be, the economic vision? We will talk more about that and also join you back with pictures from Kartavya Bhavan after a very, very short break. Stay with us.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
in this aspect in terms of the formalization of the economy. He talked about the tax net, should that tax net be widened and should there be an income parity in terms of across sectors. Whoever is earning beyond a certain slab gets benefits or gets taxed. Whoever is earning below that, there are no sectors which are exempt. Everybody is brought under the tax net. Can that be done? Because that will come at a huge political challenge and a huge political cost. But if you look at the numbers in 2018, 1.39 crore people came down. In 2019, 2020, 21. 2019 it was 1.10 crore, 85 lakh in 2021, and of course this was the COVID year, and then 1.09 crore in 2021-22, 1.15 crore, 1.10 crore and 1.25 crore number of people who were brought under EPFO. So these are the EPFO numbers. So there is a certain level of formalization of the economy that we are witnessing. Now are these good numbers or can do better? Saket Mishra.
Pretty good numbers actually. We are, because it's not just formalization, it also means people are getting better conditions to work. It means that exploitation reduces, and it means that there's a degree of security after you finish working. I think these are pretty good numbers.
Back live here on Budget Day Studio, that's brought to you by CNN News 18 and DBS Bank. Budget Day Studio, Budget 2026, Reforms Reloaded, heated conversation between Nirupama, Saket and Nalin here. What are you talking about? Sumita ji, good morning as she walks into our studio.
Saket and I were discussing the entire crypto bit, where I kept saying that the first thing we need to stop saying is cryptocurrency. It's not, I mean, currency is a very wrong word, and I think that's what scares everybody. I think assets is good, and there are various kinds. There is different, and I think we're losing a huge opportunity there. But
yeah, I know there are people who believe so, and I empathize with those people. But given our structure in our country, we have not been able to police social media. Today, we have allowed social media to penetrate into our system to a level that nearly 40,000 crores were siphoned out of our country via cyber crimes. We do not know how to police digital media. We do not know how to create firewalls and to ensure that there are rules in place. We have allowed big tech companies to come here and set up shop, so much so that they can control the country today. If Google shuts down today, decides to shut itself down, if Zoom decides to shut itself down, Microsoft decides to shut itself down, what's going to happen to our country? We're going to be held at ransom by this big tech. Not that they're holding us, but we have not protected ourselves to a. So a nation that is digitally illiterate to that level, that we know only yes and no buttons largely, and all we know is doom scrolling, and we are being influenced by doom scrolling. How many people actually understand the risks of crypto, and does this government itself know how to regulate crypto? They don't.
No, but that's the point, right? No. It's not a point. Do they know to regulate crypto? No, but look at what happened with G20. Look at the number of countries that have managed. There is enough that we can look around. There are draft regulatory structures that have come out from multiple organizations. We haven't even started, and the result is
that's what I'm saying. We got a drone policy in place and a drone corridor in place, but no drones, and we have got lakhs of crores in crypto, but no crypto policy. Okay, US President Donald Trump has said on Saturday, reportedly has claimed that Bharat will buy Venezuelan oil as opposed to purchasing oil from Iran, and Bharat does not import significant amounts of crude oil from Iran due to US sanctions. And though prior to the sanctions, Iran was one of India's top sources of crude oil. So somewhere buying Venezuelan oil, although there are other reports which say that a lot of Bharatiya money is also stuck in Venezuela because of investments via one of the Navratnas. So is there some way of freeing up those investments while also trying to placate Trump on the tariff bit, and we are inching closer towards announcement of a deal? Sumita ji, your thoughts?
See, the US tariffs have been a great challenge for the Indian economy, and particularly the labor-intensive.
The gossip here is Venezuelan oil still Venezuelan, or is it now American oil? That's the conversation. Ji, Sumita ji, yeah.
Right. So, US is our largest single export market, and a lot of labor intensive products also go there. Textiles, gems and jewelry, leather, footwear, carpets. So it's been a challenging time, and we do get reports from for example from the hosiery units in India about the jobs which depend on these exports. So it's important to have a deal soon, and if this is a way to get closer to a deal, I think it makes a good sense.
It makes sense, and
Yes.
we got billions of dollars stuck there in Venezuela, which we are expecting the Americans to help free up because it brings back that money too. So
It's heavy crude, Anand, let's remember that, and our refineries are actually prepared for that. The Reliance refinery in Jamnagar is built for a whole variety of crudes, and it's particularly suitable for the Venezuelan thick, sludge type
oil.
crude. Yeah.
Sludge
So it
type
may
crude.
well be that we might actually resume imports from Venezuela.
not just resume imports, but if it gets us through the deal, then the art of the deal, somewhere we've got it in place. Yes, Nalin.
I'm just saying the
He's been
markets
at it on its it's just one keyboard after the other keyboard while 1 year is here, multitasking. Yeah, go ahead.
We've been just checking, well, the markets are opening shortly, as you know.
Yes.
The word from analysts is that the Nifty and the Sensex may see a weak start on budget session, largely because there are poor global cues, there are persistent FII outflows, and the weak currency. So there is if you looked at, the markets are volatile at the moment. You could see sharp moves in either direction, I think, depending on what the budget announcements are.
Rather
Around
better is
fiscal
start on a
policy.
slow note and end on a high.
So what a lot of analysts are looking for is they're going to be watching the announcements on fiscal policy, on the capex push, on sector specific incentives, and on fiscal deficit targets, which is expected to be somewhere around 4.3 to 4.4 the GDP, according to a lot of analysts.
All the day traders get ready to buy.
See, you have to remember that
the
on
market
Friday
is open today.
Yes, it is open. It's been open
working.
for the budget day.
It's open down. That's the live number. Sensex down by 206 points.
that's what
Nifty
I'm saying.
down by about 98 points. So those who are day traders wanting to buy, it's the time when the market stocks
So,
are down.
I mean,
that's
the
when you buy.
S&P 500 was in decline on Friday. The benchmark index slipped by about 4.43%. The Dow Jones Industrial Average also fell 0.36%. The Nasdaq Composite also underperformed. So, because all three because of this global sentiments, that's also affecting the markets as we go on the weekend. So, which is why now let's see.
The markets are down before she speaks. Let's see what happens when the markets, when she's speaking. And when it's go. Okay, so this is the cues indication. The markets will open in a bit. The moment they do, we will have the numbers. That was how it was. The stocks aided, the markets ended. Trading ended on Friday evening. That was the numbers there. The latest numbers not yet come. It's only 8:45. Around 9 a.m. early trade, we'll get some numbers around 8:50. But I think 9:05 is when we'll try and put those numbers. Okay, we've got to take yet another short break, and then we'll continue to talk upon this entire economic vision, the 4-5 pillars, which is the most ignored, where has got to be perhaps more focused so that it generates more jobs, active jobs beyond manufacturing. Is tourism a huge possibility? We'll talk about that when we come back. Stay with us.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
In this aspect, in terms of the formalization of the economy, he talked about the tax net. Should that tax net be widened, and should there be an income parity in terms of across sectors? Whoever is earning beyond a certain slab gets benefits or gets taxed. Whoever is earning below that, there are no sectors which are exempt. Everybody is brought under the tax net. Can that be done? Because that will come at a huge political challenge and a huge political cost. But bringing it back into the studio, let's talk about another aspect, viewers, and just bring this up. It's the tariffs impact. Now, we've got the numbers here, and let's just put it out in terms of what's happened. Smartphone exports in May 2025 were $2.29 billion. In September 2025, it was $884 million. So clearly, there is an impact that one can see. The numbers have come down. Now, if we look at pharmaceuticals, May 2025, it was $745 million. It's down to $628 million in September 2025. Solar panels was again $202 million, and it's down to $79 million. And if you look at the overall export numbers, $8.8 billion was the export in May 2025. It's dropped to $5.5 billion. That's $3 billion nearly in exports that we've been hit because of the tariffs. Now, that's a huge impact on an economy. And add to that, Saket Mishra tells us that we actually spend $3 billion outward on education every year, because that's the money that's going out. So these are three places. This is an external factor. Education is an internal controllable variable. If we can stop that 3 billion going out and bring those universities into back live, and this conversation is going on here even during the break over chai and nashta. Viewers, and let's listen in. Santosh Mehrotra and Saket Mishra having an exchange going. Yes, this is about government staffing, saying that Santosh Mehrotra ji believes that largely it's C and D group, and the upper level A, B cadre or level group A and group B in the government, where we need more people, is only 10 to 11%. Saket, you had a counterpoint. Tabhi we came back live. Haan ji.
We need to just look at really the effectiveness of government. How many hours are they spending? How many files each person is doing, for the sake of argument, in a tax case or in any other case? And that's what we need to measure, and how much can we augment that productivity before we start putting another lot of people onto this group A and B.
Right. The other thing is tax.
No problem with increasing numbers and simultaneously.
So there is another problem. The problem is also about tax terrorism. पैसा वाला है, इसका है, तो कुछ गलत किया होगा, and then to harass people and rather than redressals.
Anand, I agree with you. I agree with you. We've all been through this. We need to avoid that, but that requires a mindset change, a culture change, and let the government think about ways to prevent that.
Right.
So if they want investment to increase
We'll talk about that too also, but let's take this thing forward. Sumita ji is now part of the panel. We talk about jobs when she was not there, so we got to bring the jobs aspect back. It's very important for all of us. But just quickly taking the GDP growth numbers, and let's have a look at let's try and have a look at the GDP growth numbers, viewers, and how these numbers actually pan out over the year on year growth. Interestingly, when I was having this conversation with Minaz Merchant, he said Bharat during the colonization period grew at 0% for nearly 200 years. Now, if we continue to grow at 8%, 7 to 8% over the next 15-20 years, we will be able to get close to overtake China and also get close to America, because that will continue to grow only at 2%. So we will be able to make up. And what we have done in the last 50 to 55 years is phenomenal. Now, 6.5% Q1, 5.6% Q2, 6.4% Q3, and 7.4% in Q4 in 24-25. And the projections, if you look at it, in 25-26, Q1 and Q2 numbers are going only higher, 7.8 and 8.2%. So now, is this healthy? Is it encouraging? Is it taking us back on a track which perhaps we have overcome after some of those black swan moments which have happened in the last 6 to 8 years? COVID, Russia-Ukraine war, the regional conflict, etc., and of course the global headwinds. Sumita ji, all this is very important towards one important aspect, that is naukriyan kahan se aayengi, which sectors are going to create jobs. They said manufacturing is one, but I'm going to ask you, isn't tourism another big opportunity? Real estate employs about 10 crore people. Tourism is perhaps untapped if we are able to streamline, economically have a vision of how we're going to improve tourism in 4-5 levels. 1 is education, 2 is medical, 3 is cultural, 4 is wellness.
Right. You see, we spoke about growth, and if you see the economic survey, somewhere between around 7% growth, and we are going towards a prospect of 8%. So I think it's very important for jobs to have more growth and to leverage on the strategic potential of the Indian economy.
But the opposition has been saying it is jobless growth.
I would not agree with that because I have recently, superannuated from the Labour Ministry and all this data, we have been looking at it. But there is a need to create more jobs, to formalize the economy so that the jobs become quality jobs, to bring in more social security.
Is there a number that we need to create?
Yes.
Hanji.
There are estimates. Yes. So there are estimates, and you were looking at EPFO data a little earlier in the day, and we saw, you know, on an average more than 1 crore.
Yeah, it's somewhere around 1.2 crore if you were to look at.
Yes, 1.2. So if you take an average. So that is the formalization which is happening, but with the labor codes having been notified, and they'll get operationalized very soon after March. And that's what's expected. We can expect the formalization of the economy with the labor codes coming in.
I'm just going to ask the team to call out that EPFO data again if we can, in terms of formalization of the economy, if you can, as because she's talking about.
And we can expect, you know, the number of people who are joining the workforce every year is estimated to be somewhere between 80 lakhs to 1.2 crore people. So we need to bring them all into employment. Now, it's probably, it would be right to say that it's not that they're all unemployed. People are in employment in various sectors. They could be in quality jobs, or they could be in jobs which are, you know, where they are being underutilized. There's some level of underemployment. And when we look at the data, agriculture has 46% of the workforce. And that's where a budget could leverage on the potential there by bringing in technology, scaling more allocations, and particularly agri-tech startups, and more for storage, warehousing, food processing industry. Huge scope, particularly the GST 2.0 has already set the stage for, you know,
this is the photo op. This is the photo op that's happening inside Kartavya Bhavan. That's the picture that's coming through. So the finance minister looking quietly confident. It's not usually that we see a smile on her face. There's a little bit of a smile on her face. There's an articulation of strategic vision. We will try, and as we're getting more inputs, inside scoop on the budget that is also there, that there will be incentives that would come in the new tax regime. There are possible incentives which would come. There has been some call on long-term capital gains, revisit that, short-term capital gains, if there can be some and left, and also group incomes, that is family incomes. Is there something that is a structure that will come in for a family where the husband, wife together, it's a joint income for the whole family? That's seen, you know, there's a lot of consideration whether or not that will happen. Bhavesh, your thoughts? Where all would you want to see Bharat get a break in terms of taxes?
Well, overall, if you ask me, the middle income person who is, earning around 12 to 15 lakh is just getting 1.5 to 2 lakhs of tax deduction in real estate interest home loans. So that could be increased to 4 to 5 lakh because inflation is rising, property prices have risen. So government has to increase the cap to around 4 to 5 lakhs. Also, the GST rates have to be, rationalized because real estate GST is very, very high as proportion to the contribution to the GDP of, real estate. It allies to manufacturing industry, it allies to steel and cement industry, various other industries. It creates around 20-25 crore direct or indirect jobs. So government has to look at real estate seriously, but more importantly, we all invest in real estate and that money stays in India. It is one of the safest asset class. Gold, silver, equities, crypto are not very safe right now. A lot of volatility there. So we need more people to invest in real estate, and government needs to take steps towards not looking real estate as a negative way, but a positive way for Viksit Bharat. The 45-50 lakh lower income segment housing rates have to go up from 45 lakh to 90 lakh for the tax SOPs. That is also one thing government should look into.
Tax SOPs government should look into, but which are the sectors which you think is going to create more jobs? And I'm going to come back into the jobs number.
So continuing our conversation on jobs, see, the service sector today employs 30% plus of the workforce, and the employment elasticity of the service sector is the highest in the country, as you saw in the latest economic survey. And that's where there are low-hanging fruits in AI, in software as a service, in the digital exports, and that's where the IT companies need to quickly go up the value chain, use the digital chapters in the FTAs, and we need to create, use the UPI, for instance, in B2B expansion across the globe. So there are a number of low-hanging fruits there. Similarly, manufacturing, the excess labor, the surplus labor from the agriculture has to be absorbed by manufacturing. And that's where I think there's a huge need for FDI to come in larger amounts. to create scale, to create supply chain
But this
integration.
FDI will come only if I don't have 5,000 compliances, and if there is not just single window clearance, but then a uniformity across the state in terms of setting up shop. The other thing is in terms of, have we been able to achieve levels of connectivity, Nalin? Are we there in terms of infrastructure and capacity building to a level where port to point, is connectivity has been established?
So on infra, one of the big things which have been shifting in India for the last 4 or 5 years is on infrastructure spending. In fact, one of the big drivers of the economy has been government capex spending. You look at what's happening in Mumbai, look at UP with various highways being brought in and brought forth. So you've also seen reform with ports. This parliament session, the winter session, passed 5 bills which changed, which govern ports and coastal structures. The idea is to use that, the logistics. See, the problem in India is that our logistic costs are higher than in many other, like in China, for example.
Right.
The cost of raising capital is also higher in India than in China. The idea is that if we can move those costs a bit down, that will lead us to higher capacity utilization in the industry. Industry capacity utilization somewhere around 70%, if I'm not wrong, Saket. So we do need to move the needle on these things.
So one person who's continuously been moving the needle is Donald Trump in terms of tariff. He's also tweeted just this morning that Bharat is not going to buy oil from Iran, but is going to buy oil from Venezuela. How much of this geopolitics is going to affect us? There's somebody whose forte is geopolitics, who's also going to look at the global impact of Bharat's budget, and is it going to be fireproofing against global headwinds. Zaka Jacob is going to be walking into the studio to take this forward as we are inching towards 9 a.m. There you go, Zaka, morning, over to you.
Good morning.
Trump has tweeted even before
Nirmala Sitharaman into the party.
No, not at all.
Yeah.
Welcome to join. Okay.
But yeah, thank you so much, and welcome to our viewers. Thank you, Anand. Thank you for your. Thank you very much, guests, for joining us here on this Budget Day special coverage. What a morning it's already turning out to be. We are expecting, a bonanza from the finance minister. Whether she will live up to it, whether she will fail to deliver or disappoint, we will have to wait and see. The markets are open today, so that's a big thing. We'll get a ready reckoner of what the sentiment is and how, the markets are going to be reacting to the finance minister's budget speech. Good morning and welcome back to our continuing live coverage from the CNN News 18 DBS Bank Budget Day studio. I'm Zaka Jacob. Stay with us throughout for the next 2 hours as we build up to the big Budget Day speech by Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman.
You are watching CNN News 18 and DBS Bank Budget Day studio.
Parliament will see in exactly 2 hours from now when the Union Finance Minister will rise in the Lok Sabha and present the Union Budget for 26-27. The big structural question. It's not just about the new figures. The GDP is looking good. Inflation is looking good. It's about India and its next phase of growth. Coming at a time of global uncertainty, what are the domestic green shoots that we're looking at? The core thrust of the budget, is it going to be more stronger state-led capital expenditure, something that's been a feature of the Modi government for the last 10 years, or are we going to see much more sustained investment and momentum coming in from the private sector? Yes, public investment, capex is upwards of 11 lakh crores. Will that continue, or are we going to now expect and see the private sector come in, rush in, and do some of the heavy lifting as well? Because remember, up until now, gross fixed capital formation from the private sector side has been underperforming. Can and how may that change? The government is also leaning on public capital expenditure to anchor the growth rates. The economic survey is, of course, predicting 7.4% for this financial year. Big allocations are also being made out, not just for public infrastructure, but also on the health side, on the education side. And given our security challenges we've seen over the last year, even on the defense side, we'll keep an eye out on how much the government will allocate for the defense budget this time around. It's not just about spending more. It's also about capacity utilization. It's also returns on that capital expenditure. At the same time, like I said, private capital is continuing to punch below its weight. How long can the state carry on the growth burden, and when does private sort of infrastructure and private capital finally step up. Let's bring you the capex story so far. I'm going to show that on our type graphics first, our 3D graphics, and then I'll get in our guests. So this has been a feature of the Modi government over the last 10 years. There's been heavy duty public sector expenditure when it comes to capital expenditure. In FY 2021, just the COVID year, the public sector expenditure on capex was 4.3 lakh crores. That went upwards of 5 lakh crores, almost 6 lakh crores the next financial year. And that in itself was a record. Up until that time, no government had spent more than 5 lakh crores on public capex. The next year, it went up to 7.4 lakh crores. So every year, there's been an addition of 1 lakh or maybe 1.5 lakh crores in public capital expenditure by the Modi government. FY 2024, a couple of years before the general election, 9.5 lakh crores was the public capital expenditure. And for the last financial year, FY 2025, at least as far as the budget estimate is concerned, it was upwards of 11 lakh crores. So the first time in 2025, the financial year 2025, India spent more than 10 lakh crores in its public expenditure. That is a huge amount of money that's being allocated for public capex. Yes, we are at that stage of development where we need public expenditure, public capex, but how long can the government alone continue to do the heavy lifting? I want to go across first to our reporters. Arunima is joining us, Payal is also joining us, and Pallavi will be joining us as well as we just see the finance minister. She's now in Kartavya Bhavan, which is the new office, the new north block as it were, where the finance ministry is housed, and she will be going with her colleagues, the two MOSs as well as other officials, finance secretary, expenditure secretary. They'll be leaving from Kartavya Bhavan, going to the Rashtrapati Bhavan, where they will present the first copy of the budget to the president, and then after she will go to the Parliament House, where she will, there you go, these are live pictures of the finance minister, the two MOSs, the top officials of the finance ministry, and there you go, that red bag, the red Bahi Katha as it's called, which has her budget speech and of course a copy of that budget speech in the iPad from where she will be reading that speech. All the top officials of the finance ministry accompanying the minister. If we have Pallavi Ghosh there outside Kartavya Bhavan. Pallavi, just walk us through these pictures, the traditional photo op with the top finance ministry officials and the MOSs. Of course, the highlight, the Bahi Katha, the red Bahi Katha that the finance minister is carrying.
Yes. So that's when she's taken that break from the colonial practice of holding a briefcase, and you can see her flaunting it and showing it to the media. The Bahi Khata of course contains of the iPad, so that's the modernity and tradition. Typically wearing a kanjivaram, you would understand this Zaka, the political nuances of it. It was a very short photo opportunity accompanied by the MOs, an entire battery of our officials who have been working, whether it's been the chief economic advisor, the revenue secretary, all of them have been a part of their photo opportunity. I can see her sitting in her car, and following her is MOS Mr. Pankaj Chaudhary. From here she's going to go across to Rashtrapati Bhavan, and as the convention and tradition shows, she's going to give a copy of the budget to the President of India, who is the representative of the state of the Republic of India, and it is after that that she is going to head to the Parliament House at the Makar Dwar, which is the entrance to the Parliament. On the steps, she's going to once again do that photo opportunity with that Bahi Khata in her hand. 10:15 a.m. is when the cabinet is going to take place, formally accepts and approves the cabinet, and around 11 a.m. But also after the presentation of the budget, which we are being told will last around 2 hours, she's going to interact with 30 students from across the country. The focus is obviously going to be on job generation, the AI, the defense budget, and whether there's going to be some more incentive so that people completely switch over from the old tax regime into the new tax regime. But of course, how can there be no political angle to it? That political touch is expected to be there in the budget, Zaka, because there are 5 mega elections coming up: Tamil Nadu, Kerala, West Bengal. Will these 3 states find a focus in the budget, the 9th budget to be presented by Nirmala Sitharaman?
Also, just very quickly, last budget, the big talk was around, rationalization of income tax, increasing the initial slabs to, I think, 12 lakh rupees and so on. Thereafter, in September, there was the GST rate rationalization. Given the limited elbow room fiscally as well as the global situation that we're seeing, what can we expect? What is the big headline that we can expect from the budget for financial year 26-27?
Well, your guess is as good as mine, Zaka, but the point is that, even within the finance ministry, many people have been telling us that what more can we offer, because last year was a very good year. It has to be a fine balancing between the trade tariff concerns, what impact it could have on the economy. I think there could be a very good news as far as the importers and exporters are concerned. So that is going to have an impact on our lives as well, because if you start slashing down the import duties, what the government is hoping for is a cut in the pricing of many of these consumer products. I expect a kind of a bonanza as far as the fishermen, as far as the farmers are concerned. That is also to take in mind the concerns which have been raised regarding these tariff negotiations. I'm also being told there's a possibility of at least 2 big concessions as far as the new tax regime is concerned. We already put out one as far as the premium on medical is concerned. Something to do with the housing is possible. That is something which is not ruled out. Couple tax, which everyone has been talking about. That would be seen as a huge bonanza, particularly in the single earning member families. Will that really come about as it's been called the couple tax? I think these are the big watch outs I would do for, and also what will states like Bengal, Tamil Nadu and Kerala get out of this budget? Anything special for them?
Okay, Pallavi, thank you for that. I'm also going to get a quick word from Arunima, who's there at Vijay Chowk as the convoy now moves from Kartavya Bhavan to the Rashtrapati Bhavan, where she will present the first copy of the budget to the President. Arunima, yes.
So, Zaka, Umesh, video journalist Umesh is showing you the frame for Kartavya Path. Any moment now, we can see the cavalcade. Any moment now, you'll see the cavalcade in the frame as well. Nirmala Sitharaman, along with her team, travelling towards Rashtrapati Bhavan now. The route has been sanitized. Delhi police is trying to ensure that the cavalcade moves smoothly towards the Raisina Hills. And there you see the cavalcade just in the frame as we are speaking. Nirmala Sitharaman moving towards Rashtrapati Bhavan now to present a copy of the budget to Rashtrapati, the first citizen of the country. They will, the last few times we've seen Rashtrapati Draupadi Murmu giving dahi and shakkar. It's considered auspicious in terms of Indian culture. And then now you see, Umesh is just showing you the Raisina Hill visuals. The cavalcade is moving towards Rashtrapati Bhavan now. So I was telling you the last 2-3 times we've seen Rashtrapati Draupadi Murmu give a spoonful of curd and sugar to Nirmala Sitharaman, and that tradition is likely to be maintained even today as we speak. The fleet of cars which has the finance minister, her team of secretaries, the MOS and all the others who are team members moving up the Raisina Hill. They will enter from gate number 2 of Rashtrapati Bhavan. Then they will subsequently move in. I think about 15 minutes or so, 15-20 minutes will be the meeting between the finance minister and Rashtrapati, and then she'll take the same route to come towards Parliament House. Parliament is where the Union Cabinet will take a look at the budget. The Union Cabinet will approve the budget, and then around 11 the budget will be presented to the Parliament. But the first step has been taken. Rashtrapati Draupadi Murmu will be given a copy of that budget as Nirmala Sitharaman and Team Nirmala Sitharaman get ready to present the budget on 1st of February 2026.
All right, Arunima, we'll leave it at that. Big convoy this time. Usually it's just her car and a couple of other cars, but this time it's a massive convoy that's making its way up the Raisina Hill to Rashtrapati Bhavan, where the first copy of the budget will be presented to the President of India. As we welcome all our guests, Professor Rajiv Kumar is here, Mr. S.C. Garg is here, Sumita Daura, Professor Santosh Mehrotra and Nirupama Soundarajan. We're also joined by Alpesh Jain and Arvind Srivasthan. Thank you very much. Mr. Garg, as somebody who's been part of the budget making exercise, how has it changed over the years? And now, like I said, the length of the convoy is one thing that I referred to, but also the complexity of the budget making process has changed immensely over the years.
See, the budget is presented with the permission of the President of India. So we seek the permission of the President some days before the day of the budget. On the day when we go there, it is basically to brief about the main points, what are, and seek President's blessings for that.
And the first copy is always given to the President?
I don't think this was the tradition. I don't think it is the tradition even now.
Okay.
There is no copy which is given. It's basically the briefing which is done.
Okay.
And the President offers some counsel, listens to it, which she has already approved on file, because as this is a finance matter, and it cannot be presented in the Lok Sabha unless the President has given permission. So she is aware of what is there in the budget.
Professor Rajiv Kumar, you know, we're speaking to our reporters also about this. Last year was all about rationalization of income tax. I mean, the slabs got changed, the rates got changed. You can still make the case that there could be further rationalization in this budget. In September, they did the rationalization of GST. So direct taxes, indirect taxes, both have been tackled to some degree. What can she offer this time to the Indian taxpayer?
I think the best thing that she can offer is to reduce as far as possible the regulatory and compliance burden.
Sorry, just 1 second. I think there's some issue with your mic. I'm going to get somebody to fix that for you. But let me ask Nirupama Sandarajan and I'll come to you, ma'am, after that. What can, I mean, there is limited fiscal elbow room. We all know that. There's also global uncertainty because of the tariffs. Direct tax is done, indirect tax is done. What next?
I think there are 2 or 3 things that have been doing the rounds. One is, of course, this entire thing on this joint income or couple taxation, because that is one big advantage if that comes in, and that can work within the existing system. The second, I think there have been asks for reduction in your transaction taxes. I think security transaction tax and
this also LTCG and STCG
LTCG, rationalization of your LTCG and STCG to some extent. GST, though not really the realm of the budget, it's a way to look at. That's one. The second thing I think is in terms of under the new regime, you don't have any kind of exemptions given, but there is talk of maybe probably introducing your health tax, your health insurance premium under ATD, under your new regime also, possibly, because the premiums have been going up and we were discussing that. So if you can't reduce premiums, then at least the tax exemption works. I think the second is for real estate sector, where home ownership is there, at least for home loans that are been taken for own residence, where you're staying in your own house, at least for income tax, your interest payment deduction, which again is not there. Because these two
but that defeats the whole purpose of moving to the new regime.
No, I know,
the whole
but
point of
it's
the new regime
also
was do away with all these
Agreed. I agree with you, because it does go against it. But I think even if not your home loan bit, but these two are strategic in the sense of maybe helping to stimulate demand a little more. You know, at least for some time.
Let's see if Professor's mic is fixed. Your mic is fixed. Can we go to him? Yeah.
So, the thing that Finance Minister can do actually is one to announce that some things will not change in the next few years. So therefore, they give a kind of stability, certainty about the whole fiscal situation, whether it's the corporate rate or it's the income tax, etc., etc. So that's one that he can do. The second thing he can do is to, maybe I think it's time to shift to the new regime.
Push mandatorily.
Yeah, push the new regime and be done with it. And the third, which because of the weakness of the private investment, is to announce measures that will encourage the private sector to start investing
more. Ma'am, you know, I just showed that graphic. I don't know if we can play that again. This public expenditure, public capex expenditure of the Modi government has been breaking all kinds of records. 10 lakh crores was crossed first time in FY 2025. Last year was 11 lakh crores. I mean, while that's great, how long can the government alone be doing this heavy lifting?
You see, the increase in infrastructure spending has been a very important part of the recent budgets, and it's a big growth driver. The roads and the railways and the interventions in the ports, connecting the manufacturing clusters to exim gateways, interventions in the rural economy. And when there's so much of push for infrastructure, not only is it good for the investor sentiment and to improve the logistics cost, but it also has a lot of benefits. A growth momentum is unleashed in the economy for the steel industry, the cement, and all the other components which go into infrastructure. And look at real estate. Real estate is a growth driver today. And all
markets are flat. I mean, markets are open today, by the way. It's a Sunday, but because it's the union budget presentation today, the markets are open. Fairly flat, about 0.1%, I think, down the Sensex. But again, you can never tell with the markets. You could have the best budget, the markets could still be down. You could have the worst budget and the markets still can be up. I think, but the big expectation from the market is on LTCG and STCG. I think this is something that they've been talking about for a while. Whether or not the finance minister has the elbow room to fix that, I don't know. Just in terms of, you know, her fiscal mobility, as it were. But aside of that, Professor Mehrotra also wanted to make a point about, we've been talking about why is private sector not coming in? Why is gross fixed capital formation still not showing that change of trend over the last 4 or 5 years, certainly after COVID?
So let me begin by talking about the good news on the public capex. You're absolutely right, Zaka, that it has been very large, and in absolute terms, in lakh crores, it does seem to be extremely large. However, lakh crores is not a very good estimate to look at, because obviously the rupee is depreciating all the time, meaning inflation is taking place. So all economists look at this as a proportion of GDP, you know that. And in the last 10 years, there has been, significant capex, but it's always been in the region of 6 to 6.2% of GDP, which is what it used to be in the preceding 10-year period. The difference was precisely what you asked about, that the private sector used to kick in and it has not been kicking in. And that's very problematic, and it's very critical that, everything is done to actually prevent the government from continuing to spend so much on infrastructure, because it is not being able to spend on all the good things for human capital, on health and education and nutrition that it could have, should have, and where the public expenditure has come down. So we should spend some time talking about private investment, why it's not rising.
Okay. Yeah. So I want to go back to that graphic again, if we can bring that up on our Stipe graphics as well. We've got the Sensex numbers. Let's go there. It's again flat, less than even 0.5%. Forget about 0.5%. So 40 points down on the Sensex, and what is it? 30 points down on the Nifty. So there's not much to write home about there, but of course we're still waiting for the speech to begin, which will happen in less than 2 hours time. 11 a.m. is when the finance minister will rise to present the union budget for FY26. But like I said, 0.05% on the Sensex and 0.1% on the Nifty, so it's very flat. But like I said, the markets are still open because the budget is being presented today. I guess once the speech starts at 11 a.m. We'll have a live tracker of how the markets are reacting. Right now, extremely flat. But I want to come back to the point that one of our guests was making about fixed capital formation as far as the private sector is concerned. We've seen public capex go massively in a big way, and it's been a feature of the Modi government over the last 10 years. But what about gross fixed capital formation? Now, 2011-12, that's more than 10 years ago, as a percentage of GDP, it was above 30. It should be in the 31-32 range is what we are told. 34% is what it was back in 2011-12. But in 22-23, it went under 30%. It's 29% is what we're given to understand. So what explains this sort of declining trend when it comes to gross fixed capital formation? It's an indication of private investments, and why is it that private players, we keep hearing about animal spirits, okay, now the Sensex is going back up in green territory, it's slowly climbing up, 20 points up, 15 points up. But again, like I said, relatively flat, both the indices as of this morning. We're waiting, like I said, a little less than 2 hours for the budget speech to begin. But just on that point about gross fixed capital formation and how the rise in public capex is almost inversely proportional to the declining sentiment or the declining appetite, if you will, in private sector for further investment. So let me ask both our guests, all our guests about that as well. Let me start with Mr. Garg on that. We've been hearing about this phrase, animal spirits. Why aren't we seeing that in the kind that we were expecting, at least for the last 3 or 4 years?
I think first of all, we should understand the whole context. As you rightly mentioned, that's about 30% of the capital formation which is currently taking place in the Indian economy. It is less than 35-38% it used to be earlier, but 30% of our GDP is about 110 lakh crore. The government capex is 10 lakh crores.
Yeah.
So it's about 10% of the capex which is the central government. So sometimes we get an impression that as if only the government is doing the capex and the private sector and the household sector is not doing. That's not correct.
Okay.
Right.
But it has been declining,
so
right?
it's proportionally,
correct,
it is declining.
Proportionally, yeah.
and government capex is proportionally increasing. But that's a very low, from 6% to about 10% is where it has gone. So that's one. Now your question about why it is declining, there are two big reasons in my judgment. Number one, over the years, the great capital guzzling industries and infrastructure is reducing. And the share of the GDP from services and less capital consuming industries is increasing. So if you have 52% of this GDP coming from services, which requires much less kind of the capex will decline. Whereas the physical, earlier the road, rails, the manufacturing, factories that required large amount of capex. So that is not required. Second, since we're moving towards the industries of the future, let us say power sector, so the electricity production or the computers and all, they also require much less capital expenditure. To produce a solar energy or a wind energy is far less capital intensive than the coal and the petroleum. So don't worry about too much. There is only one element where I think we should be watching is the real estate. Because real estate is also a consumer of very large amount of capital. If that goes up, then it's good for economy. If that comes down, then that's bad. And in last 10 years, if you've seen, the real estate has sort of flipped down, flipped up, gone up, and again is declining these days.
Let me go across to our colleagues as well. Shweta Punj is joining us from Money Control. Sonal Butra is joining us from CNBC TV 18. Sonal, let me start with you first. Markets so far very flat. Looks like both the Sensex and the Nifty are, less than 0.1% down. What's your read on what's going on with the markets?
Very flat right now, the headline index, but if you go underneath, there's a big carnage that we're seeing across major sectors. If I talk about sectoral movers, only two of them, that's pharma and autos, they are naturally leading right now. Big cuts across the board. The mid cap and the small cap, they're down 7%. Metals, that has been one talking point the last couple of weeks, and there's a big crash across commodities. Be it copper, be it silver, gold. In fact, silver and gold is down 50% over the weekend, and that crash continues as well. And traded stocks, the likes of M6, which trades in commodities, you have the metals index, which is the top loser right now. So underneath, there has been a lot of fall that we are seeing across sectors. Of course, we are watching out for the budget. It's this last budget.
All right, Sonal, thanks for that. That's a check-in on the markets from CNBC TV 18. Shweta Punj of Money Control is also joining us. Shweta, in terms of the elbow room that the finance minister has, last time she addressed the income tax question, then you had the rate rationalization of GST that happened in September. How much elbow room does she have for further relief for India's middle class? So you think the focus of this budget is going to be on something else? It's about the global uncertainties, the tariffs, what can importers and exporters get in terms of relief? What is going to be the focus of this year's budget?
Zaka, so we were discussing this earlier as well in the newsroom, that every budget cannot be a consumption-focused budget. There has been a lot that's been done to boost consumption. As you mentioned, we've seen income tax rate cuts, we've seen GST rationalization and so on. This budget will be, or has to be rather, about presenting a medium-term vision for India. We saw some of that in the economic survey as well, where the CA has, specifically mentioned the areas and sectors that India needs to build upon to build its manufacturing capabilities. He speaks about deploying economic statecraft to become indispensable to the world. So I think that's what we're going to see being taken forward in this budget. In fact, yesterday we reported on a story that the Part B of the budget would be very, very forward-looking and represent a vision for India. And I think that's exactly what everyone's really looking for. We are seeing markets that are looking very volatile at this point. That's because at the moment, considering the geopolitical uncertainty, what's really needed is a direction. We are, we've been behind the curve where AI and innovation is concerned. So that could be another focus area in this budget. We could see a lot of work around custom duties. That's something that's been initiated with a lot of FTAs that have been signed, but that's happening in piecemeal measures at the moment. We should see a more consolidated push towards that.
I also want to go across to CNBC TV 18 Managing Editor Shireen Bhan. She's joining us from the CII studios. What's industry's expectation, Shireen, this time from the Finance Minister?
Well, Zaka, good morning, and it is a super Sunday here as we decode the budget for you, but I think industry is going in with measured expectations. The hope is that there should be continuity, there should be no negative surprises, that the reform agenda that's been set by the government were to continue. CapEx, 14 lakh crore rupees, that's the CapEx number that industry is hoping for. That is certainly something that we're going to be watching out for, because remember, the heavy lifting has been done by the government when it comes to CapEx spending. Defense, watch out for that. Unequal vocal consensus that this is a post-Operation Sindoor budget, and hence defense sector allocation is going to go up significantly. Will it be 10, 15% or even as high as 20% or even 20% plus? That's the big question, but most people that we've spoken to are going with a 15 to 20% higher allocation as far as defense is concerned. More schemes to boost R&D investment, to incentivize R&D and innovation. We already had the RDIF fund announcement, so that is still being operationalized. I'm not sure whether we're going to see anything specific on that front, but I think the larger vision on AI, the AI infrastructure build out, etc., is certainly going to be something that the Finance Minister may allude to in her speech, which probably is likely to be longer than usual, because we're told that Part B is going to get special focus and special attention. Another aspect that we should look at, and this is my hunch, but if I look at the last two economic surveys, there has been a convergence between what the survey has prescribed or suggested or recommended and what the government has done in the budget. Now, the survey is talking about disinvestment, reviving disinvestment, in fact going as far as to say that public sector companies should in fact look at bringing down the government holding to 26% while retaining control. Now, will there be a revival of the government's disinvestment program? It's been dead quite virtually for the last several years. That's my hunch. I don't know. They are faced with a tax shortfall. Non-tax revenue mobilization is going to be crucial, so that is going to be something to watch out for as well. And finally, I think India's impetus to be a part of global supply chains, India's impetus to draw in FDI and FII, there's a lot of chatter that the government may do something to draw in both foreign portfolio investors and FDI. Nilesh Shah, speaking to us just a short while ago, said he would like a Digi Yatra, frictionless entry for foreign investors as well as for domestic investors. So could we see some announcements on taxation as far as foreign flows are concerned? Given where the rupee is, we will have to wait to see. But that's kind of the mix that industry is going into budget 2026 with.
All right, Shireen, Shweta and Sonal, thank you very much for joining us on our Budget Day coverage. As we get live pictures now from the Rashtrapati Bhavan, you can see Rashtrapati Draupadi Murmu walking out that main door, greeting the Finance Minister presenting the Bahi Khata to the President of India. Mr. Garg, I just wanted to walk us through these pictures. As you say, this is a new practice of presenting the budget copy. You have the MOS Finance and the entire...
The Finance Minister is not handed over.
Okay.
She just showed and then took it.
Okay.
So it's not handing over the copy, it's taking the blessings.
But then there is also a sort of conversation that they have where she briefs her
Of
about
course.
what
Now
is
there
going
would
on.
be a conversation. They would sit together for about 10-15 minutes. We'll have the conversation. Finance Minister will brief the President about it and re-seek the counsel and the blessings of the President.
I know we said this last time and the time before that as well, but the fact that the two protagonists in this picture both are women, I think that's a fantastic testimony to Nari Shakti and to the fact that
even Economic Affairs Secretary is a woman.
is also a woman. Yeah, so I think that is a great testimony to women's power, ma'am. I mean,
yes. I do hope that in this budget we get more allocations for childcare, for creche, for working women hostels, because the Viksit Bharat goal is to take women participation in the labour force to 70%. So I do hope for that as well.
And that has been a concern as well. The labour participation force among women has been coming down.
It has been actually increasing, but not as much
Not
as
as
we
much
would
as, yeah.
want it to be.
I would suggest that women's participation should increase, but it should increase in more remunerative jobs.
Okay.
The largest increase is coming up in what we call unpaid helper in family enterprise. That is where women have overwhelmingly coming up in the job. The job increase in last couple of years is in that.
There's also this this practice again that's been started, Professor Rajiv Kumar, about mixing curd and sugar and offering that to the finance minister. I don't know if we have pictures of that this time around, but last year we did see the president offer
there is a full
sweet.
breakfast.
Oh, there's a full breakfast that happens at the Rashtrapati
And also dahi shakkar.
Dahi shakkar. That's good.
Well, that's a good omen. I mean,
Good omen.
I feel that, given all the noise at the global level, it's a time for India, and the FM has a very big responsibility to have a very strong focus on the priorities for Viksit Bharat. And she needs all these blessings and the curd and the shakkar, I'm sure.
No, we did talk about, the global turmoil that is going on. Even this morning, Mr. Trump, I think, has posted on social media saying India has assured that it will buy Venezuelan oil. Again, it's I don't know who has told him this, but it's certainly having an impact back here in India. How does the finance minister sort of insulate, to whatever extent she can,
I think
in industry from these
the
global
first thing
shocks?
I hope the finance minister will give her point of view of the global turmoil that is taking place at the moment. How does she understand that?
Yeah.
Is that a more fractional world, more protectionism,
Yeah.
etc., and so on. But in that context, talk about the EU,
FTA.
India, FTA, and say what, and maybe the budget should actually announce very specific measures of taking advantage of the India-EU FTA. So that is what is, for example, now if textile garments and leather are going to have 0% duty on the EU, this is the time to now give some incentives to the manufacturers of these commodities to take full advantage. So I think India in the world economy should be, in some sense, at least a prominent theme of the budget, and not all inward looking.
So, the one thing that we've seen, every country has been affected by this tariffs and the tariff war that is going on. The only country that's managed to sort of at least save itself, or at least look America in the eye and negotiate on an even keel, seems to be China, because they have the capacities, they have the leverage, whether it is rare earths, whether it is manufacturing. What leverage can India hope to achieve, if not immediately, at least in the near future, where you're not browbeaten into accepting such lopsided deals? And India has been holding off from accepting this US FTA, the US interim FTA.
Well, it seems that the India-US trade deal is going to get delayed even more. And as far as leverage is concerned, we did have the leverage in respect of pharma and possibly services exports. But pharma, he had already let us off. There were no tariffs on that.
Yeah.
Services exports, I guess we didn't decide to use because it would have hurt us.
More than
Exactly. So in a sense, we don't have that much leverage, and that's certainly is clearly a fact. But can I just go back, Zaka, to the point that Rajiv was making, and very important one, because one leverage we could have should have had if we had begun to diversify away from the US market. They are our biggest exporter in advance, and the EU deal does give us that opportunity. However, let's just remember that the EU is going to take over a year to ratify this, put it through their parliament and their national parliament.
European Council,
So for that reason, Rajiv's point becomes that much more important, because we will have to increase our labor-intensive exports, which will get cut if we attempt to try and sell more to the US. And the EU could be a much bigger buyer. And if we put in place labor-intensive sector packages, it would be very helpful, because it will help these industries to prepare for next year. That's the point.
And I think, there's also the economic consideration, there's also the political consideration. For example, a place like Tirupur in Tamil Nadu, which is a huge textile manufacturing hub, that state goes to polls in a couple of months. You have even a place like Agra, Kanpur, that belt, which is a big leather manufacturing hub, that state goes to polls in about a year's time. So the finance minister will have to address some of these labor-intensive, small-scale industries who are export-oriented, export-dependent. I also want to get in Alpesh Jain and Arvind Srivatsan, both of them joining us via link. Alpesh, if we have the stock market picture right now, I think last I checked about 5 minutes ago, it was flat, relatively flat. What are the market's expectations from the finance minister? I know we've talked about long-term and short-term capital gains tax has been a long-standing demand. But does she have the elbow room to make that rationalization there?
Hi, good morning. I will talk in specific related to FI, what we are missing in the entire discussion. We would have seen almost 10 lakh crores worth of shares have been sold off by FIs. FIs hold roughly 17% of the markets. This is where we are missing. So everything about STT, LTCG, STCG, all has to benefit specifically when it comes to FI in picture. Because what is happening is 10 lakh crores sold, still markets are stable. The only reason here is the SIP book size which is helping us. 32 crores, if I'm not mistaken, is the SIP book size which is helping us markets to be stable. When it comes on a global front, we are the least performing markets for this year. In the entire global pack, we are the least performing. So this year, all investors eye on how this market, how this budget shapes. So let's see how it works. LTCG, STT, especially STT has to be removed, which is double taxation for a FI, taking dividend taxation. So
okay, Alpesh, give me a moment. I want to go across to CII, where Shivani, my colleague, is joined by Mr. Pirus Kumbata, Chairman of the CII Task Force on Affirmative Action. Shivani?
Yes, Pirus Kambata Zaka is joining us. He's Group Chairman of Rasna Group as well. Mr. Kambata, thanks a lot for joining us pre-budget today. It's a Sunday budget and as we were discussing, it's not just rare but possibly has never happened before. But I want to touch first on the whole atmosphere of FTAs, trade deals getting done. You look at food processing very closely. Is there a good sense of buoyancy in the Indian industry because of these FTAs and particularly in food processing?
100%. I think our Prime Minister talked of reform and it applies to industry also. And I think he has given us, when I say he means his leadership, we are not stunned, not FTA, but so many FTAs, Australia, New Zealand, UK, UAE, Oman, the list is going. Now so us to take the opportunity. And I think why food processing is going to be benefit. Because processed food products, when they get exported, the value benefit comes directly to the farm. And so the government has guidance, they said, no, we will not cover a part of it. But processed food we are covering. And I have been in propaganda that Indian companies, we are not should not concentrate on pickle corporate for Indians. A lot of people tell me you export to Indians, I say no, I don't. I export to the global markets. We can make the, let us say, the pastas of the world, and we can make the pizza sauces of the world. We can make everything.
All right, Mr. Kumbata, they're talking about rising exports. Well, despite all of this tariff trouble, the exports for the last financial year topped $800 billion, $825 billion. So, Nirmala Sitharaman, the point is, while yes, there is this global uncertainty, the tariff wars, etc. happening, India is also diversifying. I mean, India is diversifying through the Middle East, through Europe with the FTA. I think there are 9 FTAs that have been signed so far, including the Europe one last week. So, is that the way to go?
No, it has to be the way to go. We need to diversify. The conversation about stepping up regional trade has been a very long-standing one. This gives us the opportunity to focus on that. And I think the FTAs certainly help. A trade deal with the US will have to happen at some point or the other. That's inevitable. But I think, it's pretty much like how manufacturing went the China +1 route at one point. India will have to diversify where we're looking at. And I think somewhere the focus on e-commerce exports has also helped to a large extent. So, with the kind of reforms that RBI has brought in for through their EDPMS and things like that, I think that has also helped. And that's an area one can focus on, especially with changes being made to courier regulations and your entire logistics sector. So we can continue to look at that. But I think US plus one or US plus more than one, obviously, many more will be the way to go, at least in the foreseeable future.
You know, I put this up on social media the other day. After COVID, China realized the world is China, the world realized that the world has to move towards China plus one. And I think in the last year, the world has realized we have to move to an America minus one strategy as well. So it's China plus one, America minus one. But one thing that has been a critical focus, this has been a political thing as well, that the government has had to take flak for over the last, certainly over the last 4 or 5 years, is jobs, the rate of growth of jobs, the quality of jobs. So can we bring the jobs picture? And the government has been stressing that, look, there's been a lot of formalization of the economy. So let's look at the EPFO figures, the number of subscribers that have been added over the last 4 or 5 financial years. And the government's contention is that there is a lot more formalization of the economy that's going on. The political opposition doesn't see it. The opposition says unemployment is going up, particularly when it comes to youth unemployment. I think the last CMIE figure was 17.5%. But here you go. The jobs outlook, 2017-18, pre-COVID, it was 47.5 crores employment, formal employment, 27-2018. COVID, there was a dip, but now, 5-7 years later, 23-24, we're looking at an additional almost 20 crore people who've been added to the formal workforce. So the figures there, this is from the Ministry of Labour and Employment, 64.3 crores. That's the formal labor in this country, the formal organized workforce in this country. Self-employment, that's also gone up by about 5 or 6%. It was 50%, 52% in 2017-18. It's gone up to 58% in 23-24. Similarly, I mean, there was a conversation also about bringing self-employed folks like CAs and doctors into the tax bracket. But let's move on to the other sort of breakup when it comes to labor. Unemployment rate, this is official Government of India data. Unemployment rate pre-COVID was 6%. In 23-24, it's been halved, almost halved to 3.2%. So this is what the data is showing, at least this is what government given data is. Youth unemployment before COVID, 17.8%. Post-COVID now in 23-24, 10.2%. So the question then is, why is this, and let me start with Ms. Davra on this because you've dealt with this very closely in the past. Why is this not, why are we not able to feel this? That if overall employment, formal employment is going up substantially, why is there still a thing about, jobs, quality of jobs? We had this whole debate around gig workers recently. Why is that the case?
See, when we talk about youth, the age bracket is lower, right? So overall unemployment comes down to around 3%, but when you look at youth, you get a little higher figure because a lot of the young people are in education, higher education, they are in skilling, or they may be doing household chores. And I think it's important to look at NEET rate, which is the youth who are not in employment, not in education and not in training. So when we look at that rate, it gives us a more meaningful figure. And
just give me one moment, ma'am. There's the live pictures that are coming in. Just want to point our viewers' attention to that. So the finance minister and her team have left the Rashtrapati Bhavan. They're just pulling in to the Parliament complex. And again, at the Makar Dwar of the new Parliament complex, you will again see the minister, her team sort of turn around and present a photo opportunity to the photographers there. And then, of course, she will enter the Parliament building. There will be a cabinet meeting presided over by the Prime Minister. They will affirm. They will give their assent. The cabinet gives its assent and passes the union budget for 26-27. And then, of course, at 11 a.m. In the lower house in the Lok Sabha, she will rise to read the budget speech. But yes, please go on. You were making the point about the quality of employment.
Yes. So I think it's very important to make interventions there. The new education policy has come out, which integrates vocational education in a big way in the schools. So that should bring some improvement. Plus the many skilling programs which have been brought in by government, the Prime Minister Kaushal Vikas Yojana, the Deen Dayal Upadhyay Yojana, the qualification packs in skilling, but it's very important to bring industry now into skilling, into trainings, plus the ELI scheme, the employment linked incentive should have a good impact, and it is linked to the manufacturing sector for a longer term of the ELI. But in all this, I see the economy rising with a a new strategy to a higher growth trajectory, which is going to bring more jobs, more quality jobs, more formalization of the economy. And I think the reforms we've seen in the last financial year are preparing us to go to a higher growth trajectory. The labor codes have come in.
So the finance minister there at the footsteps of the Makar Dwar in Parliament, of course, the red Bahi Khata that we keep talking about, which of course is a change that this finance minister has brought about. It used to be this brown leather briefcase before, but now it's the Bahi Khata sort of taking off on Indian tradition. You'll see, you want to spend a minute on this new tradition of the Bahi Khata. I think it's been for the last 4 or 5 years since post-COVID, I think right after COVID.
Once she decided to move to the iPad kind of thing, to read it from there instead of a written speech.
Correct.
The convention changed from the briefcase to the Bahi Khata, what you call. So that's fine. I think this, but inside what it is the same.
Okay.
The budget speech.
No, but this time I believe the part B of the speech, which deals with direct taxes and so on, will be much longer than the part A. That's what we
will come to know. Part B.
That's what we've been told. Yeah.
I hope not.
Okay.
No, I think this is very important. See, the part A is essentially expenditures.
Correct.
That to use a phrase which the government has been using, GYAN, the Garib youth, Annadata and Nari, which covers 97% of the people. That is what the expenditure addresses. The part B, which is the tax, addresses basically the 2 crore taxpayers and 1.5 crore GST taxpayers.
Okay.
So part B, if it is longer, you are addressing to a rich and the upper middle class.
Okay.
Rather than
let me also go across quickly back to Shivani at CII with Mr. Pirus Kombata. Yeah, Shivani.
Yes, thanks a lot for that, Zaka. Quick comments, as we stay with those live pictures, the FM reaching Parliament. Mr. Kombata, you were talking about, the expectations, particularly for the industry, the food processing industry, because of the many FTAs that have been signed. How important do you think these FTAs will be for the Indian industry?
Very important, for food processing in particular. Because see, when we process food, India hardly processes 2%, 3%, because we consume fresh. But the world consumes process. So imagine we can process now for the world, and what wisely has been done in all FTAs is that the processed food has been included. Fresh is out. So that means we should not just consider making papad and pickle, but we can stop making the pastas and the tomato sauces for the world, and that's a huge opportunity for food processing, and we should thank the government for that.
We've been talking about this for several years, boosting private investment as far as business or the economy is concerned. It's still been kind of underwhelming. What's holding the private investment?
One thing, for me, ease of doing business is important, but the underlying thing is the trust. There is honestly a trust deficit. Industry, when they are told you file 100 forms, you give this declaration, you give this bank guarantee, you give this attestation, then we feel, oh my God, what is happening? And from the government side also there is a trust deficit, industry side also there is a trust deficit. So I think that has to grow. We have to partner in Viksit Bharat. If we have to develop India, it is the industry and the government, we have to do it together. And if this comes about, let the government also say, okay, fine, have self-declarations, go ahead, we'll have one license. And I think slowly it is happening. For example, you see the labor codes. And I think that is the step in the right direction. Labor code has something what I'm trying to say. Second thing in my mind is tax certainty. I don't think any businessman, he wants his entrepreneurial skills to be used for his product, not for sitting with a lawyer and discussing cases 20 years old. And many times these cases are 20 years old. So like, the cases go on. So certainty, ease of paying tax, ease of litigation, amnesty schemes, tax resolutions, make a taxpayer's life easy and let him concentrate on his business. If this happens, I think it will bring in more investment not only from Indians, but even foreign players. That foreign investors actually are very wary about the Indian system, if you ask me anyway. And I think I want to take out that first.
No, we were discussing exactly that in our studios as well, the FIIs and the FDIs, etc. Final quick question, your biggest expectation from today's budget announcement and speech?
My biggest expectation from today's budget is that the government's agenda is reform, perform, transform. And I think we are going to see the reform agenda in full flow. Because the GST rationalization has shown that if you reform, you get more growth. Honestly, that's what the GST has shown. So I think I expect that to be now done much more, what I call in a bigger way.
Well, certainly that's what the expectation is. Reforms reloaded is what we're calling it as well. Piyush Gambata, thanks a lot for joining us and giving us your brief sentiment ahead of that budget speech. Zaka, back to you in the studio.
All right, thank you very much, Shivani, and to Mr. Kambata. We're just showing this in our ticker as well. So metals have been falling in a big way. In fact, the multi-commodity exchange, gold and silver, is seeing its biggest single-day fall in 6 years. Gold ETFs have crashed up to 16%. So the precious metal gold has now gone down to 9,000 rupees for 10 grams, and silver has fallen down to 17,000 rupees per kilogram. Why is that, Professor? Is this just correction, or is it?
One, it is a correction. And two, I think the commodities people are sort of now factoring in the post-Trump tantrum era now.
Okay.
So the Trump tantrums are over, and therefore there will be a greater stability, greater certainty, going forward, whether it's in exchange rates or in the world trade and thing.
So falling commodities is also good in the sense that the people are predicting, stability and less volatility, more stability when it comes to
rise when there is abundant uncertainty in the global market, and and this is seen as the safe hedge.
Yeah.
Now that's changing.
Okay.
And that's changing, I think, because the Venezuelan situation is coming. All right.
Yeah.
And the Greenland thing is now sort of
subsided
gone off the burner. So therefore, and there is a correction. 17% increase in January on gold prices has been enormous. So there is no harm there. Yeah.
So Nirmala, the point being that for a country like India, this is good news, because obviously the question also rises, where is this money then going? Is it going to come back to emerging markets? Is it going to go back to the developed markets? Will it go from commodities back to equity? Where will it go, some of this money, if people are taking profits out, as Mr. Rajiv Kumar was saying?
I think two things here. I think the correction was long overdue. If you look at it, it was actually quite high. So money, will it go back? I think lots of profit booking has happened, which means that I don't think it will go anywhere. It may go into consumption also for a little while. I think that's a big thing, because you've seen the large profits that silver and gold have generated. Plus, I think there is also some kind of conversation that's been happening on hopefully reduction in your import duty on gold, though I don't see that happening, but maybe all of that is...
No, but where I was getting at was, do you see some of that money go back into the equities? I mean, the returns on the Sensex in the last year have been in single digits, I believe. Or maybe even in negative territory, if you ask. We'll also go across to Mr. Arvind Srivatsan on that. But just a quick word on.
No, I think you will see value slowly coming back in. I mean, budget day today, it's also been what the global cues have been, which is what we were discussing. The global cues haven't been very, very favorable. Yeah. And I think over the next month or so, you will see a little more stability, money slowly moving back.
Mr. Srivatsan, why are these commodity prices falling, particularly gold and silver? Profit booking, correction, and two, more importantly, what does it mean for an emerging market like India, as we see pictures of the Home Minister, Mr. Amit Shah, arriving in Parliament? Yes, Mr. Srivatsan.
Yeah, so I think it's a bit of everything that you mentioned. Clearly, profit booking has been happening over a week or so. People are taking money off the table, and I guess some portion of that can come to the market. Again, it depends on what we hear today. Certainly, I think it'll be nice if this gets back into the domestic economy. So I think correction was overdue, and it was overheated. So I think it's fair that we are where we are. So it was always expected.
Well, what about on there have been net outflows of both FDI and FII in the last few months. What needs to be done to correct that, or do you reckon that's just simply because of this AI boom that's being talked about in the US, and a lot of money has been going after AI? Now things are stable. You see some of that money coming back into emerging markets like India?
Yeah, so I think FPIs, they really don't have a law. I mean, they have a short-term sentiment. So if you really see 25, they took money out of India, invested in Taiwan and Korea and South Korea, and they got double-digit returns. So I think that was the sentiment. I think what's required to really get portfolio investors and even FDI back into India, I think the ease of doing business. If you really ask me, we've dropped the tax rates. We've created a faceless administration system. We'll hopefully see reforms on customs. I think ease of doing business, if you can acknowledge and really work on it, reduce the multiple interfaces, compliances, and if you can have some committee that really accelerates ease of doing business, I think it will certainly help get patient capital. If you just also go back a little, the government actually amended the insurance laws to permit 100% FDI insurance. Under an unified license, you could do general and life. But you know, the fact is, despite this, capital is yet to get into India. So I guess one is the rupee factor, but I think more is they would like to wait and see, you know, and hear from the budget and pause and see how the geopolitics reset. But I think that's where we are, if you really ask me.
Professor Rajiv Kumar, I mean, we've been talking about ease of doing business certainly in the last 10 years since Prime Minister Modi came to power. If after 10 years Mr. Srivatsan saying that's an issue that needs to be addressed, then what is the
That's the issue which needs to be addressed.
Okay.
And if you want to give an answer to why private investors are shying away still, it is this, which is that on the ground there are lots and lots of, you know, pricking points, and lots of, you know, sort of stumbling blocks, etc. for this.
like what? I mean, labor codes have now been
labor codes have been
simplified,
but not notified, so we don't know what's going to happen.
They've been
The GST
to be operational.
notified, but the rules have
they're not
in
operation yet.
not
Okay.
operational. I give you one
GST
example.
has been rationalized.
No, GST has not been rationalized. In fact, for a large number of commodities, the GST on intermediates is higher than the GST on the final products. As a result of which, GST credit is collected, and the refund is done only once in three months.
Okay.
And therefore, there's a cash flow block. Now, the GST on capital goods and capital machinery is now not going to be credited, but they are saying that you add it to your cost and depreciate.
But the whole point of this reform, this indirect tax reform, was to reduce compliance. One of the aims was also
just this figure, the GST rose by 6% in January. You know, it shows that the tax buoyancy is less than 1, because the GDP is rising by more than 6%, and that's not a favorable thing to happen. So GST rationalization, GST simplification is really required, and then the whole refund mechanism that is it. So that's one part of it. The second part of it is, you know, the sort of work being done by the agencies, the so-called agencies, you know, and there is almost free for all for them at the ground level, you know, and there is no rule, as you know, there is no curbing anything of this kind, and therefore there is really uncertainty about what a person can expect, you know, when they do A, B or C, and that's this budget, if it can clarify that if you are going to do this, this is what you will achieve, and nothing else. So the arbitrariness has to be reduced.
Can that, I mean, the compliance costs, whether it is GST, further rationalization of the process, not so much the rates, but the process, can that be addressed? I mean, the GST is out of the ambit of the budget, but when someone like Mr. Srivatsan says address ease of doing business, why has that still not been addressed?
It's been addressed, and the Jan Vishwas Bill 2.0 has come in, but it has yet to be passed. There are a couple of things here. There's the compliance burden, which has to be reduced further. There's the deregulation aspect, and there's the decriminalization aspect. And in this budget, we can look forward to the customs being made more rational, streamlined, the inverted duty structure being, you know, addressed. Similarly, in the GST and the Direct Tax Acts, if we can see reduction in the compliance burden and a mandate for the national single window system for all ministries and all states, I think that could address a number of things.
It's a good time to welcome Rahul Shivshankar into the conversation. Markets are flat, commodities are falling. What are your expectations from Budget 2026?
Well, first of all, thanks, Zach. We're doing a relay race here today. So Zach will be back very, very shortly, viewers. We're also, of course, building up in the next 1 hour to the FM's much-awaited speech. It's going to be another one of those records that she has set as one of the longest-standing FMs in India's history. But welcome to Budget Day Studio, presented by DBS, viewers, as we take you through the big day.
N18 and DBS Bank Budget Day Studio.
Great Sunday morning, viewers, and a buoyant start. Record GST collections coming in. That's going to give Nirmala Sitharaman some additional elbow room, really, to flex a little bit, to spend a little bit, and perhaps also, of course, at some level or the other, viewers, to ensure that India's growth story remains extremely robust. That's the fundamental issue here. We have underlying problems. I'm not going to gloss over them. There is optimism. There's reason to be optimistic, but we can't gloss over some of the problems. We look at them. We've got the best panelists in the business, the best analysts here. You don't need to go anywhere else to get even Insta analysis for the budget. As the FM speaks, our experts will be giving you their take on what you can make of this budget. But let's get some details into this conversation, because what we're really looking at, and we're being told, viewers, there are going to be massive policy decisions, and they're going to be packed into the part B of the budget. And let's shoot some of those graphics out here that set the context for this conversation. Remember, viewers, GST collections up, gold and silver taking a bit of a beating, as you know, and that's happening for a variety of reasons, and we're going to get into those reasons. One of them, of course, overheating. Silver is also used in industry in a big way. So is it possible that certain analysts believe that global business is not going to be robust as we go ahead? Are those the cues? Remember, it's an industrial metal. Also, of course, there you can see these are some big numbers. Exports really not looking so great, and that's really the big problem. This is the impact of the tariff. This is the impact of the tariff, and this is really where the problem begins. We need to ensure that we can pull up. I'm going to go behind this big screen here. There it is. We're going to go behind right there. There we are, and we're going to go straight there into that hot seat, so to speak. But fundamentally, we have a lot to talk about. Good morning. I want to begin with you first, ma'am. Fundamentally, we have an issue where we need to project to the world that India is the place to come and invest. Investment is not coming in. The numbers, as I've shown you, are looking good. The GDP numbers are up there. They look good. What's the mismatch? What's happening, and what does Nirmala Sitharaman need to do to attract business into India?
Right. The foreign portfolio investment is volatile, and the foreign direct investment, we've had about $81 billion in the last year. So that's quite sizable, but it's offset by the capital outflows. Now, my favorite topic for this budget is the FDI, attracting FDI into India, more FDI into India. And for that, there'll be a lot of expectation that the Honorable Finance Minister will look at strengthening the manufacturing ecosystem, whether that is by way of institutional reforms or structural reforms, more allocations to the industrial parks, the amenities, utilities for plug and play, water supply, quality electricity, and so on and so forth. And also, how do we attract the MNCs? How do we target them and enable them to bring their supply chains into India? So I think there's a lot of focus there which would help us, and look forward to a big announcement on customs today, rationalization of the customs duties, also simplification of the GST systems, more digitization in the economy for ease of doing business, single window clearances, deemed approvals, and so on and so forth.
Well, this is one aspect, deregulation, Mr. Rajiv Kumar. Deregulation, can't stress that. Why is it taking so much time? This is a conversation that has been going on for years altogether.
Rahul, it's taking so much time because it's not just the central government's job. A lot of it, maybe the majority of it today, is in the state government, and the responsibility of the state governments. And these state governments behave the way they would. Which is why I had suggested at one point that this is now the time maybe to revive the Interstate Council and bring all the states together, or create a council on deregulation and list all of these numbers, list all of these provisions, and say, so what is the timeline in which we will remove them? So that's one. So the second thing is that with all due respect to Subhash, the bureaucracy doesn't want to get diverse itself of the controls that it has over the investor or the business. So and not at the higher level, at the lower levels, which is where they come, which is where they create issues for rent seeking, and that's because it's in the interest of this lower bureaucracy to have this regulation as much as they can. So I think those are the two reasons for which, deregulation is not taken off as yet.
Okay.
If I could very quickly add, the labor codes
The
actually...
bureaucrat in her is taking offense.
Very open to listening. See, the labor codes, I think, show a path ahead, and when we see them operationalized, we'll see compounding of offences, and a lot of decriminalization has taken place. Compliance has been made simpler. So that takes care of a lot of things, but yes, we need more speed.
So what are we expecting?
For example, the standard operating codes, whatever, BIS thing, so when you import some intermediate goods, the inspector has to go to the factory from where you are importing and clarify that and certify that you can import it from there. And then it takes a year after her certification for them just to be notified. Now, how do you get the investment, working on that, on those lines?
Let me just very quickly, viewers, give you what we think are going to be some expectations. And I want to bring in Suhail Seth also. Let's put them out. Come on, let's fire them. Let's not waste time. Let's bring in Nalin onto the panel also. Nalin, please join us and grace us with the big breaking news that you're picking up from your money control system. I know that there's a lot happening and you need to share that with us. On your screens, viewers, deepening foreign direct investment, the impact of that. But here we have some important, the budget wish list, incentives for innovation, R&D, very, very important. R&D remains a very, very critically low, underperforming or underfunded sector of our economy. And when you want to make in India, when you have to compete, when you're signing all these big trade deals, you need to have manufacturing up there, you need to be cutting edge, you need to have enough in the bank to innovate so that you are competitive globally. Support for AI-led incentives. Also, of course, duty cuts on EVs and related components. Will this happen? Will this not happen? We're going to have this big conversation. What's in it for us? You and I, the Aam Aadmi viewers, we're expecting a few things. We're expecting higher disposable income boost, consumption savings, perhaps for married couples. Will that actually happen? Big talk around this, which will really, really help a large number of households. Let me tell you, scrap or cut securities transaction tax. That's the big one. That's the big budget wish list from a tax point of view. Reverse STT hike on futures and options. Let's bring up that also. Arindam, let's bring up that other graphics. The big one, the tax break angle, the expectations on that front. Let's pull out those graphics and put them out. Rationalize LTCG on equities. Something else that is required. Nalin, what's the big breaking news that you're picking up right now?
So Rahul, the markets are in the green this morning. The Sensex is up by 0.1%, the Nifty 50 by 0.04%. The markets opened on a weak Q, largely because the global sentiment has been weak. The metals have been collapsing. Gold and silver are significantly down, largely because with the changes in the Fed, there is an expectation that about interest rates with the dollar. About a lot of people are buying metals to hedge against the dollar, right? Yeah. So if the Fed changes its positioning, so that's why the metals have been going down. So at the moment, what we're hearing from markets people who are on a money control broadcast and various analysts in the markets, the expectation from the markets is not too high from the budget, which actually is a good thing. Because if you go into a budget with virtually no expectations, then unless there's some catastrophe, anything it is likely to be positive, right? So that's why I think. But at the moment, the market expectation is not very high.
Market expectation not very high. Why is that?
Largely because of the global environment. FIIs have been. This is now we are also the leader to this budget, right? This is the weakest January in many years on the markets. FIIs have been leaving the markets for a while, and because on Friday the global markets closed on a low. If you look at the Dow Jones and the New York Stock Exchange, they were down. So that's why India and also the weak currencies. So all of that is affecting not just the budget in isolation, right? So.
Okay, Santosh Mehrotra, how do we get the sentiment going? You've got some ideas, you've got some thoughts. Do you think the FM is going to walk you halfway there? Reforms is what the market is looking for. Are we going to go deeper in? What else do we need to do?
Well, budgets are rarely about reforms, as you know. You know, I think we seem in our country to be very fixated on budgets nowhere else in the world is the budget such an important, seen to be such an important document.
Yeah.
Budgets are inevitably about taxation, in expenditure, and the borrowing that the government is going to undertake. So that's where we should be focused on. So what I'm hopefully looking for on the, we've had already a lot of action on the, forgive me, on the taxation side, both corporate as well as GST as well as personal income tax. So what we are looking for now is, as I think you were suggesting, private investment to rise, and for that to happen, the government will need to put in a much greater focus on its expenditure for packages for labor-intensive manufacturing, and labor-intensive manufacturing is largely carried out by the MSMEs, and they are the ones who will create the jobs. If the process of job creation through the MSMEs is put in place, Rahul, we will begin to see an increase in aggregate demand over a period of time, as a result of which down the road we will see greater private corporate investment.
So you're looking at that very closely in the budget. Nalin, you were raising your hand.
I was saying that expect a huge focus on AI in the budget. With the AI Impact Summit is just a few weeks away. We are expecting announcements around investments in AI and deep tech. There was already a hint of this when the government was preparing the India AI Mission 2.0.
I think there is a fear globally also that AI is overhyped. Is that a fact?
No, absolutely. I mean, there are. In fact, that's been the big speculation around the US stock market as well, right? There's a lot of over-indexing on the AI stocks. I think what we are expecting is a move away from this on sector-specific AI models, and the idea that you focus on applications as opposed to LLMs. I think that's what that's what I think the drift of the conversation at the moment is.
Okay, give India a tax break. Do we expect tax breaks, Mr. Garg, from this particular budget? Are we expecting any tax breaks? Do you think this is really going to happen? We're going to have a few graphics pointers here. We're also going to put out types of our GDP and the earliest types that we've been putting out, so that we have a good interplay. We can refer to certain numbers. The Sensex picking up there. So there's buoyancy. Generally, even some amount of expectation, the sentiment is positive, and that Nirmala Sitharaman will be gladdened by. Sunday, of course, for the first time in history, we're presenting a budget on a Sunday. Yes.
There are expectations, or people look for in the budget on the direct tax side, both on income tax as the corporate tax, and also on the indirect tax side, since GST is not part of the budget, it's on customs and excise. So let me, on the direct taxes side, I think both the corporate taxes as well as the individual income tax have been taken care, have been given good concessions, the rates have been rationalized, liberalized in the past budgets. So I wouldn't expect anything more in the sense of giving concessions, but there is one major agenda left there, and that agenda is that there are two regimes still. The old regime is very low, it has not been changed for 11 years. There has been very low exemption and very high rate of taxation on that. But there are exemptions there. The new regime is very balanced, very fairly taxed, in fact over concessional to some extent. I think it's time now to merge both of them, have only the new tax regime, and build some of the good incentives into this and abolish the old tax regime. I think that is one thing which should be. We can also look at a customs package, because we have very high incidence of duties, and that is required to be rationalized. We are doing it in many FTAs now. So let us make it a major package on the
so there's a straight suggestion coming in for the finance minister, and we're getting into that business end now, viewers. You're seeing pictures coming on your screens from that cabinet meeting. That's where the budget contours will be discussed and shared amongst ministers, and of course there you can see the finance minister talking to Draupadi Murmu, who is India's president, and giving her a brief really of the broad contours of the budget. So obviously that, we would love to be a fly on the wall there. But I'm just telling PCR and the director Saab to fire some of the Skype graphics that we have, that we might have even put out earlier, so that we can give you an overview of the macro picture of the economy. So let's do that. I also want to welcome Suhail Seth. Suhail Seth, if you're there with us, your big expectations from this particular budget. What do you expect the finance minister to be doing? There's a bit of elbow room. We are doing well macroeconomically. Some problems at the micro level, but what's your big one?
Prime Minister Modi took over. The first thing he said, the business of government is not to be in business. If the finance minister stays off business, it will help India.
Right.
Number one. Number two, Rajiv Kumar, who was also a quasi-bureaucrat in running Niti Aayog, I love his confidence in taking on Mr. Garg and blaming the bureaucracy. The point here, Rahul, is we have created a bureaucracy which has a problem for every solution. We need to get rid of that. Having said that, I think the bureaucracy has also steered India with great confidence and with, a lot of value. I have four things to say. Number one, the job situation is dire. You may not believe it, it is dire. Start talking to people, start traveling around the country, and you will see how dire the job situation is. Santosh is absolutely right. If you do not encourage MSME, you are killing the entire job potential of India. Number two, AI, whether you like it or not, is here to stay. But it's just like what happened with Y2K. We all went nuts saying, oh, Y2K, end of the world. It's not going to happen. Number three, the ease of business is miserable. Miserable. They will never tell you that because we are a great country for rah-rah, everything's good. Ease of business is very problematic. Number four, if you're rich and you can steal, you will get a bank loan. If you're poor or not as rich and you want to start a business, you don't get one. I think our banking regulations or the way we provide funding for mid-cap or lower-cap businesses is critical. Look, Rahul, the problem is as simple. GDP, we've got 6.7, 7%, blah, blah, blah. You have to look at two things. One is, how long will Rajiv Kumar and, the two ladies and Santosh and Mr. Garg, how long will we subsidize India and Indians? This whole freebie nonsense has to stop because that money is not Mr. Modi's or Mrs. Sitharaman's. It's your and my money as taxpayers, which is going to, it's creating an army of lazy Indians who don't want to do anything because they're getting all these sops. Number two, we have to incentivize industry. I will tell you this because I advise some of the biggest companies here. A lot of companies feel that their investments outside India may well be profitable. Look, Trump is a hiccup. He hopefully will vanish after he finishes his term, if not before. But the point is that we can't always be dependent on, oh, the tariffs have increased, what do we do? Look at what Modi did during COVID. We were able to manage our economy on our own. There was a certain self-resilience.
Okay.
And I need to build that.
Let me open that. Let me get those thoughts in. Stay with me. I just also want to bring in Anuj, who is my colleague from CNBC, managing editor, Anuj Singhal, CNBC Awaz. Anuj, I just want to talk a little bit about the gold and silver crash that has taken place this morning. What do you put this down to?
Rahul, good morning. Look, that simply can be put down to unwinding of positions. Silver prices had gone one way from $40 to about $120. The ETFs had taken unnecessarily large leverages both in US and in India, and at some point something had to give. The trigger was the US President Donald Trump announcing Kevin Walsh as his nominee for Fed chairman. And Kevin Walsh's policies are against asset price inflation, and that was the reason that you saw this kind of collapse. But when you pump something beyond a point, when some asset class is in a kind of a parabolic move, all it needs is, it's like it's a bubble which is waiting to be pricked. and you just needed a trigger, and that trigger came.
So are you saying it's only? Are you saying it's only a course correction? Because some people are saying the US dollar has strengthened sharply, while US bond yields remain elevated on expectations that perhaps interest rates will now hold and stay higher for longer.
You know, Rahul, this might be above my pay scale, because, you know, anyone who can answer this question correctly over the next 1 year is going to be multi-millionaire. Whether this currency, whether this is actually a top in gold and silver, or this is just a fall in a parabolic market, like you saw in the case of Bitcoin. You know, you never know. An asset class which goes up 10 times, in between will have 30-40% corrections. Now, if this is one of those big parabolic moves in gold and silver, which is going to take gold and silver much higher, and keep in mind, this is actually right now a big global battle between US and China, and China is not going to let it go easily. So this is about de-dollarization over the next 3 years. Donald Trump is going to be in office for next 3 years. There's going to be a bit of a China versus US playing out. Who wins? You know, I think that's going to be a multi-billion, multi-trillion dollar question. But right now,
I'm going to ask you a simple one.
It would be too early to call it the.
Yeah. I'm going to ask you deceptively.
I'll not stick my neck out.
Oh, there you go. I'm going to ask you a deceptively simple question.
I'll not stick my neck out.
Let me just put it this way. Is it the right time to buy? Is it the right time to buy? Buy gold. Buy gold.
Look, you're asking
buy gold, silver.
A gold bull. You know, I've always been a gold bull. I have been buying gold for last 4 or 5 years, and I continue to believe that gold is something that you must have in portfolio. Silver is a different beast altogether. You know, right now there's a bit of a meme going on in the market that कल तक silver EV में भी लग रही थी, commodity में भी लग रही थी, आज सिर्फ वो काजू कतली में लग रही है. So silver is slightly different because the kind of run that it has had. But I think if you ask me, gold I'm still buying.
Okay, gold he's still buying. He's a gold digger. Okay, great. We're all going to dig for gold, and we are hoping that we'll all go and find our El Dorados. That's an important tip. Thank you, Anuj. Thank you very much for giving us your insight. Yes, Nalin, you have a big news coming in.
Updates on, we're talking about El Dorados and gold. The metal index has plunged 5%. Gold and silver prices have crashed this morning. Hind Copper, Nalco and Hind Zinc shares have fallen by 19%. The Nifty Metal Index is down 5% in the early trading hours this morning. Fundamentally, I think what we are seeing is that also crude oil we're rising to $70. So the idea, the fear is it will strain us a lot in terms of imports and gold. Overall, gold is down by 8% and silver down by 30%, which is the biggest intraday drop since 2008.
Wow. That's big. That's big. Let me also go across to Aditi Nair, who joins us, and Somdata Singh, founder and CEO of Assiduous. Aditi, can you hear me? There you are. Thank you very much for joining us this morning. What are your comments? We're getting divergent numbers this morning. Numbers to be optimistic about, numbers to be optimistic about in the long term. The ones that we have to be optimistic about are rising GST collections, another record being set, and the optimistic numbers, well, are the softening gold and silver prices. Should we go in, should we not? All that, of course, that's the macro picture. But I just want to ask you, we're all talking in a global scenario where things are very unpredictable. Day, hours, things can change. How should the FM now approach this budget in this changing, broken world, so to speak?
Thank you, and I think that's a really important question. We just keep talking about uncertainty and volatility day in and day out, and that's really the situation that we're in globally. There is more and more uncertainty that keeps coming our way. And I think in this situation, the budget and all of economic policy really needs to hunker down and sort of focus on the domestic resilience that is already there and build on strengthening that. Now, going back to the budget nuts and bolts, I think, everything that we've been talking about, the reform push on one side and then coming back to the basics, revenues and expenditures on the other side. As an economist, I lean towards, the budget really being a statement of revenues and expenses. And the bottom line, that is really what I'm looking for as an economist. What are we working backwards from? We have a debt to GDP ratio that we are targeting over the next 4 or 5 years. Moving back from that, what is the debt to GDP ratio that the budget is going to pencil in today? What is the fiscal deficit to GDP ratio that is consistent with that? And then in the current environment, what are the kind of revenues that we can target with the kind of expectations there are on some rationalization, some simplification, etc. And what do we really have left for expenditure? How are we going to prioritize that? So that's what I'm really looking for from the budget. If we get some reform announcements today, great. If we get them not today but over the course of the year, I'll still be happy.
Can there be an if and but? That's the fundamental question. Can there be an if and but on reforms? I mean, is this a fait accompli? Let me just bring in Suhail Seth on that before I open this up. We also have Ms. Somdata with us. Yes, Suhail Seth.
No, as Aditi said, if you go back into history, you will see that many budgets were followed by rollbacks. Those rollbacks were either politically instigated or someone had, expressed their infinite stupidity in the preparation of the budget documents. I believe, and I will continue to reiterate, that Rahul, we are facing a massive job crisis in India. We need to wake up and smell the coffee. This constant subsidies, people giving money to buy votes across states, across political parties, that needs to stop. Because when you're funding from the taxpayers' money, then all the things that you spoke about in your opening remarks are not happening. Look at our healthcare track record, miserable. Look at our tourism track record, miserable. Thailand gets more tourists in half a year than we get in 1 year. Why? To this day, tourism is not recognized as an industry, which means it cannot apply for certain loans from banks. Real estate, absolute mess. I mean, you might have fancy apartments and, a few players playing, but look at urban middle income housing. Look at urban infrastructure. You tell me, and I've railed against this, why would people want to invest in India when urban infrastructure sucks in the manner that it does? Look at Gurugram. So, I'm not being a negative person. I'm saying it's time to smell the coffee. The budget excites three classes of people. 17 industrialists from various chambers of commerce who praise the budget on the face of the finance minister. As soon as he or she turns her back, they start abusing the budget. So and I'll tell you the phrases that will be used: transformational, visionary, globally accessible. All these words will come out from all the chambers of commerce. Second, the budget to an average Indian, as Santosh rightly said, is seen more as tax kitna bachega. They are not interested in desh ki tarakki kaise hogi. And the third, my appeal to the Prime Minister and the Finance Minister would be that please focus on ease of business. We need to make India a great manufacturing hub. We cannot be just the factory of the world.
Well, as if on cue.
And I will end by saying that we keep talking about our software prowess and what a great country we are in terms of brilliance of minds. Why are we not producing a Facebook or a Google out of India or NVIDIA? The reason is ease of business and a fertile environment.
Well, as if on cue, we have the Prime Minister's pictures coming through. So he'll say it addressing himself to the Prime Minister there, the Prime Minister coming through there on those pictures. He's entered Parliament. Let's just open this up because, plain speaking is required. No one is being negative here. We're just speaking the bare...
Smelling the coffee.
Yeah.
For example, you got to bring down the cost of capital.
For
that, you have to reduce your fiscal deficit and your borrowing. For that, what you need to do is disinvestment and asset monetization. I hope this budget has that. Second,
not the subsidy burden. I mean, look at the amount of...
Forget the subsidy because that's politically very difficult to touch.
No, but why? Why shouldn't there be... Look, the government said... the government said that this is going to be reforms...
Subsidy will you cut? Fertilizer subsidy you can't touch. Food subsidy you can't touch because it will be political. You're distributing food to 80 crore people. You can't touch that either. So improve your revenues. And improving your revenues, there is a lot of scope for disinvestment and asset monetization. Second, the banking sector's credit flow to industry has been actually declining. So you got to set that right. It's the personal loans, which are higher, which are rising and so on, but the credit flow to industry has been very weak. So do something about that, and maybe what you need to do, and I suggested that long ago, is that you start moving on banking sector reforms.
But I was speaking to Piyush Goyal yesterday, And he was saying that, look, now we've opened markets to Indian business. We've opened major markets. We've opened the whole continent of Europe. That's huge. That's 1 billion potential consumers that enjoy greater prosperity than perhaps anywhere else on earth. And industry needs to walk.
But
it needs to, yes.
What you need from the industry is to have the supply side facilitation for industry to take care of it. And that's the third point that I was going to make, which I made earlier. You choose 3, 4, 5 industries which are labor intensive, textiles, garments, leather, tourism, and you focus all your attention on that, and I hope the budget will do that. And finally, the real estate sector has something like 200 backward linkages and huge employment potential. Why have a 12.5% long-term capital gains tax on that? Maybe you can remove that and therefore encourage the real estate industry in a big way. So those are the sort of specific things that you want the budget to have.
What about look, I mean, obviously you would want to see that in the budget. I'm surprised that it hasn't struck us, even when we know that the emergence of Trump will mean that there will be headwinds, Mr. Mehrotra. Why are we not coming to the party? To use and paraphrase Sohail Seth's slogan, smelling the coffee. What's going on?
Rahul, so let me pick up on
I'm not even talking about the politically tough decisions. We're talking about the basics here. We're talking about what Mr. Rajiv Kumar is saying.
No, and I will pick up on what Rajiv was also saying, but let me first pick up on what Sohail was saying.
Yeah.
So, it's very important that he did mention middle income housing.
Yeah.
What he didn't mention, unfortunately, was low income housing. This country needs massive investment in low income housing, both from public investment, but also the private sector. Now, public investment can happen partly on government land.
Well, I'm just going to tell the director to open the studio so that we can be seen speaking to each other. Yes, Mr. Mehrotra. Yeah.
Right. Public investment can happen on government-owned land. Government has a fair bit of land that it is holding. Unfortunately, it is not being utilized. Secondly, low-income housing is absolute necessity if we want our cities to look a little bit more reasonable, and if we want urbanization to happen and workers to come back in. Workers went away.
Well, let's take a long shot on this. Let's take a long shot. Director Saab, let's take a long shot. Please wake up and smell the coffee. Yes, go ahead. Sir, yeah.
So I'm
Great,
saying,
brilliant. Yeah.
So I'm saying, can in the budget we think about some subsidy on interest rates for low income housing. So that's building up. So because otherwise we can't have a situation where simply luxury housing continues to grow.
But I'm looking at what the opposition is saying. The opposition is saying we have no expectations from this budget. Is that a rational, reasonable statement? Are we going to go through just the motions today? Because we've done so well?
No, I think there's a very defining moment because this year is very important. And this year is going to build on the future years which are to come. And this is when we, give allocations to the reforms which have happened in financial year 2025. We look at some interventions to keep the growth drivers of the economy revved up and also unleash some new growth drivers. For example, we were just talking about domestic demand. The economic survey says that's a great, bright spot in the Indian economy. I do hope and look forward to some stimulus in the economy at this point in time.
Stimulus.
Which would, yes.
Somdata Singh, what sort of stimulus should we expect?
See, I heard what Sohail had to say and all the marquee panelists. There are a few things which is very, very important for here to highlight. One, we have already seen the unpredictability of the global ecosystem like the Trump can take a big beating on India, right? We can talk a lot about our internal competencies, our internal protocols, our internal production. But the truth is most of our production that we have in India often doesn't even meet the requirements of quality in the international standards. I run a company that is into cross-border distribution and supply chain. We're the third largest. And let me tell you something, sometimes not only is export into India or export outside of India or import into India is a nightmare, but most of our quality standards are not in place. That is purely because, one, we don't have a skilled economy. We are a 1.5 billion consumer. We can harp around it, but we don't have the skilled economy. We don't have the right regulations when it comes to customs or imports that allows us very qualitative method of importing and exporting products within the region.
Yeah.
Now with this 10-year long battle being fought, EU agreement being signed, we are the largest exporters to EU and then importers. I feel we'll become more an import hub than an export hub, to be very honest with you.
Okay.
Again,
well, big news coming in.
Infrastructure, there are huge infrastructure challenges.
Yes.
Look at it. Like
Yes.
I have a big team sitting out of Bangalore. I'm joining from Dubai. And let me tell you something. Dubai is growing, Dubai's e-commerce, and because we are largely in e-commerce, is growing at a faster rate than India. And there's a reason to it, the ease of business. The ease of business is the most paramount fundamental of any economic growth within a region. No matter how much you talk about the budget, which is more like an annual operating plan for a country, unless you have the basics, which is access to working capital, access to proper supply chain, subsidized warehousing and infrastructure management, skilled labor, and there is a minimum capacity optimization on quality and infrastructure, we can talk about budget year on year.
Okay.
You know, Rahul, but it is
I
not going to give us the...
completely agree with you. I think you're absolutely right, and I think Suhail, plain speaking from both of you, absolutely spot on. Let me also bring in Parikshat Luthra, colleague of mine from CNBC TV 18, straight across. He's going to be interviewing Piyush Goyal today, probably the first journalist who will get that interview, so it'll be interesting because we're looking really at very unpredictable times, Parikshat. We're looking at trade being politicized, weaponized. We're looking at pressures on the Indian economy where we didn't expect. We're looking at a political class that is completely right now going after the FM for mismanagement. You know what I'm talking about. What can she do really to transform this economy into one that is firewalled against all these changes? Sunil Agar also joins us. Yes.
You know, the theme of this budget, I'm quite sure, will be resilience. Resilience in very turbulent times. We're possibly going to see the finance minister increase capex and record capex for defense expenditure. It could be as high as 15 to 20%. We're going to see a major rejig of customs duties. Why is this important? Because you want to make exports more competitive. You're having trade deals with a number of nations, but at the same time, you want to make sure that the import of raw materials comes at the lowest possible cost to the Indian manufacturer and the exports go out at the lowest possible cost as well. We will see ease of living, ease of taxation, ease of compliance. All these messages will be very important. Somehow there will be a message to global investors that we want to create a very sustainable, durable environment for foreign portfolio investors and FDI investors as well. Now, talking about the turbulent times, we're seeing that India is embarking on a very strong diversification strategy, be it energy, be it trade as well. Donald Trump has tweeted to say India will be buying Venezuelan oil. We are getting to know from analysts that perhaps there's only one company which is buying Venezuelan oil right now. It's going to be difficult in terms of buying oil from Venezuela because it's very hard crude, it's difficult to refine, it's costly to refine as well, but Venezuela will be a part of our diversification strategy. So be it trade, be it energy, we will diversify, we will not put all our eggs in one basket, that is the United States, but at the same time, we have our eyes on the ball. I'm sure Piyush Goyal has his eyes on the ball when it comes to the United States, and they are working on trying to negotiate and conclude a trade deal with the US at the earliest.
Okay, so Parikshat, thank you very much for giving us that overview. Custom duties, ease of living, ease of compliance are his topics. We're going to be focusing laser-like, viewers, and we're going to have Insta analysis. As the FM starts speaking, our experts will give you their take on what she's saying. Now, let's just pull out some of these numbers because this export shock is what we're really worried about, because this is what really has been unfortunate aspect of these Trump tariffs. So there are certain sectors, the textile and apparel sector, orders have been deferred and cancelled, and you can see that on your screens. It's coming out through our studio floor, this particular graphic. Let's look at engineering goods, price uncompetitive. That's a problem. Sunil Alag, you probably, involved with the industry, auto components, margins wiped out. This is a problem. This is a problem, and I'm going to ask both of you to tell us how this can be addressed, and is the budget the place?
See, all I'm saying is 75% is budget for the year. Is 75%. And 25% is strategy, which is the vision of Mr. Modi.
See, that's the issue.
The vision is correct, but what the person is wanting to do is to increase employment. Internally, he has to increase employment. Otherwise, he will not be elected. So there is no question of anyone, which I was on the Hindi channel downstairs. But I was saying that, look, either in infrastructure, what China did was infrastructure spending. It did not decrease at all. So consumer spending internal, that has to be done. Now manufacturing has to be increased, but the Hindi channel said, but manufacturing, only the power sector, which is the power private companies are actually generating power and they are losing money. So where's the question of manufacturing coming in?
Yes.
The government might say manufacturing, ye, wo, but it's not going to happen.
I totally agree with him. See, because while you're going to be the fourth largest economy in the world, you have, say, 7% growth rates. That is not reflecting in jobs on the ground and increments in new earners coming into it. So any government, whether it's this government or any other government, has to solve this issue. We have to. Our manufacturing is somewhere around 16% of GDP, right? It should be much more, and we can't follow the China model as it was.
Nalin, increasing the share of manufacturing in the GDP does not assure you jobs any longer. So therefore, what you've got to do is something that I had mentioned earlier. I am repeating myself. Go after tourism, for God's sake. Go after leather exports. Go after garment exports. Bangladesh exports more than you. Why should you be able to do that? Engineering, auto components. Go for those. But so therefore, the thing is that you can't escape the fact that you've got to get the export demand going. And this government or any previous government has not been able to incentivize exports to the extent
let me ask some of the business.
We need a paradigmic shift on that, Rahul. Incremental change
paradigm shift is needed. So I'll say it.
I will say this, as I said in my opening remarks, your largest generators of employment are tourism and real estate. Luckily or unluckily, they don't require that level of skilling. Having said that, what the hell has happened to the NSDC, the National Skilling Development Corporation? The problem is we have more institutions than people actually delivering through them. Now take, for example, tourism. Cost of land is so high that a hotel company or hospitality company will never invest because the return on capital will be miserable. Now look at the ease of business there. To open a bar in a hotel will take you forever. Today, the Gift City in Ahmedabad is an outstanding example of an international financial center. It took them, with Mr. Modi's intervention, years to, get a liquor license. I'm only saying two things. One is, you need jobs and jobs and jobs, and you need more skilled Indians. I hate to say this, try getting hold of a skilled plumber. And here, some of our famous industrialists used to use words like jugaad. That is what has destroyed India's competence. Because jugaad is more a shortcut than actually skilled process-driven work. We are not focusing on that, Rahul. And until we focus on that, Sunil also said, you will have a budget, but you will have vision which is not being implemented upon. And that's what you need. You need the budget to be transformational. Today you can't get skilled people. I mean, I hate to say this, but I'm proud of that. The Northeast contributes almost 70% to front of house staff in most hotels.
True.
Because of language skills. Today, the language skills are abominable. So I'm saying all these things we need to work on here. We can't just keep saying, bhai budget aayega to pura duniya change ho jayegi.
Okay. Well, I'm just bringing you in, ma'am. I just also want to bring in the other entrepreneur, and news breaking also that the cabinet has approved the budget. This is almost an expected thing. It's part of the process. Ms. Somdata Singh, yes.
So, as an entrepreneur, there's one of the things that I want to highlight here, because we were talking about skilled people, skilled laborers, where is skilling happening? There's a national skill organization, where is the output? And especially with India having 40% of our population under the age group of 35. It's all the brain drain. You may still think that, it's not happening. There's a lot of reverse brain drain happening from outside. Most of the Indian population, and we hire people in GCC, most of the Indian population is moving to GCC. One, because of tax, there's no income tax, right? So you get to save all the money. There's a minimum wage that the government mandates all the organizations that have to pay because of the quality of the labor that you're importing from a different nation into the GCC region. So where do you find talent? Most of the talent today is so subsidized, is so migrating towards other countries that you can't find talent within the home geography. The second thing that we were all talking about is that the subsidies or the access to working capital. How do you increase manufacturing, Rahul, when you have to sit in a bank and do paperwork for months together just to validate whether your business is worth funding? And in other cases, without even having stock in inward stock ratio or a manufacturing setup, there are businesses that are getting funded. Also, the competency when it comes to Indian production. We say we are innovators. We are innovators outside of our country. We are innovating for Google and Microsoft. Yeah. But can I tell you something? Even in food and beverages, we are copycats. We copy what has worked in United States, try to bring it into India, try to subsidize the quality, and then try exporting the same product out. And the reason I'm able to draw these statistics to you is because we are one of the largest exporters of food and beverages outside of India for some of the largest Indian names. They don't pass the quality test.
Well,
so
okay.
At the end of the day,
these are very important suggestions coming from stakeholders, viewers. These are not people who don't know what they're talking about and are just being negative for the sake of being negative. This is not that. This is a constructive conversation. I just want to quickly bring in Sumita Daura. You had a point to make.
Yes, we were talking about exports.
Yeah.
You see, quality of exports, testing labs for exports is something we can expect in the budget. Similarly, the customs we've already spoken about, the rationalization, the inward duty structures, we can expect some reform there. We can also expect the QCOs. The already good work has been going on, and probably more focus on withdrawing the unnecessary QCOs which are hindering the quality upgrade in the economy, more outreach to the market, and also bringing in more investments. Again, I would say the FDIs to build the scale and the connectivity to the regional markets, the regional trade agreements. We should also look towards ASEAN, and probably we could consider the Trans-Pacific Partnership. We need to look at other regional.
They're being renegotiated, Mr. Garg, on this whole issue of trying to get investment to come in, demand to increase.
See, the budget has a very important role to play in attracting investments. I think this goes without saying. Through the FDI route, through the FPI routes, and even otherwise.
I'm asking you, is this make or break time?
There is never a make or break time. It's a continuum which is always going on. And the policy is also, you don't make for the 100% of the economy all the time. You make the policy for what is going to sort of add value in future. That's why, to my mind, if we look at the policy framework for attracting investment, we should be looking at the policy on the products of the future. The future products are in the renewable energy transition space, the solars, cells, modules, wind, hydrogen, and those kind of things. Can we get those technologies here? Can we guys get those investment here? And one of the things which is very important there is that most of these are sort of controlled by the Chinese companies. Can we allow the Chinese investment to come in the country? That is where the policy making should lead to if you want to get more investment in the country.
Okay, I'm going to go across because the big elephant in the room, of course, is the jobs outlook. And that's really something that I'm going to look at with some numbers. Always put the data first, and I'm going to take gentlemen in our studio as well as Sumita ji, get her to give us a little bit of an overview on this. This is the problem, viewers, as you can see. Employment, while absolute numbers might have grown, many people say that these are not jobs that are quality jobs. And that's really the issue here. It's not absolute numbers, but it is quality jobs. So while that number looks about 15% up, you have to look at this. Yes, sir. Yeah.
3 crore translates to 643 million, which is actually the size of our workforce. pretty much.
Yeah.
So I don't know where this number is coming from. If this is all coming out of the EPFO, then the whole workforce is therefore formalized.
Well, this is another question that people have sort of put. The youth unemployment numbers are, well, at 10.2%. Some people say they're actually higher. They're in the 18 or 17% category. So, look, I mean, numbers, and I'm sorry to say this, but there is always a debate around the numbers, the quality of the numbers, the quality of the data itself. Is that a problem to begin with first, sir? Huh? Is the quality of the numbers suspect? First of all, I want to ask you this question because this is what is constantly talked about.
The definition of employment in this country, and along with, according to which the PLFS survey is done,
that's right,
has to be changed very quickly. 1 week's employment for the whole month qualifies you to be said that you're employed. 1 month in a year qualifies you to be. If you're self-employed on family labor without pay, and that is where the women participation rates have gone up, you are employed. So I think all of those numbers, definition.
So the definition is the problem, perhaps not the data. No one's fiddling the data, it's just that the definition needs to be changed. Would you agree?
But I'd agree with everything, but South India is where when I was in Hyderabad, and it is not our government at all, but not BJP government. But when South India accounts for so much of GDP growth comes from South India and Northeast, as somebody else has said. But where do we pay attention? We pay attention only around Delhi when the budget, and budget has no meaning anymore.
Has no meaning?
Has no meaning because every 3 months Modi is going to change.
Would you say that, Sunita, has no meaning?
I would again say this budget is a chance to turbocharge India onto a higher growth trajectory.
Is it one of the last few chances? Or will we then settle in a very comfortable middle income trap and that's it?
It's a continuous exercise.
Is this a make or break moment? Are we in that place?
We are going to have continuity in whatever reforms we brought in for Vikasit Bharat and also for inclusive growth.
But Vikasit Bharat needs sustained 8%. If you have to hit those targets, you want to be the #1 economy, you want to be the world leader, 8%, we're not hitting 8%. Come on,
we
let's
need to grow faster, and there are certain sectors.
Okay, not hitting 8%, Mr. Garg, why?
See,
I'll bring in Suhail Seth. He's going to cut through all of this and going to give you absolutely the hard one.
So let us first deal with this employment and the worker question. I think there are two aspects of it. One is the quality of data, about 65 crores or something. That includes a lot of people who are employed for a very little while, and
so
also
those
who are not employed. But that's fine. 65 crore is the number which is actually put out as counted as workers. But the side which we generally miss is that what is the wages they are earning. Because that is where the demand comes, where the income of the workers. So workers work for wages, and that wage increase you would find is not taking place at all, and that is what the worry is. The chief economic advisor in last year's economic survey put out a number, again taking from the EPFO survey, that the real wages for the whole lot of self-employed and the casual workers is actually declining in nominal terms. So that is the cause of concern. Now about 8% kind of thing, 8% growth will come. You see, we know in composition of our economy.
But can this budget give you, can spur the growth engine, yes or no? Because someone here said budgets don't matter.
Not much. It can.
It
is
not
important,
much.
but it can make very important intervention. But it is not the decider of the growth.
Not the decider.
Rahul, there's an old aphorism that India only reforms when there's a real big crisis. We saw that in 1991. In the last year, we've dealt with a lot of crises induced by Trump after Sindoor. So you've seen a slew of reforms, a slew of movements, GST reform, reform in pension, a regulatory push has been happened with SEBI and RBI to clear a lot of things. You've seen a reform in our legislation on nuclear energy as well as on coastal, and that is an important one because if you look at logistics, the cost of logistics in India is higher than in most other countries. The point I want to make is this reform momentum has to continue, and we get happy we've removed 12 QCO orders. The problem is that those were put by ourselves only a couple of years ago. There are still 800 more to be removed. Okay, the measure is not where was compared 2 years ago. Measure is where we are compared to Dubai or Vietnam or Indonesia.
There are still 760 odd QCOs in place, which are But two things that the budget can do, which will take it to 8%, reduce the cost of capital for the private sector, especially for the medium and small enterprises, by reducing the burden of of your fiscal deficit. And two, ease of doing business. Really go
Ease
after
of doing business. Those
really
are
go after it. Go after it in a manner that
four words, Suhail, say it, 4 words.
Which
What do you want? What do you exactly, which you started with, what do you want? What do you want to hear the FM say today? Look, we can listen to another 1 hour long, another 1 hour long speech, but inside scoop of what the Prime Minister told the Cabinet. Let's hope that he has told the Cabinet that this particular budget is going to send us down a path of massive growth, because we are reforming. We're going to make sure that the ease of doing business in our country is going to improve by leaps and bounds. He says, keep in mind the 2047 goal. Is this budget going to meet those expectations? Is this budget going to reload reforms in a manner that haven't been done before? Is it going to be instrumental in getting rid of those bottlenecks that we keep talking about year after year, but only act upon when there's crisis? And why should that be the case, viewers? Why should that be the case? Why should we only wake up when we get a tight slap? Why can't we move quicker, faster, stronger, swifter, and do what is needed without crisis? Yes.
Mainly because.
Yeah, okay. I asked him. Yes.
The union budget is excitable for 3 classes.
You said.
One is for television channels, because they have a full day. TRPs go up, you get sponsorships, blah blah blah. Number 2, for chambers of commerce, because people who you had forgotten or you had assumed were dead will be brought back from the woodwork to hail the budget as transformational and visionary. Number 3, you will hear secretaries to the government of India waxing eloquent about jargon that you and I can never understand in our lifetime. So I'm not bothered about the union budget. It is just a statement of accounts where, depending on who the finance minister is, you will also get a minuscule crash course in civilizational history by quoting some poet who the whole world has forgotten. So forget the union budget. What is important are the issues that the entire panel has raised. My belief is that the finance minister and the prime minister have good intent. We need execution. The situation with India is operation successful, patient dead. So being happy with a budget is like getting married to a corpse. Only you will feel good because the corpse doesn't even know. So my point is, make the budget either a policy document or a statement of accounts. You can't have partial pregnancy. Sunil Alagh mentioned 75-25. No. The vision document has to be distinct. And as Rajiv mentioned in his earlier remarks, the states must also contribute. Today, trust me, everyone is on the subsidy bandwagon. You saw what these Johnnies did in Maharashtra, 10,000 rupees just before the election.
Yeah.
Was it Maharashtra?
Yes.
It was Maharashtra.
Yes.
Now every state is doing it, so we don't even know which state did it. Now, if this is what you're doing, I mean, what the hell is...
Yeah. Well, look, I mean, yes, you have a point there, but as someone was saying on the panel, I think it was Rajiv Kumar, these are politically loaded issues. Cannot mess about.
The budget is not being presented by Karan Johar.
Okay. So you're saying so you're saying it's a political statement at the end of the day. It's got nothing to do with anything. But this is the point, Rajiv Kumar. Are you sort of giving the government too long a rope? I think the time has come to bite the bullet. I mean, you can't say, and that's what we've heard from Piyush Goyal many times, telling industry, come on, walk with me, but then you don't incentivize industry. You don't have... Yes, go ahead.
Rahul, just the opposite of giving the government a long rope. I've been saying the government has to bite the bullet and get the ease of doing business.
No, that is fine. But what about subsidies, sir?
Two,
huge expense. It bloats our fiscal.
You have to focus on a few sectors and incentivize them, so that they can, they can grow at
that is
12,
true.
15%.
Look, those are narrow prescriptions, but there are larger issues, and we talk about it all the time.
Larger issues like
inflating subsidy bill, which puts so much pressure on the fiscal deficit. It's getting worse. The Prime Minister came up with Revdi, said that look, we shouldn't get into this competitive race, but then the BJP itself put out some Revdi. So how does this work?
It doesn't work.
So When are we going to bite that bullet? And why can't the budget take a position and say, look, from now on, we're increasing taxes here on these people who are out of the net and so forth. Why can't that happen? Okay, it's all coming together. In just a minute, Parliament is going to be convening and the Finance Minister will be speaking. So we are in the countdown minute now. Anand, we are in the countdown minute. He joins me. Anand, you've been speaking to a lot of our guests and our panel. What's really the focus? What are you hearing now? We're getting all sorts of breaking news. Can we put some money to these words and say that this is going to be a budget that is going to take the hard decisions?
Well, the Bahikhata has become electronic and I'm walking with my laptop around, but and I'll keep it here. But the fact is, the question that you asked, is the government going to facilitate, let me say, is the government going to facilitate job creation? Is the government going to give hard policy and give...
I rise to lay on the table a copy each of the following papers, Hindi and English versions, under Article 281 of the Constitution, Report for 2026 to 2031, Volume 1, Main Report of the 16th Finance Commission. 2. Report for 2026-2031, Volume 2, Annexures of the 16th Finance Commission. Number 3. Explanatory memorandum as to the action taken on the recommendations contained in the above report.
Item number 2, माननीय वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमन जी.
Honorable Speaker, sir, on the sacred occasion of Magh Purnima and the birth anniversary of Guru Ravidas, I present the budget for the year 2026-2027. Since we assumed office 12 years ago, India's economic trajectory has been marked by stability, fiscal discipline, sustained growth, and moderate inflation. This is the result of conscious choices we have made, even in times heightened uncertainty and disruption. Our government, led by Honorable Prime Minister Modi, has decisively and consistently chosen action over ambivalence, reform over rhetoric, and people over populism. We have pursued far-reaching structural reforms, fiscal prudence and monetary stability, whilst maintaining a strong thrust on public investment. Keeping Atmanirbharta as a lodestar, we have built domestic manufacturing capacity, energy security, and reduced critical import dependencies. Simultaneously, we have ensured that citizens benefit from every action of the government, undertaking reforms to support employment generation, agricultural productivity, household purchasing power, and universal services to people. These measures have delivered a high growth rate of around 7% and helped us make substantial strides in poverty reduction and improvement in the lives of our people. Today, we face an external environment in which trade and multilateralism are imperiled and access to resources and supply chains are disrupted. New technologies are transforming production systems while sharply increasing demands on water, energy, and critical minerals. India will continue to take confident steps towards Vikasit Bharat, balancing ambition with inclusion. As a growing economy with expanding trade and capital needs, India must also remain deeply integrated with global markets, exporting more and attracting stable long-term investment. As I begin part A, I want to express my gratitude to the people for standing firmly with us as we forge our way together towards becoming one of the largest economies of the world. Our aim is to transform aspiration into achievement and potential into performance as we ensure that the dividends of growth reach every farmer, the scheduled caste, the scheduled tribes, the nomads, the youth, the poor and the women. In Vikasit Bharat Young Leaders Dialogue 2026, several innovative ideas were shared with our Prime Minister, which have inspired many of the proposals, making this a unique Yuva Shakti-driven budget. Our government's sankalp is to focus on our poor, underprivileged and the disadvantaged. To deliver on this sankalp, and given that this is the first budget prepared in Kartavya Bhavan, we are inspired by three Kartavya. Our first Kartavya is to accelerate and sustain economic growth by enhancing productivity and competitiveness and building resilience to volatile global dynamics. Our second Kartavya is to fulfill aspirations of our people and build their capacity, making them strong partners in India's path to prosperity. Our third Kartavya, aligned with our vision of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, is to ensure that every family, community, region and sector has access to resources, amenities and opportunities for meaningful participation. This threefold approach requires a supportive ecosystem. The first requirement is to sustain the momentum of structural reforms, continuous, adaptive and forward-looking. Second, a robust and resilient financial sector is central to mobilizing savings, allocating capital efficiently and managing risks. Third, cutting-edge technologies, including AI applications, can serve us as force multipliers for better governance. Reform Express. Our government has undertaken comprehensive reforms towards creating employment, boosting productivity and accelerating growth. After the Prime Minister's announcement on Independence Day in 2025, over 350 reforms have been rolled out. This includes GST simplification, notification of labor codes, and rationalization of mandatory quality control orders. High-level committees have been formed, and in parallel, the central government is working with the state governments on deregulation and reducing compliance requirements. The Reform Express is well on its way and will maintain its momentum to help us fulfill our Kartavya. I now move to specific proposals. Under our first Kartavya, to accelerate and sustain economic growth, I propose interventions in 6 areas. 1. Scaling up manufacturing in 7 strategic and frontier sectors. 2. Rejuvenating legacy industrial sectors. 3. Creating champion MSMEs. 4. Delivering a powerful push for infrastructure. 5. Ensuring long-term security and stability. And 6. Developing city economic regions. Scaling up of manufacturing in 7 strategic and frontier sectors. Biopharma Shakti, meaning biopharma strategy for health advancement through knowledge, technology and innovation. India's disease burden is observed to be shifting towards non-communicable diseases like diabetes, cancer and autoimmune disorders. Biologic medicines are key to longevity and quality of life at affordable costs. To to develop India as a global biopharma manufacturing hub. I propose the Biopharma Shakti with an outlay of 10,000 crores over the next 5 years. This will build the ecosystem for domestic production of biologics and biosimilars. The strategy will include a biopharma-focused network with 3 new national institutes of pharmaceutical education and research, popularly known as NIPERs, and upgrading 7 existing ones. It will also create a network of 1,000 accredited India clinical trials sites. We propose to strengthen the Central Drug Standard Control Organization to meet global standards and approve timeframes through and approval timeframes through a dedicated scientific review cadre and specialists. India Semiconductor Mission 1.0 expanded India's semiconductor sector capabilities. Building on this, we will launch ISM 2.0 to produce equipment and materials, design full-stack Indian IP, and fortify supply chains. We will also focus on industry-led research and training centers to develop technology and skilled workforce. The Electronics Components Manufacturing Scheme, launched in April 2025 with an outlay of 22,919 crores, already has investment commitments at double the targets. We propose to increase the outlay to 40,000 crores to capitalize on this momentum. A scheme for rare earth permanent magnets was launched in 2025 November. We now propose to support the mineral-rich states of Odisha, Kerala, Andhra Pradesh and Tamil Nadu to establish dedicated rare earth corridors to promote mining, processing, research and manufacturing. To enhance domestic chemical production and reduce import dependency, we will launch a scheme to support states in establishing 3 dedicated chemical parks through challenge route on a cluster-based plug-and-play model. Strong capital goods. Strong capital goods capability is a determinant of productivity and quality across different sectors. Towards building this capacity, I propose the following. High-tech tool rooms will be established by central public sector enterprises at 2 locations as digitally enabled automated service bureaus that locally design, test and manufacture high-precision components at scale and at lower cost. 2. A scheme for enhancement of construction and infrastructure equipments will be introduced to strengthen domestic manufacturing of high value and technologically advanced CIE. This can range from lifts in a multi-storied apartment or firefighting equipment in multiplexes, large or small, and to tunnel boring equipments for building metros and high-altitude roads. I also propose a scheme for container manufacturing to create a globally competitive container manufacturing ecosystem with a budgetary allocation of 10,000 crores over a 5-year period. For the labor-intensive textile sector, I propose an integrated program with 5 subparts. 1. The National Fiber Scheme for self-reliance in natural fibers such as silk, wool and jute, man-made fibers and new age fibers. Textile expansion and employment scheme to modernize traditional clusters with capital support for machinery, technology upgradation and common testing and certification centers. 3. the National Handloom and Handicraft Program to integrate and strengthen existing schemes and ensure targeted support for weavers and artisans. Tex Eco initiative to promote globally competitive and sustainable textiles and apparels. Samarth 2.0 to modernize the upgrade the textile skilling ecosystem through collaboration with industry and academic institutions. Further, I propose to set up mega textile parks in challenge mode. They can also focus on bringing value addition to technical textiles. I propose to launch the Mahatma Gandhi Gram Swaraj initiative to strengthen khadi, handloom and handicrafts. This will help in global market linkage and branding. It will streamline and support training, skilling, quality of process and production. This will benefit our weavers, village industries, one district, one product ODOP initiative and also our rural youth. India has the potential to emerge as a global hub for high quality, affordable sports goods. I propose a dedicated initiative for sports goods that will promote manufacturing, research and innovation in equipment design as well as material sciences. Rejuvenation of legacy industrial clusters. I propose to introduce a scheme to revive 200 legacy industrial clusters to improve their cost competitiveness and efficiency through infrastructure and technology upgradation. Creating champion SMEs and supporting micro enterprises. Recognizing MSMEs as a vital engine of growth, I propose a three-pronged approach to help them grow as champions. Equity support. I propose to introduce a dedicated 10,000 crores SME growth fund to create future champions, incentivizing enterprises based on select criteria. I also propose to top up the Self-Reliant India Fund set up in 2021 with 2,000 crores to continue support to micro enterprises and maintain their access to risk capital. Liquidity support. With TREDS, more than 7 lakh crore has been made available to MSMEs. To leverage its full potential, I propose 4 measures. 1. Mandate TREDS as the transaction settlement platform for all purchases from MSMEs by CPSEs, serving as a benchmark for other corporates. 2. Introduce a credit guarantee support mechanism through CGT MSE for invoice discounting on TREDS platform. 3. Link GEM with TREDS for sharing information with financiers about government purchases from MSMEs, encouraging cheaper and quicker financing. 4. Introduce TREDS receivables as asset-backed securities, helping develop a secondary market, enhancing liquidity and settlement of transactions. Professional support. Government will facilitate professional institutions such as the ICAI, ICSI, ICMAI to design short-term modular courses and practical tools to develop a cadre of corporate mitras, especially in Tier 2 and Tier 3 towns. These accredited para-professionals will help MSMEs meet compliance requirements at affordable costs. Infrastructure. During this past decade, our government has undertaken several initiatives for large-scale enhancement of public infrastructure, including through new financing instruments such as Infrastructure Investment Trust (InvITs) and Real Estate Investment Trust (REITs), and institutions like NIIF and NABFID. We shall continue to focus on developing infrastructure in cities with over 5 lakh population, that is tier 2, tier 3 cities, which have expanded to become growth centers. Public capital expenditure has increased manifold from 2 lakh crore in 2014-15 to an allocation of 11.2 lakh crore in BE 25-26. In this coming year, that is financial year 2026-27, I propose to increase it to 12.2 lakh crores to continue the momentum. To strengthen the confidence of private developers regarding risks during infrastructure development and construction phase, I propose to set up an infrastructure risk guarantee fund to provide prudentially calibrated partial credit guarantee to lenders. Over the years, rights have emerged as a successful instrument for asset monetization. I propose to accelerate recycling of significant real estate assets of the CPSEs through the setting up of dedicated rights. To promote environmentally sustainable movement of cargo, I propose to 1. Establish new dedicated freight corridors connecting Dankuni in the east to Surat in the west. Operationalize 20 new national waterways over the next 5 years. Starting with National Waterways 5 in Orissa to connect mineral-rich areas of Talcher and Angul and industrial centers like Kalinga Nagar to the ports of Paradeep and Dhamra. Training institutes will be set up as regional centers of excellence for development of required manpower for these waterways. This will benefit youth in the entire stretch of the waterways to train and acquire skills. Further, a ship repair ecosystem catering to inland waterways will also be set up at Varanasi and Patna. And C. Launch a coastal cargo promotion scheme for incentivizing a modal shift from rail to road to increase the share of inland waterways and coastal shipping from 6% to 12% by 2047. To enhance last mile and remote connectivity and promote tourism, I propose to give incentives to indigenize manufacturing of seaplanes. A seaplane VGF scheme will be also introduced to provide support for operations. Carbon capture, utilization and storage. Aligning with the roadmap launched in December 2025, the carbon capture, utilization and storage technologies at scale will achieve higher readiness and in end-use application across 5 industrial sectors, including power, steel, cement, refineries, and chemicals. An outlay of 20,000 crore is proposed over the next 5 years for this purpose. City economic regions. Cities are India's engines of growth, innovation, and opportunities. We shall now focus on tier 2, tier 3 cities and even temple towns which need modern infrastructure and basic amenities. This budget aims to further amplify the potential of cities to deliver the economic power of agglomerations by mapping city economic regions based on their specific growth drivers. An allocation of 5,000 crore per CER over 5 years is proposed for implementing their plans through a challenge mode with a reform cum result based financing mechanism. In order to promote environmentally sustainable passenger systems, we will develop 7 high-speed rail corridors between cities as growth connectors, namely Mumbai to Pune, Pune to Hyderabad, Hyderabad to Bengaluru, Hyderabad to Chennai, Chennai to Bengaluru, Delhi to Varanasi, Varanasi to Siliguri. Financial sector. The Indian banking sector today is characterized by strong balance sheet, historic highs in profitability, improved asset quality, and coverage exceeding 98% of villages in the country. At this juncture, we are well placed to futuristically evaluate the measures needed to continue on the path of reform-led growth of this sector. I propose setting up a high-level committee on banking for Vikasit Bharat. High-level committee on banking for Vikasit Bharat to comprehensively review the sector and align it with India's next phase of growth while safeguarding financial stability, inclusion, and consumer protection. The vision for NBFCs for Vikasit Bharat has been outlined with clear targets for credit disbursement and technology adoption in order to achieve scale and improve efficiency in the public sector NBFCs. As a first step, it is proposed to restructure the Power Finance Corporation and Rural Electrification Corporation. I propose a comprehensive review of the foreign exchange management non-debt instruments rules to create a more contemporary, user-friendly framework for foreign investments consistent with India's evolving economic priorities. Corporate bond market. I propose to introduce a market-making framework with suitable access to funds and derivatives on corporate bond indices. I also propose to introduce total return swaps on corporate bonds. Municipal bonds. To encourage the issuance of municipal bonds of higher value by larger cities, I propose an incentive of 100 crore rupees for a single bond issuance. 100 crore rupees for a single bond issuance of more than 1,000 crore. The current scheme under Amrit which incentivizes issuances up to 200 crores only, will also continue to support smaller and medium towns. That will also continue to support the smaller and medium towns. Ease of doing business. Individual persons resident outside India, PROI, will be permitted to invest in equity instruments of listed Indian companies through the portfolio investment scheme. It is also proposed to increase the investment limit for an individual PROI under the scheme from 5% to 10%, with an overall investment limit for all individual PROIs to 24% from the current 10%. Emerging technologies including AI. 21st century is technology driven. Adoption of technology is for the benefit of all people. Farmers in the field, women in STEM, youth keen to upskill, and Divyangjan to access newer opportunities. The government has taken several steps to support new technologies through AI mission, National Quantum Mission, Anusandhan National Research Fund, and Research and Development and Innovation Fund. Our second kartavya is to fulfill aspirations and build capacities. Close to 25 crore individuals have come out of multi-dimensional poverty through a decade of our government's sustained and reform-oriented efforts. Our government has therefore decided to place a renewed emphasis on the service sector to provide a pathway to fulfilling aspirations of a youthful India with the following measures. I propose to set up a high-powered education to employment and enterprises standing committee to recommend measures that focus on services sector as a core driver of Vikasit Bharat. This will make us a global leader in services with a 10% global share by 2047. The committee will prioritize areas to optimize the potential for growth, employment, and exports. They will also assess the impact of emerging technologies, including AI, on jobs and skill requirements and propose measures thereof. To create a range of skilled career pathways, a new range of skilled career pathways for our youth, I propose interventions in the following sectors. Health. Existing institutions for allied health professionals will be upgraded and new AHP institutions established in private and government sectors. This will cover 10 selected disciplines, including optometry, radiology, anesthesia, OT technology, applied psychology and behavioral health, and add 1 lakh AHPs over the next 5 years. A strong care system covering geriatric and allied care services will be built. A variety of NSQF aligned programs will be developed to train multi-skilled caregivers, combining core care and allied skills such as wellness, yoga, and operation of medical assistive devices. In the coming year, 1.5 lakh caregivers will be trained. Hubs for medical value tourism. To promote India as a hub for medical tourism services, I propose to launch a scheme to support states in establishing 5 regional medical hubs in partnership with the private sector. These hubs will serve as integrated healthcare complexes that combine medical, educational and research facilities. They will have Ayush centers, medical value tourism facilitation centers, and infrastructure for diagnostics, post-care and rehabilitation. These hubs will provide diverse opportunities, job opportunities for health professionals, including doctors and AHPs. Ancient Indian yoga, already respected in several parts of the world, was given a mass global recognition when Honorable Prime Minister took it to the UN. Post-COVID, Ayurveda gained a similar global acceptance and recognition. Exporting quality Ayurveda products helps farmers who grow the herbs and youth who process the products. To meet growing global demand, a few more steps are being taken. I propose to 1. Set up 3 new All India Institutes of Ayurveda. 2. Upgrade Ayush pharmacies and drug testing labs for higher standards of certification ecosystem and make available more skilled personnel. 3. Upgrade the WHO Global Traditional Medicine Center in Jamnagar to bolster evidence-based research, training and awareness for traditional medicine. Animal husbandry. Livestock contributes to close to 16% of farm income, including of poor and marginal households. To scale up availability of veterinary professionals by more than 20,000, I propose to roll out a loan-linked capital subsidy support scheme for establishment of veterinary and para-veterinary colleges, veterinary hospitals, diagnostic laboratories, and breeding facilities in private sector. Collaboration between Indian and foreign institutions will also be facilitated. Orange economy. India's animation, visual effects, gaming and comics sector, ABGC sector, is a growing industry projected to require 2 million professionals by 2030. I propose to support the Indian Institute of Creative Technologies, Mumbai, in setting up ABGC content creator labs in 15,000 secondary schools all over the country and 500 colleges. The Indian design industry is expanding rapidly, and yet there is a shortage of Indian designers. I propose to establish, through challenge route, a new National Institute of Design to boost design education and development in the eastern region of India. Education. Our government will support states through challenge route in creating 5 university townships in the vicinity of major industrial and logistics corridors. These planned academic zones will host multiple universities, colleges and research institutions, skill centers and residential complexes. In higher education, STEM institutions, prolonged hours of study and laboratory work pose some challenges for girl students. Through VGF, Viability Gap Funding and capital support, one girls' hostel will be established in every district. To promote astrophysics and astronomy via immersive experiences. 4 telescope infrastructure facilities will be set up or upgraded. The National Large Solar Telescope, the National Large Optical Infrared Telescope, the Himalayan Chandra Telescope, and the Cosmos 2 Planetarium. Tourism. The tourism sector has the potential to play a large role in the employment generation, forex earnings, and expanding the local economy. I propose to set up a National Institute of Hospitality by upgrading the existing National Council for Hotel Management and Catering Technology. It will function as a bridge between academia, industry, and government. I also propose a pilot scheme for upskilling 10,000 guides in 20 iconic tourist sites through a standardized, high-quality, 12-week training course in hybrid mode in collaboration with the Indian Institute of Management. A national destination digital knowledge grid will be established to digitally document all places of significance, cultural, spiritual, and heritage. This initiative will create a new ecosystem of jobs for local researchers, historians, content creators, and technology partners. India has the potential and opportunity to offer world-class trekking and hiking experience. We will develop ecologically sustainable mountain trails in Himachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand and Jammu Kashmir. Also in Araku Valley in the Eastern Ghats and Podigai Malai in the Western Ghats. Turtle trails along key nesting sites in the coastal areas of Odisha, Karnataka and Kerala. And 3. Bird watching trails along the Pulikat Lake in Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, it's on the border. Under the visionary leadership of Honorable Prime Minister, we established the International Big Cat Alliance in 2024. This year, India is hosting the first ever Global Big Cat Summit, where heads of governments and ministers from 95 range countries will deliberate on collective strategies for conservation. Heritage and culture tourism. I propose to develop 15 archaeological sites, including Lothal, Dolavira, Rakhi Gadi, Adichanallu, Saranath, Hastinapur and Leh Palace into vibrant experiential cultural destinations. Excavated landscapes will be open to the public through curated walkways. Immersive storytelling skills and technologies will be introduced to help conservation labs, interpretation centers and guides. The sports sector provides multiple means of employment, skilling and job opportunities. Taking forward the systematic nurturing of sports talent which is set in motion through the Khelo India program earlier, I propose to launch a Khelo India mission to transform the sports sector over the next decade. The mission will facilitate an integrated talent development pathway supported by training centers which are foundational, intermediate and elite levels. B. Systematic development of coaches and support staff. C. Integration of sports science and technology. D. Competitions and leagues to promote sports culture and provide platforms. And E. Development of sports infrastructure for training and competition. Our third kartavya aligns with our vision of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas towards Vikasit Bharat. This requires targeted efforts for 1. Increasing farmer incomes through productivity enhancement and entrepreneurship, with special attention to small and marginal farmers. B. Empowering Divyangjan through access to livelihood opportunities, training and high quality assistive devices. C. Empowering the vulnerable to access mental health and trauma care. D. Focus on the Purvodaya states and the Northeast region to accelerate development and employment opportunities. Fisheries. We will undertake initiatives for integrated development of 500 reservoirs and Amrit Sarovars. 2. Strengthen the fisheries value chain in coastal areas and enable market linkages involving startups and women-led groups together with fish farmer producer organizations. Animal husbandry. To provide quality employment opportunities in rural and peri-urban areas, we will support the animal husbandry sector in entrepreneurship development through A. credit-linked subsidy program, B. Scaling up and modernization of livestock enterprises, C. Enhanced creation of livestock, dairy and poultry enhanced creation of livestock, dairy and poultry focused integrated value chains, and D. Encourage creation of livestock farmer producer organizations. High value agriculture. to diversify farm outputs, increase productivity, enhance farmers' incomes, and create new employment opportunities, we will support high-value crops such as coconut, sandalwood, cocoa, cashew in the coastal areas, agar trees in northeast, and nuts such as almonds, walnuts, and pine nuts in our hilly regions. These, all of them, will be supported. India is the world's largest producer of coconuts. About 30 million people, including nearly 10 million farmers, depend on coconuts for their livelihood. To further enhance competitiveness in coconut production, I propose a coconut promotion scheme to increase production and enhance productivity through various interventions, including replacing and non-productive trees with new saplings or plants or varieties in major coconut growing states. A dedicated program is proposed for Indian cashew and cocoa to make India self-reliant in raw cashew and coconut production and processing, enhance export competitiveness, and transform Indian cashew and Indian cocoa into premium global brands by 2030. Sandalwood. Sandalwood is closely linked to India's social and cultural heritage. Our government will partner with state governments to promote focused cultivation and post-harvest processing to restore the glory of the Indian sandalwood ecosystem, to rejuvenate old, low-yielding orchards and expand high-density cultivation of walnuts, almonds, and pine nuts. We will support a dedicated program to enhance farmer incomes and in bringing value addition by engaging youth. Bharat Vistar, that is virtually integrated system to access agricultural resources. I propose to launch Bharat Vistar, a multilingual AI tool that shall integrate the AgriStack portals and the ICAR package on agricultural practices with AI systems. This will enhance farm productivity, enable better decisions for farmers, and reduce risk by providing customized advisory support. She Marts for rural women-led enterprises. Building on the success of Lakpati Didi program, I propose to help women take the next step from credit-linked livelihoods to being owners of enterprises. Self-help entrepreneur, She Marts will be set up as community-owned retail outlets within the cluster-level federations through enhanced and innovative financing instruments. Empowering Divyangjan. Divyangjan Kaushal Yojana. Information technology, AVGC sectors, hospitality and food and beverages sectors often offer task-oriented and process-driven roles which are suitable for Divyangjan. We will ensure dignified livelihood opportunities through industry-relevant and customized training specific to each Divyangjan group. Divyang Sahara Yojana. Timely access to high-quality assistive devices for all eligible Divyangjan is a fundamental need. I propose to 1. Support the Artificial Limbs Manufacturing Corporation of India, Alimco, to set up and to scale up production of assistive devices, invest in R&D and AI integration, strengthen PM Divyasha Kendras, and support setting up of assistive technology marts as modern retail style centers where Divyangjan and senior citizens can see, try and purchase assistive products. Reaffirming our commitment to mental health and trauma care. There are no national institutes for mental health care in North India. We will therefore set up a NIMHANS 2 and also upgrade national mental health institutes in Ranchi and in Tezpur as regional apex institutions. Emergencies expose families, particularly the poor and vulnerable, to unexpected expenditure. We will strengthen and increase these capacities by 50% in district hospitals by establishing emergency and trauma care centers. Focus on Purvodaya states and northeastern regions. Purvodaya, I propose the development of an integrated East Coast industrial corridor with a well-connected node at Durgapur, creation of 5 tourism destinations in 5 Purvodaya states, and the provision of 4,000 e-buses. Buddhist sites in northeastern region. The northeastern region is a civilizational confluence of Theravada and Mahayana or Vajrayana traditions. I propose to launch a scheme for development of Buddhist circuits in Arunachal Pradesh, Sikkim, Assam, Manipur, Mizoram and Tripura. The scheme will cover preservation of temples and monasteries, pilgrimage interpretation centers, connectivity and pilgrim amenities. 16th Finance Commission. On 17th November 2025, the 16th Finance Commission submitted its report to the President. As mandated under Article 281 of the Constitution, the government is to lay the report along with the explanatory memorandum on the action taken report on the recommendations of the Commission in Parliament, which, Sir, Honourable Speaker, you've allowed me to do at the commencement of this session. The government has accepted the recommendation of the Commission to retain the vertical share of devolution at 41%. As recommended by the Commission, I have provided 1.4 lakh crores of rupees to the states for the year 2026-2027 as Finance Commission grants. These include rural and urban local body and disaster management grants. Fiscal consolidation. Government has been delivering on our fiscal commitments consistently without compromising on social needs. To strive towards accepted standards of fiscal management in Budget 25-26, I had indicated that the central government would target reaching a debt to GDP ratio of 50 plus or minus 1% by 2030-31. In line with this, the debt to GDP ratio is estimated to be 55.6% of GDP in BE 26-27, compared to 56.1% of GDP in RE 25-26. A declining debt to GDP ratio will gradually free up resources for priority sector lending and expenditure by reducing the outgo on interest payments. One of the main operational instruments for debt targeting is the fiscal deficit. I am happy to inform this august House that I fulfilled my commitment made in 2021-2022 to reduce fiscal deficit below 4.5% of GDP by 25-26. In RE 25-26, the fiscal deficit has been estimated at par with BE of 2025-26 at 4.4% of GDP. In line with the new fiscal prudence path of debt consolidation, the fiscal deficit in BE 26-27 is estimated to be 4.3% of the GDP. The revised estimates of the non-debt receipts are 34 lakh crore rupees, of which the centre's net tax receipts are 26.7 lakh crore. The revised estimate of the total expenditure is 49.6 lakh crore rupees, of which the capital expenditure is about 11 lakh crores. Budget estimates 2026 to 2027. Coming to 26-27, the non-debt receipts and the total expenditure are estimated as 36.5 lakh crore and 53.5 lakh crore respectively. The centre's net tax receipts are estimated at 28.7 lakh crore rupees. To finance the fiscal deficit, the net market borrowings from dated securities are estimated at 11.7 lakh crore rupees. The balance financing is expected to come from small savings and other sources. The gross market borrowings are estimated at 17.2 lakh crore rupees. I'll now move to Part B. Part B, direct taxes. Honorable Speaker, sir, I now present my proposals on direct taxes. New Income Tax Act. In July 2024, I announced a comprehensive review of the Income Tax Act 1961. This was completed in a record time, and the Income Tax Act 2025 will come into effect from 1st April 2026. The simplified income tax rules and forms will be notified shortly, giving adequate time to taxpayers to acquaint themselves with its requirements. The forms have been redesigned such that ordinary citizens can comply without difficulty. Ease of living. I propose that any interest awarded by the Motor Accident Claims Tribunal to a natural person will be exempt from income tax, and any TDS on this account will be done away with. I propose to reduce TCS rate on the sale of overseas tour program package from the current 5% and 20% to 2% without any stipulation of amount. I propose to reduce TCS rate for pursuing education and for medical purposes under the Liberalized Remittance Scheme, popularly known as LRS, from 5% to 2%. Supply of manpower services is proposed to be specifically brought within the ambit of payment to contractors for the purpose of TDS to avoid ambiguity. Thus, TDS on these services will be at the rate of either 1% or 2% only. I propose a scheme for small taxpayers wherein a rule-based automated process will enable obtaining a lower or nil deduction certificate instead of filing an application with the assessing officer. For the ease of taxpayer holding securities in multiple companies, I propose to enable depositories to accept Form 15G or Form 15H from the investor and provide it directly to various relevant companies. I propose to extend time available for revising returns from 31st December to up to 31st March with the payment of a nominal fee. I also propose to stagger the timeline for filing of tax returns. Individuals with ITR 1 and ITR 2 returns will continue to file till 31st July, and non-audit business cases or trusts are proposed to be allowed time till 31st August. TDS on sale of immovable property by a non-resident is proposed to be deducted and deposited through resident buyers and his or her PAN-based challan instead of requiring a TAN, which is a temporary accounting number. To to address practical issues of small taxpayers like students, young professionals, tech employees, relocated NRIs, and such others, I propose to introduce a one-time 6-month foreign asset disclosure scheme for these taxpayers to disclose income or assets below a certain size. This scheme would be applicable for two categories of taxpayers, namely A, who did not disclose their overseas income or assets, and B, who disclosed their overseas income and or paid due tax but could not declare the asset acquired. For category A, the limit of undisclosed income or asset is proposed to be up to 1 crore rupees. They need to pay 30% of fair market value of asset or 30% of undisclosed income as tax and 30% as additional income tax in lieu of penalty, and would thereby get immunity from prosecution. For category B, asset value is proposed to be up to 5 crore rupees. Here, immunity from both penalty and prosecution will be available with a payment of fee of 1 lakh rupees. Rationalizing penalty and prosecution. Multiplicity of proceedings are hindrance to the ease of doing business. I propose to integrate assessment and penalty proceedings by way of a common order for both. There will be no interest liability on the taxpayer on the penalty amount for the period of appeal before the first appellate authority, irrespective of the outcome of appeal process. Further, quantum of prepayment is being reduced from 20% to 10% and will continue to be calculated only on core tax demand. As an additional measure for reducing litigation, I propose to allow taxpayers to update their returns even after reassessment proceedings have been initiated, and an additional 10% tax rate over and above the rate applicable for the relevant year. The assessing officer will then use only this updated return in his proceedings. There is already a framework for immunity from penalty and prosecution in the cases of underreporting. I propose to apply this framework for immunity to misreporting too. However, in such a case, the taxpayer will need to pay 100% of the tax amount as an additional income tax over and above the tax and interest due. Penalties for certain technical defaults, such as failure to get accounts audited, non-furnishing of transfer pricing audit report, and default in furnishing statement for financial transactions are proposed to be converted into fee. I propose to rationalize prosecution framework under Income Tax Act while maintaining a careful balance for deterrence in some serious offence. Non-production of books of account and documents and requirement of tedious payment where payment is made in kind are being decriminalized. Further, minor offences will attract fine only. The remaining prosecutions will be graded commensurate with the quantum of offence. They will entail only simple imprisonment with maximum imprisonment reduced to 2 years and power to courts to convert even those into fines. There is no penalty. There is no penalty presently for non-disclosure of non-immovable foreign assets with aggregate value less than 20 lakh rupees. I propose to also provide them with immunity from prosecution with retrospective effect from 1/10/2024. Cooperatives. Deduction is already allowed to a primary cooperative society engaged in supplying milk, oilseeds, fruits or vegetables raised or grown by its members. I propose to extend this deduction to also include supply of cattle feed and cotton seed produced by its members. I propose to allow inter-cooperative society dividend income as deduction under the new tax regime to the extent it is further distributed to its members. I further propose to allow exemption for a period of 3 years to dividend income received by a notified national cooperative federation on their investments made in companies up to 31/1/2026. This exemption would be allowed only for dividends further distributed to its member cooperatives. Supporting IT sector as India's growth engine. India is a global leader in software development services, IT-enabled services, knowledge process outsourcing services, and contract R&D services relating to software development. These businesses and their segments are quite interconnected with each other. All these services are proposed to be clubbed under a single category of information technology services with a common safe harbor margin of 15.5% applicable to all. The threshold for availing safe harbor for IT services is being enhanced substantially from 300 crore rupees to 2,000 crore rupees. Safe harbor for IT services shall be approved by an automated rule-driven process without any need for tax officer to examine and accept the application. Once applied by an IT services company, the same safe harbor can be continued for a period of 5 years at a stretch at its choice. For IT services companies who want to conclude advanced pricing agreement, APA, I propose to fast-track unilateral APA process for IT services and endeavor to conclude it within a period of 2 years. The period of 2 years can be extended by a further period of 6 months on taxpayers' request. I propose to extend the facility of modified returns available to the entity entering APA to its associated entities also. Attracting global business and investment. Recognizing the need to enable critical infrastructure and boost investment in data centers, I propose to provide tax holiday till 2047 to any foreign company that provides cloud services to customers globally by using data center services from India. It will, however, need to provide services to Indian customers through an Indian reseller entity. I also propose to provide a safe harbor of 15% on cost in case the company providing data center services from India is a related entity. To harness the efficiency of just-in-time logistics for electronic manufacturing, I propose to provide safe harbor to non-residents for component warehousing in a bonded warehouse at a profit margin of 2% of the invoice value. The resultant tax of about 0.7% will be much lower than in competing jurisdictions. To provide fillip to toll manufacturing in India, I propose to provide exemption from income tax for 5 years to any non-resident who provides capital goods, equipment or tooling to any toll manufacturer in a bonded zone. To encourage vast pool of global talent to work in India for a longer period of time, I propose to provide exemption to global, non-India sourced income of a non-resident expert for a stay period of 5 years under notified schemes. I propose to provide exemption from minimum alternate tax, the MAT, to all non-residents who pay tax on presumptive basis. Tax administration. I propose to constitute a joint committee of Ministry of Corporate Affairs and Central Board of Direct Taxes for incorporating the requirements of income computation, and Disclosure Standards, the ICDS, in the Indian Accounting Standards, Ind AS itself. Separate accounting requirement based on ICDS will be done away with from the tax year 27-28. To support Prime Minister Modi's vision of homegrown accounting and advisory firms to become global leaders, I propose to rationalize the definition of accountant for the purposes of safe harbor rules. Other tax proposals. Change in taxation of buyback was brought in to address the improper use of buyback route by promoters. In the interest of minority shareholders, I propose to tax buyback for all types of shareholders as capital gains. However, to disincentivize misuse of tax arbitrage, promoters will pay an additional buyback tax. This will make effective tax 22% for corporate promoters. For non-corporate promoters, the effective tax will be 30%. TCS rate for sellers of specific goods, namely alcoholic liquor, scrap and minerals, will be rationalized to 2%, and that on tendu leaves will be reduced from 5% to 2%. I propose to raise the STT on futures to 0.05% from the present 0.02%. STT on options premium and exercise of options are both proposed to be raised to 0.15% from the present rate of 0.1% and 0.125% respectively. We reformed the taxation landscape for corporates in 2019 by providing them a simplified regime with lower tax rate so that they could productively focus on business rather than on claim of deductions and exemptions. To encourage companies to shift to the new regime, set off of brought forward MAT credit, minimum alternate tax credit, is proposed to be allowed to companies only in the new regime. Set off using available MAT credit is proposed to be allowed to an extent of 1/4 of the tax liability in the new regime. MAT is proposed to be made final tax, so there will be no further credit accumulation from 1st April 2026. In line with this change, the rate of final tax is being reduced to 14% from the current MAT rate of 15%. The brought forward MAT credit of taxpayers accumulated till 30th March 2026 will continue to be available to them for set off as above. Indirect taxes. I shall now take up proposals related to indirect taxes. My proposals for customs and central excise aim to further simplify the tariff structure, support domestic manufacturing, promote export competitiveness, and correct inversion in duty. To continue weeding out long continuing customs duty exemptions, I propose to remove certain exemptions on items which are being manufactured in India or where the imports are negligible. Similarly, to further simplify the process of ascertaining the rate of duty applicable on a particular item, I propose to incorporate certain effective rates in various customs notifications to the tariff schedule itself. I shall now take up sector-specific proposals. Promotion of exports of marine, leather, and textile products. I propose to increase the limit for duty-free imports of specified inputs used for processing seafoods for export from the current 1% to 3% of FOB value of the previous year's export turnover. I also propose to allow duty-free imports of specified inputs, which is currently available for exports of leather or synthetic footwear, to exports of shoe uppers as well. I propose to extend the time period for export of final product from the existing 6 months to 1 year for exporters of leather or textile garments, leather or synthetic footwear and other leather products. Energy transition and security. I propose to extend the basic customs duty exemption given to capital goods used for manufacturing lithium-ion cells for batteries to those used for manufacturing lithium-ion cells for battery energy storage systems also. I propose to exempt basic customs duty on import of sodium antimonate for use in manufacture of solar glass. Nuclear power. I propose to extend the existing basic customs duty exemption on imports of goods required for nuclear power projects till the year 2035 and expand it for all nuclear plants irrespective of their capacity. Critical minerals. It is proposed to provide basic customs duty exemption to the import of capital goods required for the processing of critical minerals in India. Biogas blended CNG. I propose to exclude the entire value of biogas while calculating the central excise duty payable on biogas blended CNG. Civil and defense aviation. I propose to exempt basic customs duty on components and parts required for the manufacture of civilian training and other aircrafts. It is proposed to exempt basic customs duty on raw materials imported for the manufacture of parts of aircraft to be used in maintenance, repair or overall requirements by units in the defense sector. Electronics. To deepen value addition in the consumer electronics sector, I propose to exempt basic customs duty on specified parts used in the manufacture of microwave ovens. Special economic zone. To address the concerns arising about utilization of capacity by manufacturing units in the special economic zones due to global trade disruptions, I propose as a special one-time measure to facilitate sales by eligible manufacturing units in SEZs to the domestic tariff area at concessional rates of duty. The quantity of such sales will be limited to a prescribed proportion of their exports. Necessary regulatory changes will be undertaken to operationalize the measures while ensuring level playing field for the units working in the DTA. Ease of living. To rationalize the customs duty structure for goods imported for personal use, I propose to reduce the tariff rate on all dutiable goods imported for personal use from 20% to 10%. To provide relief to patients, particularly those suffering from cancer, I propose to exempt basic customs duty on 17 drugs or medicines. I propose also to add 7 more rare diseases for the purposes of exempting import duties on personal imports of drugs, medicines, and food for special medical purposes used in their treatment. Customs process. India's role and share in the global trade is poised for a major leap in line with our ambition and journey towards Vikasit Bharat. In this regard, I propose many measures for custom processes to have minimal intervention, for smoother and faster movement of goods and greater certainty to the trade. Trust-based systems. I propose to enhance duty deferral period for Tier 2 and Tier 3 authorized economic operators, known as AEOs, from 15 days to 30 days. I propose to provide eligible manufacturer importers the same duty deferral facility. This should encourage them to get themselves accredited as a full-fledged Tier 3 AEO in due course. To provide greater certainty and for better business planning, I propose to extend validity period of advance ruling binding on customs from the present 3 years to 5 years. In the spirit of the whole of government approach, government agencies will be encouraged to leverage AEO accreditation for preferential treatment in clearing their cargo. Regular importers with trusted long-standing supply chains will be recognized in the risk system so that the need for verification of their cargo every time can be minimized. Export cargo using electronic sealing. Export cargo using electronic sealing will be provided through clearance from the factory premises to the ship. For import of goods not needing any compliance, filing of bill of entry by a trusted importer and arrival of goods will automatically notify customs for completing their clearance formalities. This will enable goods to be released immediately on arrival. The customs warehouse framework will be transformed into a warehouse operator-centric system with a self-declarations, electronic tracking, and risk-based audit. These reforms will move away from the current system of officer-dependent approvals and reduce transaction delays and compliance costs. Ease of doing business. Approvals required for cargo clearance from various government agencies will be seamlessly processed through a single and interconnected digital window by the end of the financial year. Processes involved in clearance of food, drugs, plant and animal and wildlife products accounting for about 70% of interdicted cargo will be operationalized on this system by April 2026 itself. For goods not having any compliance requirement, clearance will be done by customs immediately after online registration is completed by the importer, subject to the payment of duty. Customs integrated system will be rolled out in 2 years as a single integrated and scalable platform for all customs processes. Utilization of non-intrusive scanning with advanced imaging and AI technology for risk assessment will be expanded in a phased manner with the objective to scan every container across all the major ports. New export opportunities to support Indian fishermen to fully harness the economic value of marine resources beyond our territorial waters. The following measures will be taken. A. Fish catch by an Indian fishing vessel in exclusive economic zone or on the high seas will be made free of duty. Landing of such fish on foreign port will be treated as export of goods. Safeguards will be put in place to prevent misuse during fish catch, transit or transshipment. To support aspirations of India's small businesses, artisans and startups to access global markets through e-commerce, I am pleased to announce complete removal of the current value cap of 10 lakh rupees per consignment on courier exports. In addition, handling of rejected and returned consignments will be improved with effective use of technology for identifying such consignments. I propose to revise provisions governing baggage clearance during international travel to address genuine concerns of passengers. The revised rules will enhance duty-free allowances in line with the present-day travel realities and provide clarity in temporary carriage of goods brought in or taken out. There are honest taxpayers who are willing to settle disputes by paying all their dues, but they get deterred due to negative connotation associated with penalty. They will now be able to close cases by paying an additional amount in lieu of penalty. Honorable Speaker, sir, with this I commend the budget to this august House. Jai Hind.
1.5 hours.
आइटम नंबर 3 माननीय वित्त मंत्री जी।
Item number 2, sir. 3. Sir, with your permission, I rise to lay on the table of the following statements under Section 3, 1 of the Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management Act of 2003. Medium-term fiscal policy cum fiscal policy strategy statement and macroeconomic framework statement.
आइटम नंबर 4 माननीय वित्त मंत्री जी।
Sir, with your permission, I move for leave to introduce the Finance Bill 2026.
प्रश्न ये कि विधेयक को पुनर्स्थापित करने की अनुमति प्रदान की जाए। जो सदस्य इस पक्ष में हाँ गए, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना गए, मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में, हाँ वालों के पक्ष में अनुमति प्रदान की जाती है। माननीय मंत्री जी, अब विधेयक पूरे स्थापित करें।
Sir, I introduce the bill.
माननीय सदस्य, आपको सूचित किया जाता है कि माननीय वित्त मंत्री जी के बजट भाषण की कॉपी पब्लिकेशन काउंटर पर ली जाती है। बजट भाषण और बजट से संबंधित दस्तावेज आपके मोबाइल फोन और मेंबर पोर्टल्स पर ही उपलब्ध है। सभा की कार्रवाई कल सोमवार दिनांक 2 फरवरी 2026 को प्राप्त 11 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है।
So the government of India waxing eloquent about jargon that you and I can never understand in our lifetime. So I'm not bothered about the union budget. It is just a statement of accounts where, depending on who the finance minister is, you will also get.
And I'm walking with my laptop around, but and I'll keep it here. But the fact is, the question that you asked.
Customs to address.
Here, but the fact is, the question that you asked, is the government going to facilitate, let me sit here, is the government going to facilitate job creation? Is the government going to give hard policy and give...
I rise to lay on the table a copy each of the following papers, Hindi and English versions, under Article 281 of the Constitution, Report for 2026 to 2031, Volume 1, Main Report of the 16th Finance Commission. 2. Report for 2026-2031, Volume 2, Annexures of the 16th Finance Commission. Number 3, explanatory memorandum as to the action taken on the recommendations contained in the above report.
आइटम नंबर 2 माननीय वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमन जी।
Honorable Speaker, sir, on the sacred occasion of Magh Purnima and the birth anniversary of Guru Ravidas, I present the budget for the year 2026-2027. Since we assumed office 12 years ago, India's economic trajectory has been marked by stability, fiscal discipline, sustained growth and moderate inflation. This is the result of conscious choices we have made, even in times heightened uncertainty and disruption. Our government, led by Honorable Prime Minister Modi, has decisively and consistently chosen action over ambivalence, reform over rhetoric, and people over populism. We have pursued far-reaching structural reforms, fiscal prudence and monetary stability, whilst maintaining a strong thrust on public investment. Keeping Atmanirbharta as a lodestar, we have built domestic manufacturing capacity, energy security, and reduced critical import dependencies. Simultaneously, we have ensured that citizens benefit from every action of the government, undertaking reforms to support employment generation, agricultural productivity, household purchasing power, and universal services to people. These measures have delivered a high growth rate of around 7% and helped us make substantial strides in poverty reduction and improvement in the lives of our people. Today, we face an external environment in which trade and multilateralism are imperiled and access to resources and supply chains are disrupted. New technologies are transforming production systems while sharply increasing demands on water, energy, and critical minerals. India will continue to take confident steps towards Vikasit Bharat, balancing ambition with inclusion. As a growing economy with expanding trade and capital needs, India must also remain deeply integrated with global markets, exporting more and attracting stable long-term investment. As I begin part A, I want to express my gratitude to the people for standing firmly with us as we forge our way together towards becoming one of the largest economies of the world. Our aim is to transform aspiration into achievement and potential into performance as we ensure that the dividends of growth reach every farmer, the scheduled caste, the scheduled tribes, the nomads, the youth, the poor, and the women. In Vikasit Bharat Young Leaders Dialogue 2026, several innovative ideas were shared with our Prime Minister, which have inspired many of the proposals, making this a unique Yuva Shakti-driven budget. Our government's sankalp is to focus on our poor, underprivileged, and the disadvantaged. To deliver on this sankalp, and given that this is the first budget prepared in Kartavya Bhavan, we are inspired by three Kartavya. Our first Kartavya is to accelerate and sustain economic growth by enhancing productivity and competitiveness and building resilience to volatile global dynamics. Our second Kartavya is to fulfill aspirations of our people and build their capacity, making them strong partners in India's path to prosperity. Our third Kartavya, aligned with our vision of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, is to ensure that every family, community, region, and sector has access to resources, amenities, and opportunities for meaningful participation. This threefold approach requires a supportive ecosystem. The first requirement is to sustain the momentum of structural reforms, continuous, adaptive, and forward-looking. Second, a robust and resilient financial sector is central to mobilizing savings, allocating capital efficiently, and managing risks. Third, cutting-edge technologies, including AI applications, can serve us as force multipliers for better governance. Reform Express. Our government has undertaken comprehensive reforms towards creating employment, boosting productivity, and accelerating growth. After the Prime Minister's announcement on Independence Day in 2025, over 350 reforms have been rolled out. This includes GST simplification, notification of labor codes, and rationalization of mandatory quality control orders. High-level committees have been formed, and in parallel, the central government is working with the state governments on deregulation and reducing compliance requirements. The reform express is well on its way and will maintain its momentum to help us fulfill our kartavya. I now move to specific proposals. Under our first kartavya, to accelerate and sustain economic growth, I propose interventions in 6 areas. 1. Scaling up manufacturing in 7 strategic and frontier sectors. 2. Rejuvenating legacy industrial sectors. 3. Creating champion MSMEs. 4. Delivering a powerful push for infrastructure.
Industry voices and reactions here, but there's a lot for many industries. So we will be joined by many of those representatives here at the CII dugout. Our guests are going to start arriving very soon. But initially speaking, there's a huge murmur going around as far as the corridors here is concerned, and the focus that the finance minister has announced, which is, as you were saying, in tourism, there's education, there's the future sunrise sectors as well. There's of course pharma industry. We're expecting a reaction from that industry as well, and we'll be right back with you as soon as our guests start arriving here. Anand.
Right, so let's swing back to you and come back to you into the dugout as soon as we have experts there. Garg Sahab and then Sunil Lalakji.
See, I think great budget in this in way this has been presented. For the first time, I found the budget focusing on what the budget should be doing rather than sort of announcing the announcements of the government and all.
Right.
So this is one great aspect.
Right.
Second, to my mind, a very nice macroeconomic budgetary balance. The FM has not increased the expenditures very much. It's only about 6%. She has not taken any tax hits kind of thing.
Right.
The fiscal deficit at 4.3% for the next year is good.
Right.
So I think the budget balance is excellent in the circumstances. Third, to my mind, there is very specificity of everything which has been announced this time.
Okay.
So proposals across the
there's some attention to detail. That's what, and sector wise.
Exactly, and that is very good. Everything was a very specific proposal, whether it was for the electronics industries or whether it was for services boost kind of thing. So that's, I think, the big very good things about. 3 bad things, which I think is
very could have done or did not do.
Which to my mind are very big misses. One is this, again, this privatization and disinvestment has been completely forgotten. Second, the customs package was expected. There is no customs package. You don't find it there at all.
Correct.
There is again some tinkering which has been done in the past. And lastly, to my mind, the one big problem which India, especially Delhi, has been facing is this climate change and pollution has been completely missed out.
So pollution has not been addressed in the budget, but is it because it's going to be addressed not at a central level but at the local, state and administrative level?
We must recognize that this is a national problem. It's not local problem. Anywhere else in the world, whether it was China after 2010, this has been handled and dealt with at the central level.
But we must not forget, I agree and I buy this point with all respect, but Beijing 2008 has everybody forgotten. Did we see the athletes wear masks and choke?
Correct. So that is,
and then till 2016 Beijing could not solve it. Beijing also took 8 years to get
exactly,
rid of the,
it takes time, but you have to start. You have to start.
On that, the numbers actually say that Delhi in the last decade and a half has not had clean air days as many as it has had in 2025.
No, that's the latest is wind effect. How do we deal with the pollutants?
Correct. Now,
Did
should
we
that
do
be
anything to deal with the politics?
Okay. You believe strongly it should be part of the budget and there has to be a national focus on it. There is another thought which says this is an administrative challenge that the Delhi government has and the Delhi government has to deal with it along with the respective neighboring state governments. So that's the thought process. There will be no overall central budgetary allocation for it. It's something which everybody has to put some work in it and collectively sit together.
Where's the cooperative federalism, Anand? That's what has to come in, and that begins with the budget. I'm sorry.
So ye aap batayenge. I mean AAAP. Sorry.
You're going to ask me, no, because I said basically a budget to increase our effort on growth. Basically it's a budget, therefore I like that portion. But it's focused on employment without actually talking about employment. Now, for instance, tourism, and if you talk about infrastructure, you talk about every other thing is going to generate employment. Now, employment is 1.4 billion people the Prime Minister has to look after. Because he stands for elections every year.
Correct.
He stands only for employment. And inflation. Now, ultimately, people vote for inflation or employment.
This year in the next 3 months, 4 months itself, there will be West Bengal, there is Assam, there is Kerala, and there is Puducherry. Puducherry. And towards the end of the year, we will look at again Tamil Nadu. Then we will go to.
So he's not talking about
next
employment
year,
at the moment, but he's all through his her speech was on infrastructure and consumer spending and everything else that generates employment. Now, whether you want to make a political issue out of it or not, because when the Hindi channel of yours in the morning, when the opposition wanted everything, but when it came down, when I asked them about one question which they had to answer, was will they go into one government and one policy? And they couldn't answer this question. And they could not answer this question at all, because everybody wants everything for themselves.
Right. Santosh Mehrotra ji with us. I'm going to check if Mohandas Pai ji is through with us. Mohandas ji, namaste. Can you hear me? Okay, we'll try and go across to him the moment he is through. Mohandas Pai is also joining us.
Point on jobs.
What I feel is that the private sector and we must join hands with the government. Every time the private sector has come in and they've increased through AI or whatever you want to increase productivity, they've sacked people. The private sector has actually dismissed people. So it's a question of them increasing employment and joining and perhaps in reducing their profits.
What is labor intensive, where AI can be an enabler? Now, globally also we are seeing AI getting into the warehouses and huge numbers of jobs being retrenched even by the likes of Amazon, etc. And this will happen. But there will also be perhaps a counter opportunity where opportunity will be created, especially in places like Bharat.
The skill development that is going to take place might take 2 to 3 years. Now, he is standing for elections every year and therefore he has to generate increased employment. Now, when I said reduce profits for the private sector, it does not mean that you halve your profits or quarter of your profit, but if you increase,
frankly sir, how many jobs you create, how many roads you build and how many nalkas and houses you build does not seem to be getting them any electoral yield. What is getting them electoral yield is somebody is putting out a dole, some yojana comes, there is 10,000 rupees in your pocket for three installments comes, before the 4th installment election happens and the next 3 installments
but when you create employment, then that's important. Infrastructure is employment creation is going to be important.
I'd just like us to join some of the dots which are there before us in the budget when it comes to jobs, employment generation. One is reviving the legacy of 200 industrial clusters. If that can be put on the fast track, and then the 10,000 crore SME growth fund. This is for sector which has high potential within the SME. And then the women self-help entrepreneurs, the marts, so that they get linked to marketing, to the markets. And of course the East Coast Development Corridor is also for growth, but again it will take 2 to 3 years time. But the focus on biopharma, on pharma, this is a sector which is expected to double, the market is expected to double by 2030, and there's a lot of scope in the contract research and manufacturing of the pharma and biotech. So I think when we join the dots, we see that stimulus has been given to the employment
generators. If that is the case, why are the markets down and why is the Congress's first reaction? Jairam Ramesh has said it's a lackluster, non-transparent budget which does not say where have you allocated the monies, where have you put the monies on the big schemes, which are the big schemes where you're focusing attention on.
Inevitably we have to wait for the numbers. Let let the Ministry of Finance actually put the numbers up, and then we will, hopefully in an hour's time, we will get a chance to analyze that. For the moment, we are only analyzing the speech. So if I may sort of just return to the jobs theme as well as the manufacturing theme. I mean, my first reaction was good news, return to manufacturing as a theme. I was talking about it before we heard the budget speech, you will recall. And I was also hoping for a new emphasis on MSMEs, and we got both of that. I'll speak about that. So I'm pleased to hear that, there is an attempt to focus on the semiconductor mission as well as on rare earths. Because these are likely to remain vulnerable areas in our international relations given the geopolitical environment.
Yeah, some 40,000 crore allocation on semiconductors has already been announced.
I'm all for it.
Rahul Gandhi says, I will react on the budget in Parliament tomorrow. Jairam Ramesh says, while the documents need to be studied in detail, it is clear after 90 minutes that the budget 26-27 falls woefully short of the hype that was generated about it. It was totally lackluster. The speech was also non-transparent since it gave no idea whatsoever of budgetary allocations.
See, Anand, the point is, no, so let me elaborate on what Mr. Jairam Ramesh is trying to say. What I'm hearing him say essentially is that the fiscal space of the government was limited. She's trying to reduce the fiscal, the deficit.
Right.
She's not mobilized resources from anywhere as far as I can make out. I know Garg Sahib talked about demonetization.
Except just doubling, more than doubling.
But some top line
20,000 crores.
Correct. I mean, just two markers to defense expenditure FY27 5.94 lakh crore versus 5.68 lakh crore in FY26.
Defense.
कितना बड़ा कुछ नहीं बड़ा nothing per se. Divestment target is at 80,000 crore versus 33,837 crore in FY26. इस साल 80,000 crore.
No, 80,000 must be against 75,000. Not
B to B.
B to B.
Okay. If you compare B to B. On R&D, she's left research and development out completely for all industry.
So that allocation has already been announced. The RDI allocation announced. Sir, point is 1 lakh crore was announced, but of that not even 200 crore has been tapped.
The spending is not RDI. That's where the problem is.
Budgetary allocation
is nothing.
Allocation.
Nothing. On R&D is a huge amount which has to be spent.
No, you're absolutely right. A lot has to be spent. But can I just return to the jobs?
I'm just saying the government is saying we are willing to spend, but nobody has asked for that money in RDI. So what do you do?
It's not that simple, by the way. I'll explain it in case you want. First,
No, you go ahead.
No, the RDI scheme last year, they put 20,000 crore against the entire science and technology budget of about 5,000 crores a year. In 1 year, 20,000 crore. That, I think numbers will come, but not more than 200 crores would have been spent. Why? Because that scheme is getting rolled out. You are creating fund, you are creating structures, you are inviting proposals. The entire 1 year has been spent on all this preparatory work. Let us see that in the next year, can you move further? By the way, this NRF was first announced in 2021 budget. So 5 years down the line.
So who's moving slowly? The Sarkar or the administrative machinery?
The government scientific establishment, both of them.
The government is, when you say government, is it because the government in terms of the minister and they are
ministry,
but the bureaucracy is taking its own sweet time?
Exactly. Scientific bureaucracy is also there.
I would like to make a quick point here. The 5 university townships near the industrial and logistic corridors, this should promote industry, academia, collaborations and can be seen as a correction move.
Correct, but these 5 university townships, ma'am, will not come through in the next 5 years.
When they come.
And which universities are going to come? Which universities are? Yes, you're making allocations, you're making a plan, but is this enough? Is it fast enough? Is it happening soon enough?
It is not.
Or is it
we are so far
slow?
How many IIMs have been created? All the Institute of Management. Now when I went to Shillong, I said, where do they getting their jobs? Where are their jobs for such people who come out from the IIM?
No. what courses are the IIMs doing, and what is their employability in the current market landscape? So is the education and is it structuring and tailoring itself to meet the requirements in the market? Because there are many employers who are saying, I am not finding the right kind of skill, I am not getting. भाई आप वो IIT करके MBA करने वाला या फिर बैंकर बनने वाला दौर चला गया, इंजीनियर अब बैंकर्स नहीं बन रहे हैं.
That's what I'm asking you, that you're creating all these structures.
Yes.
You're creating so many institutes, but are they employable or not?
Yes, a lot of that actually happens in the states
Again,
as
for
well.
this skill, 2 years back, the finance minister announced 20,000 crore scheme for skill.
Yeah.
Couple of months back, that scheme, and that was exactly to get the private sector skills to be sort of created with the help of the private sector.
Right.
That has only started. That scheme has been approved couple of months back, and now let us see when those 1,000 government
so
ITI.
you're saying ये आज announcement हुआ है, working process will start by the end of 2027 or early 2028.
This is the problem.
Just quickly going out to the dugout, CI dugout, Shivani has a guest with her. Yes, Shivani.
Thanks a lot for that. Mr. Ashok Sehgal, Chairman of the Policy Panel at CII National MSME Council and MD Frontier Technologies Private Limited is with us. Mr. Sehgal, thanks a lot for your time. So a lot of the focus was meant to be for manufacturing and for MSMEs. Your key takeaway from the budget today?
I think the key takeaway is that the Finance Minister has correctly recognized that MSMEs are the backbone of industry. Large industry has always said that, and the government is recognizing that unless you have a strong supply chain supporting the large industry, overall growth will not take place. So it is very gratifying to see a lot of schemes announced specifically for MSMEs to grow both in overall scale as well as in the quality of the products which they can produce. So one is the scheme they have for equity support, because as growth takes place and both the overall GDP numbers, and we are expecting that the growth of MSMEs is in fact faster than that of the overall GDP growth of the country. The equity support is required to MSMEs to increase the scale of the operations, to modernize them, update them both in quality terms and in productivity terms. So that is a very gratifying thing. Then they also, Finance Minister spoke of the Mitra scheme, in which there will be experts available through educational institutions and others to guide MSMEs in becoming more productive and adopting modern techniques. Another thing is the geographical spread. MSMEs are spread out not only in the large cities, but there's an emphasis, and repeatedly the FM mentioned tier 2 and tier 3 cities. She also mentioned remote areas like the northeast and far east and the eastern states. She also mentioned the Himalayan region. She also mentioned certain specific areas in the south like the Araku Valley, where specific focus is being given, and this is where MSMEs are spread out. And the MSMEs who are not in the metro areas are significant both in terms of turnover, in terms of number, and the number of people they employ. So all this will have a major impact on the economy as a whole.
So there is there's a integrated program for textiles, affordable sports good manufacturing, dedicated chemical parks, rare earth permanent magnets, semiconductor mission, container manufacturing scheme, electronics components scheme, of course, the biopharma Shakti, high value construction and infrastructure equipment, and of course revival of 200 legacy industrial clusters. So a lot for the industry here across many sectors.
Yes, coming back specifically to the focus area we were talking about earlier of MSMEs, you missed out leather, you missed out fisheries. These are two areas which were seriously impacted. And the third is garments, and particularly coming to garments, although it's not mentioned the minister's speech, garments also is an area where the recently announced EU scheme is an opportunity for Indian garment exporters to make up any losses they've had in exports to the US by substituting for Bangladesh to the European market. So these are all steps which will help a lot. The electronics thing is something where there will be a supply chain benefit, because as the electronic sector grows, Of course, the final product will be made by bigger companies, but part of the supply chain has to be MSMEs for the components. And I think that is a great opportunity because that has a certain quality and systematic improvement required in the supply chain, which would be something which would improve the approach of all MSMEs on how to do business, how to do production, and how to stick to timelines.
So let me just hang on. Professor Santosh Mehrotra has a question for Ashish ji. So can you just pass on, relay the question, please? Yes.
Yeah. Ashish ji, with all due respect, I mean, you represent the MSME industry within the CII. The big concern that all MSMEs have, receivables from the big corporates as well as from the government. What are you attempting to get the government?
So receivables from corporate and government.
Yeah.
Just
I mean, there's so much the government can do.
Has to relay the question.
There's only so much the government can do in the budget in this regard on receivables.
Right. Okay. On receivables. Yeah. Query.
Yeah, Mr. Ashok Sehgal with me. One of our guests, Santosh Mehrotra, economist in the studio, is asking you a question that, you know, there's only so much the government can do in the budget, but when it comes to the receivables from the government that the industry needs, what is it that you needed? What is it that your expectation is? Or how do you, plan to make up for that?
Okay, I think outside of what was announced for the budget, I would like to share that 2 days ago there was a meeting of the Controller and Accountant General's office, which has done a survey of MSME industries, and it was reported by the MSME Ministry Additional Secretary that against a mandated procurement by PSUs of 25% of the requirement from MSMEs, in fact the procurement is closer to 45 to 47%. So there's a very direct help there. Another aspect of today's presentation by the FM was a recognition of the need for timely payment and expanding the TREADS network to cover and make it mandatory for all PSUs regardless of their size, and to link it up with the GEM portal which has been created, and both of these would improve the liquidity of MSMEs to a very large extent.
I hope that suffices. Anand, any more questions?
Well, thanks indeed for that. Viewers, big day today, big day. The markets not reacting very positively. That's because there is no real one big headline. This is sectorally focused budget, but it is a budget for resilience. Viewers, headwinds globally, the government's focus is to insulate the economy but also encourage growth, and therefore the focus has been heavily on the SME sector, which is most exposed to global disruption. And I think some of our panelists might be happy that there are allocations to that effect to make the supply side stronger, especially in a new innovating economy and a global scape, by ensuring that we look inwards to try and farm rare earths and other minerals that will be required to boost productivity and production in a new economy, viewers, in a new global economy. Also, of course, massive capex outgo there, record levels, increased even from last year. So the government is focusing on infra, which has been a gripe across sectors for years altogether. All of this tying in with a few tax tweaks here and there to encourage investors from abroad to put some money in, especially PIOs who are living abroad in increasingly stressed circumstances and perhaps looking backwards towards India to try and fulfill their destinies, their economic and financial destinies. So some giveaways there. So there you can see it. Despite all of that, the FM believes that fiscal deficit numbers will stay range bound, that they won't leap through. We can of course discuss that. Boost, as I said, for labor intensive sectors, because this is very, very important. In a Trump era, you have disruptions, viewers, and therefore you have to insulate your economy from these pulls, tugs and pressures. So let's just open this up. We're also joined by Amitabh Kant. Mr. Kant, your few words first, overview of this budget. What really is the focus? Clearly, in a stressed environment such as this, the finance minister has to ensure first that the country stabilizes? Is this resilience? Is this a budget for resilience? Is it also to release the reform spirit that is required? And if so, how?
So Rahul, first and foremost, the budget provides continuity to the vision of Vikasit Bharat during a very complex geopolitical scenario. The geopolitics is very fragmented, and it was, I think, absolutely necessary for the finance minister to pursue this path of fiscal consolidation, which is, to my mind, very important, because otherwise it would have crowded out private sector in the long run. So she's brought down the fiscal deficit from 4.4% to 4.3%. But as they say now that it's debt to GDP ratio is the more critical indicator, she's brought that down from 56.1% to 55.6%. But despite all this, she's pushed for two critical things. One is manufacturing, and the second is focus on infrastructure. She's taken the capex spend to about 12.2 lakh crore, which is in actual, the effective capex of the central government goes up to about almost 4.4% of the GDP, which is the highest ever. So huge thrust to infrastructure. Secondly, I think there's an aim is to really drive manufacturing, for which she spelled out a strategy plan which focuses on pharma, semiconductor, electronic, etc. But one key thing I would like to point out is that today globally 75% of the global investment is taking in AI-related infrastructure, and the smartest move in this entire budget to tax till 2047 on all data centers being established in India, which will have computing power and cloud infrastructure in India. So to my mind, that is a path-breaking move in many ways to drive private sector capex spend from across the world to India. And secondly,
we're having a few issues. Sir, we're having a few issues with your connection. Yeah, you keep freezing on air. Maybe you can reconnect in just a few seconds when the line stabilizes. We're having a few problems there. But yes, let me try again. Amitabh Kant, you were making a point, and your voice broke up there about AI and the future face of the global economic scenarios. So how is that being addressed? And I want to ask you a couple of specific questions, because the four kartavyas that the finance minister has listed is stability, fiscal discipline, moderate inflation, and sustained growth. How are these being addressed by her budget?
So, well, first and foremost, I think this budget is a budget of great fiscal discipline. It's a budget of fiscal consolidation, because it really aims to bring down the fiscal, if you look at it, the fiscal deficit is being brought down to 4.3%, the GDP, the debt to GDP ratio is being brought down, and the capex spent is going up to 12.2 lakh crore. This is huge. But overall, I would say it's a budget of great continuity during very complex geopolitical times. And second is that one of the smartest moves in this budget, to my mind, is the focus on infrastructure and manufacturing. To take the budget spend high is good, but more important than that is to have these cities linked up with high-speed corridors, and also to say that the data centers being established in India till 2047 will be totally exempt from tax. That means you're driving computing power, artificial intelligence, cloud infrastructure to India. And if you look at it, the budget lays a lot of emphasis. This, to my mind, is very, very critical. Secondly, the budget also lays a lot of emphasis on sectors which have been impacted by Trumpian tariffs. That is, the focus on textiles, the focus on marine, the focus on leather sector. These are sectors where job creation is critical. And last point I want to make is, in this brief intervention, is that if you look at it, the emphasis on the MSME sector, creating 10,000 crore MSME growth fund, creating MSME champions, and laying a huge emphasis on trade, which will then ensure that there is adequate liquidity for them. There is a credit guarantee scheme for them that is linked to GEM. There is an asset-based lending, and there is a huge emphasis on trade lending. So these to my mind are very, very critical in terms of protecting jobs, in terms of accelerating infrastructure, accelerating manufacturing, and yet maintaining fiscal discipline, which was really critical in a very complex geopolitical scenario.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you very much, Amitabh Kant, for that exposition, setting out, viewers, the aims of this budget and how the FM has tried to sort of future-proof against or hedge against global disruptions. I'm also joined by N.K. Singh, former chairman of the 15th Finance Commission and former Revenue Secretary. Peerless Mr. N.K. Singh with us from CII. Mr. N.K. Singh, your first take on this budget. There is a need for India to build with resilience, but also a need to be competitive globally so that we can push our products across geographies. Has that largely happened while also welcoming new money?
So, my first reactions are, if you ask me, it is credible, it is sagacious, it is in consonance with the emerging geopolitical challenges. It augurs well for what the economic survey has now said. It significantly takes up the baseline from 6.5% GDP to a new baseline of around 7%. It is credible, Rahul, because if you look at the fiscal consolidation roadmap, not only has the fiscal deficit target of 4.4 been achieved, but it is designed to go down to 4.3, which is in consonance with taking the central government debt down to 50-51. From the viewpoint of any potential investor or rating agencies, adherence to the roadmap or the well-defined roadmap on fiscal consolidation under these circumstances is very credible and assuring. Second, I think that the new trade agreements, which offers enormous new market and access, enables India to become competitive in terms of its products and in terms of seeking out these new European destinations, which are very credible. We must realize that in the last 2 months, there have been two very important developments. One is that India has successfully signed many credible trade agreements which deeply expand its reach and its diversification. The simplification in terms of the customs duties framework and the emphasis now on permitting import-free duty on many items which have been mentioned, and also the rationalization within that framework is really quite consistent with our approach to try and sustain a rate of growth of a firm 7.2%, 6.8 to 7.2%, which was articulated in the economic survey. The budget fully aligns itself with some of the expectations that the economic survey had laid down. And two other important factors. Look at some of the emphasis which has been given on youth and employment. And youth and employment, as you can see, the special efforts which have been articulated in the budget are credible, along with the fact of the services sector in recognizing the high tourist potential areas, in, for instance, illustratively outline some of the Buddhist circuit package, in training skills which are designed to do that. In the emphasis on the health sector, in making India a health destination from the viewpoint of the kind of specialization and facilities we have. So all taken together, this augurs well for India to continue its growth trajectory of 6.8 to
Okay, so we've also got with us Amitabh Kant, but NK Singh, I want to ask you very importantly, while Amitabh Kant is also there with us, I want to ask you this important question. You said credible. Now, one of the requirements that industry had was to ensure that there would be deregulation so that we could become not just a manufacturing powerhouse, but also one attracting investment, because the economic survey suggested that there was a lag between our top line numbers and sentiment internationally. We weren't getting enough investment. Does this budget address that gap, sir?
So, I'm glad Amitabh is here. I'm sure that he has also read the economic survey with as much of a fine comb as perhaps I have endeavored to glance through. What does the economic survey basically says? It says three things in my view. First of all, it bumps up India's potential from an average of 6.5 to 7%, and it does so, as it explains, riding on the backs of the multiplier effects of recent economic reforms, which have been quite substantial. Those have been continued. It rides on the back of a strong macroeconomic fundamentals. In fact, if you look at the figures, the debt to GDP is along the same trajectory which was mentioned. It is designed on the basis of the center-state federal compact, with the 16th Finance Commission, which has laid its report today, continues with the award which I had given of 41% going to the states. It continues some of the sectoral allocations which I had done. Most important is that it has sought to inject an openness to the Indian economy. In trade acting as a true engine of growth, she mentioned in her speech about that we are cognizant of India being increasingly open and the increasing interdependence to be able to harness the advantages with the opening up on the trade side, with customs rationalization, with further tax rationalization, with the rationalization in terms of some of the debilitating aspects of, say, for instance, we shouldn't forget that it was not too long ago that the Fiscal Responsibility Management Act, yes, along with the FERA Act, was one of the most draconian things. Today, for the first time, she had mentioned about a fundamental review of even the existing provisions of FEMA, which has since become a civil liability instead of a draconian criminal liability. Which
okay.
It was. Okay. And last, I think, if I may be allowed to just inject one sentence, as I mentioned, the 16th Finance Commission, whose report was unveiled today, continues with the center-state compact with the same degree of trust, which we hope will be an important factor in guiding our
I want both of you gentlemen now to talk a little bit about whether India, Mr. Kant, please, Mr. NK Singh, just stay on with me for a couple of minutes more. I'm hearing in Mr. Amitabh Kant to answer this question. Look, one of the great needs is that India doesn't get restricted and can escape from this middle income, middle economy trap that many people are talking about. Does this budget do that? I'm trying to get at that fundamental question.
So, around to that point, the critical thing is to accelerate the pace of your manufacturing, which this budget lays down a clear roadmap with strategic sectors. And second is to lay a huge emphasis on infrastructure, which this budget does with about 12.2 lakh crores, which is effectively taking your GDP spend, capex spend on GDP to about 4.4%, which is enormous. So to my mind, there's also a huge focus on jobs in terms of tourism, healthcare, look at marine, look at leather, footwear. All these are sectors which are challenged on account of Trumpian tariffs. So the emphasis really is that you provide, despite a huge disruption in terms of geopolitics and globally, you ensure continuity and fiscal consolidation. Because if you don't do, FM needs to be appreciated for the fact that she's bringing down fiscal deficit from 4.4 to 4.3% in these very, very complex circumstances, and yet she's pushing for cities, 5,000 crore, cities for regional economic growth. She's pushing for 7 high-speed rail infrastructure. So with these new corridors, with the industrial corridors, the city corridors, the high-speed corridors, you will give a huge impetus to infrastructure creation in India. And the last point I want to make is, since you asked me this question about reforms, there's a huge focus on reform of FEMA, which is the non-debt rule, the huge focus on rationalization of duty, and there's a huge focus on financial sector reforms through a high-level committee. So the reform process continues regardless. A budget is one instrument, but the push for reforms and the ease of doing business continues regardless.
Okay, Mr. N.K. Singh, weigh in on that question that I posed to Mr. Amitabh Kant, please. Whether we can escape that dead income, dead economy trap that many people sort of talk about.
So what is a middle income trap? To some extent, the response to this has been beautifully given by the governor of our central bank, reiterating that famous quotation of Ben Bernanke, that this is indeed a Goldilocks period for India, which has high growth with modest inflation. And India is well poised to escape that middle income track. I agree with Amitabh that the 11 lakh crore investment in capex with a 3 lakh crore bump which has taken place, notwithstanding fiscal pressures and the commitment to live up to the fiscal consolidation roadmap, would greatly strengthen the cost, the quality of infrastructure in multiple ways. And I think that augurs well for investor confidence and being able to attract direct foreign investment. By the way, the budget, the economic survey pointed out to be 2 big worries, and I'm sure, Rahul, you are aware of this. One big worry which the economic survey pointed out was the stabilization of the currency. Because currency has been under pressure because of the successive capital outflows continuing. Now that stability to the currency needs inward capital flows. It also means an act of sagacity in not wanting to chase an artificial exchange rate. Countries have gone down the tube. They have lost, in fact, the credibility when they have changed artificially determined exchange rates. So I think that the view which the central bank has taken is to allow currency to find an appropriate level, looking at the geopolitical context, while continuing with what Nirmala herself has said, the continuation of the reform express and India becoming a more open economy by trading regime which enables us to improve market access and quality.
Okay, thank you, Mr. N.K. Singh, for those words. Thank you very much for that exacting analysis. Let me just go around the table. Let me begin with Mr. Mehrotra and Mr. Garg and Mr. Kumar and our other friends. Yes.
Going back to the...
So I'm just asking you the question that I posed to them once again. Do you agree that fundamentally this particular budget will stabilize, build resilience, and do what all of us want? First, boost demand by bringing in capital which can be used productively to create jobs and continue the virtuous cycle.
Right. Boost demand will come from jobs.
That's right. That's what I said.
Absolutely correct. Boost demand means 2 types of demand. There's consumption demand and there's investment demand. And in some ways, consumption demand itself follows from investment demand. So it's not entirely clear to me, except in a very small number of sectors, where the investment demand is going to come from. And, all said and done, the expectation of the economic survey, the chief economic advisor, that we will grow in the best case scenario at around 7%, is not going to get us out of a middle income trap. And the foundation of a middle income trap, Rahul, I'm so glad that you brought that theme up, lies in the lack of aggregate demand. And lack of aggregate demand itself is a function of growing inequality. And we have to remember that we are still a country at low middle income level. We are not a country where most of the middle income trap countries are, which are Brazil, Argentina, South Africa. They are all $7,000-8,000 per capita income higher than ours. And they also suffer from very deep inequality. So we have to be very careful that in this, the period that we have until our demographic dividend is around. Please remember that all those countries I just named, their demographic dividend is gone. So it's absolutely critical that this demand gets generated. Are we seeing that in this budget? I'm sorry to say, in summary, I don't see it. There are some good things in it.
Okay.
I'm not denying that. I was talking about the rare earths thing, the semiconductor mission thing. I talked about the MSMEs, the new focus. But the big problem the MSMEs face, Rahul, is one, that a large number, 70% of them are not even registered with the government. The government doesn't know about their existence.
Okay. So despite,
there's a big blind spot in government policy
despite
there.
the massive 10,000 crore allocations for MSME
for an equity fund.
Yes.
For an equity fund.
Okay, so
what we need is the expansion of SIDBI. The Small Industries Development Bank of India could be expanded and capitalized in a massive way.
So you differ with the methodology. You welcome the allocation. Different with the way it should have been. Okay, yes, dispersed.
In my view, budget is very sensible in maintaining the big budgetary balance. But it will not do either great good for the growth or the redistribution, or it will also not do a great harm. FM has learned the lessons very well. If you look at the two numbers which have come up now, on the income tax front, we lost 1.4 lakh crore. And on the GST, again there is 1.3 lakh crore loss from the projection of the last year. This was the two big tax giveaways, and therefore she has decided not to do any more of that kind of adventure this time. So that's very, very good. On the capex front, again, I think it's a very sensible choice to limit it to 9% only, not to the level of even the normal GDP growth, or just about that. It's also interesting to see that there is some amount of internal readjustment happening there. So you have data centers being emphasized, you have service-led growth being emphasized, but I think the bulk of the outlay still is on railways and roads. So good budget balance, but I don't think it's going to make any great difference to the national.
So Rahul, avoiding the middle income trap essentially means that you got to raise your rate of growth from about 6-7% to about 8%.
8%, yes.
And for 8%, you need a capital investment. Let's say if the ICOR is about 4 or something, you need at least 32-33%, capital to GDP ratio. So now for that, what has she done? So I think there's some things that have been done, and I therefore credit the budget with making an effort on that. One, I think she's made it much simpler for the NRIs to bring in equity here, to sell their property out here, etc. Then they've got also the other things on several things on the foreigners bringing in. So that's made it attractive for the FDI to come along. And for the domestic investor, she's got a whole slew of announcements on the manufacturing sector, whether it's the semiconductor mission or is the biopharma, or is the integrated textile package with 5, the tourism package that she's talked about, and these are all employment intensive, and the 10,000 crore equity fund for the MSMEs. So I think all of that put together, plus by the way, I'm very pleased with the agricultural sector focus.
So you're talking about the VB Gram G bill? allocation in increasing by 10,000.
That's one thing, but I'm talking more about the coastal food product that she's talked about, the coconut, the cashews, and bringing them about, the fisheries, that's taken.
Right.
So I think
another big headline coming through, and you can see it up there on your wall, is that the defense budget is higher in rupee terms. Defense spending rises to 68 lakh crores. Defense budget higher there, and that's 6 lakhs crore, and that's very big. That's really big, viewers.
5 lakh.
So this is how would you see this?
No, but not a very significant increase because
increase in the revised budget.
Already.
And then there is a further increase.
No, but when you look at the expenditure that we may have incurred on Op Sindoor,
so that is accounted for.
That's accounted for.
But despite that,
it's not a very big jump actually.
Okay, you don't think
it's not a big one.
Right.
There is a reasonable jump.
It's a reasonable jump. We can obviously, but this is an important thing to sort of square up. Yes, look, I have to ask you this question because you were quite vocal on ensuring that industry gets that push so that our exports can penetrate all these markets through quality and pricing and all sorts of other things. There you can see the defense budget confirmation there growing. So, Saket, do you think this budget does that?
So, I'll start with...
And the ease of doing business, sorry.
I'll start with the positive. I think the ease of doing business has certainly helped out a lot.
Right. How? Explain
just
yourself.
the tax benefits and allowing a lot of, the grandfathering and safe haven clauses, etc. So I think some of the ease of business has done well. Industry-wise, what I had hoped for was future industries being given an investment. I think that's a complete tick.
So AI and data centers,
center. Yeah. I'm not a big fan of data center. I'll be very frank. I don't think it generates employment or technology. But anyway, but I do think that that complex of biopharma, everything gets us closer to where we wanted to be as we discussed that day. I think the university townships is exactly what we talked about this morning, that we are spending $3 billion a year sending money outside. So if we can get these Harvard kind of places in India, it's a great thing. I just have two quibbles with the budget. One is that I genuinely believe that PM Modi's vision is a bit bigger than what this budget is getting us to based on President first. So I would have gone for ensuring effectiveness in terms of funding, where we are funding and maybe reducing some of the inefficient schemes and making slightly bigger bets on high-tech areas. I think AI needed a bigger bet.
Okay.
I do think biotech research and some sort of reform in terms of what can be done deserves a bigger bet. And I would have liked more disinvestment, to be honest.
Okay, more disinvestment. Okay, I'll just come out to you. We've got two people waiting for us on the link, and I just want to go straight across to them. CA Nisha Dhanuka, co-founder, Quinfin Consulting Private Limited, and Krisman Murati, Managing Director of Pareto Economics. Both of them joining us on the link. So let me just go across first to them. CA Nisha Dhanuka, how do you look at this? Do you believe that this is a budget that is going to, do the very important job of guardrailing India from that disruption that we have seen globally? Number one. Number two, will it make our exports more competitive? Number three, will it generate employment and therefore allow us to also have green shoots in consumption, which is what we need, and boost therefore a degree of demand?
Thanks. I would like to, three words for the budget: growth, inclusion and stability. Now coming to your first point, in context of guarding India from the world, we don't need to guard India, we need to integrate India. If you see, there are a lot of impetus given on export incentives. There is lot of focus on making India a manufacturing hub. And just not manufacturing hub in terms of setting up factories or setting up infrastructure. It is also looking into the future in terms of the future looks is very tech enabled. So if you see, our finance minister has, for every industry that she spoke about, she also spoke simultaneously a skilling center to be set up for that. Funding to be done to make that skilling center for the youth. and also making it accessible, setting up more and more skilling centers. So I feel we as Indian are ready not to be guarded but to get integrated with the world, with the kind of boost that we are looking at the economy. Secondly, you spoke about employment. Of course, if you really see, the entire focus of budget is on skilling and creating more and more job opportunities. In fact, this is one budget where I would say our finance minister kept all the stakeholders in view, from students to young professionals to MSMEs to large corporates to specially abled to farmers to artisans. Overall, a very, very positive budget from the job perspective and the employment perspective.
Okay, Krisman Marathi, will this budget create conditions to attract investment? That's the conversation we had a few days back. Do you see this budget, therefore, taking that ball forward?
Yeah, well, thanks for the question. Look, what's obvious from any budget release from any part of the world is that you're not going to make everyone pleased from it. What we have to realize is that governments have limited resources and need to deploy capital for immediate needs, midterm needs, and long-term needs. So naturally, there's going to have to be sacrifices have to be made, and there have to be an idea of what is necessary now and relate that to what's necessary in the future. So what India is betting on are two things, I think. The first one is that the world will continue to be uncertain, right? And the second thing they're betting on is that they need to rely on their own manufacturing capabilities to de-risk themselves from these externalities and these risks. So with these things in play continually, they need to pick. They need to be able to pick industries which have the need to be resilient for manufacturing, semiconductors, the supply chain as it relates to technology, and also investing in industries which don't require high tech but require industrial input, right? Which is why manufacturing, which is why things like connectivity is so important, to connect regions with themselves within India, intra-Indian trade corridors and travel corridors. This, as a result, should increase employment. This also should increase GDP. This also should reduce the fiscal deficit of the country, if done correctly. Naturally, what they can control is the policies they put into place. What they can't control is how businesses will respond to this, and what they can control to a limited ability is the macro picture, which India, I think, is playing a much smarter role than many other countries in the region and also globally.
Well, thanks, Krisman Marathi, for that. Viewers, in a world where sovereignty is stressed and diplomacy is being increasingly weaponized, we're seeing an allocation under several different heads, the defense side. So we are seeing a 21% rise in defense capital expenditure and an 8-fold increase in intelligence gathering capacities. So you are putting money to boost intelligence, and this can only be correlated to what we're seeing around us, and obviously the hangover of the Op Sindoor, which was an operation that pulled us into a 4-day conflict, 4-day war, so to speak, with Pakistan, an undeclared war, but nonetheless it was a conflict, viewers, on any scale. So here is an attempt there. And I want to bring in Saket Mishra. This is a very, very crucial aspect of this budget. Yes, we may not be impressed by the huge numbers, but look at the focus. Intel Bureau gets a 8-fold increase in its budgetary support. That is an important aspect of what we're looking at in a modern scenario, where, as I said, diplomacy is so weaponized today.
Yeah.
Saket Mishra.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's not, I think it's a fantastic move. It's obviously required for national security, but I think what this does is people like Intelligence Bureau, like Defense, actually use the most modern technology. The IDX program has been an immense success for the government in terms of new talent coming in, doing research, problem solving for our defense sector. So I think not only does this actually improve our national security, but I think not only indirect, I think it's direct. It's a fantastic way to get to cutting edge solutions and giving opportunities to our young guys, especially young researchers, to provide solutions to help us. So I mean, I think it's a brilliant move.
But we've got to stay ahead, viewers, of those around us, and you know that the neighborhood is hostile. There are security challenges. Yes, Nirupma, you wanted to make a point on some of these issues, and let's just queue up from here because this is the first thing that's staring us in the face. Yeah.
No, so the defense,
Yes,
right? So defense has actually gone up in interesting places. As you said, capital expenditure, so even whatever rise there is, that's gone up. The spend on R&D is also gone up, which is also very good. So that makes a lot of sense for us given what we want to do. And I think that's a great thing. But
I feel that this budget is a very focused. So in certain areas and sectors there have been interventions. And I think, so that's why you're not getting this sense of a grand headline, which really is resilience, but you have to really shape that argument by looking at micro numbers.
So agreed. I think some 3 or 4 very specific, I think what they've done for e-commerce exports is very big by removing the courier limit of 10 lakhs because that opens the, e-commerce exports of high value exports, especially in kind of textiles and gems and jewelry, direct B2C. That is brilliant. Then I think the focus on Ayurveda is interesting to see where it comes to to kind of bring it more into mainstream. The REITs and InvITs for government property and as a way to kind of monetize it is also very, very good. And geriatric care at least has found mention this time. I think this is going to become a focus area in, upcoming years. In terms of where I think maybe we needed, where I would have liked a little more conversation is actually in terms of nothing on disinvestment, as Saket said. I wish there was something more there. And in terms of nothing for the gems and jewelry sector, which was one of the largest affected sectors by the tariffs, even though leather and apparels found mention. In the entire conversation on pollution, environment, green financing, green FDI, none of that is there. Great news on tourism, lots that's done for tourism, but again, the problem is we're not focusing on how we're going to attract foreign tourists in, which is where your forex is going to come in. So somewhere we haven't really kind of still managed to differentiate between encouraging domestic tourism, which is great, but foreign tourism, which is where we're going to get our money and foreign exchange from. The other thing is within financial sector, there's another committee being set up, of course, for banking sector reforms with a focus also for NBFCs. However, and for Viksit Bharat, but however, I think one of the constant feedback that has happened within the financial sector is we tend to rely more on banking sector to kind of fund any kind of growth that is there, and we need more diversified sources. And I hope that happens because otherwise it becomes more and more difficult for your banking sector.
Okay. 20,000 guides for streets and tourism is a massive thing.
Yeah, I mean, look, that is one very quick way of building jobs, and unfortunately that still requires not such high skilling, so they're still low skill jobs, more or less, but nonetheless, it's a great employment area, and that's perhaps something that the government is now beginning to cotton on to. Whether it's enough, whether it is targeted at the right, we can of course discuss that. We'll take a very short break. We're right back, viewers. Stay with us.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
To promote environmentally sustainable movement of cargo, I propose to 1. Establish new dedicated freight corridors connecting Dankuni in the east to Surat in the west. Operationalize 20 new national waterways over the next 5 years. Starting with National Waterways 5 in Orissa to connect mineral-rich areas of Talcher and Angul and industrial centers like Kalinga Nagar to the ports of Paradeep and Dhamra. Training institutes will be set up as regional centers of excellence for development of required manpower for these waterways. This will benefit youth in the entire stretch of the waterways to train and acquire skills. Further, a ship repair ecosystem catering to inland waterways will also be set up at Varanasi and Patna. And C, launch a coastal cargo promotion scheme for incentivizing a modal shift from rail to road to increase the share of inland waterways and coastal shipping from 6% to 12% by 2047. To enhance last mile and remote connectivity and promote tourism, I propose to give incentives to indigenize manufacturing of seaplanes. A seaplane VGF scheme will be
Welcome back to our continued coverage of Budget 2026. We called it Reforms Reloaded. FM Nirmala Sitharaman is talking about Resilience Reloaded, viewers. How is it that we can insulate the Indian economy, and I don't mean it in a physical sense, but I mean it in a notional sense, from the trade winds, the nasty trade winds that blow out of DC from time to time, viewers? How is it that we are going to ensure that the economy remains on track in disruption and during times as stressed as the ones we are in? Fundamentally, 4 or 5 steps have been taken by the finance minister to do this. And these steps, it is quite clear, viewers, will to some extent bring about resilience and stability, which is what we require as of now. But will they lead to the larger, important, and not just incremental but exponential jumps that we require to take, A, in the ease of doing business, B, in ensuring greater investment, C, in creating employment? Those are open questions. And we are joined by J.N. Mehta, MD of Amul. And I'm going to go straight across to him. Your sector, from that perspective, really falls under, in today's context, a very vital part of our economy that is also, of course, in a lot of conversations, sir, given the fact that we are engaging in some high-end and very, very, as you know, structured conversations with foreign and global blocs, trading blocs, including the United States. So, first of all, from a sectoral point of view, what does the budget mean for you? And then, of course, we'll have a quick take from you on the overall the trajectory of this budget and what it attains to do.
Thank you so much. On behalf of the dairy sector and the cooperative sector, I would like to thank Honorable Finance Minister for a very, very futuristic and a visionary budget, touching almost every single member of the cooperative society. Amul has 3.6 million farmers, and I'll talk about how it benefits them through this budget. There was a taxation on the dividend income that we used to pass on as a part of the Amul model. We have 3-tier structure. So the surplus of GCMMF, the marketing federation, were passed on to the district union in form of dividends of their investment, and all the villages invest into a district union and they used to get benefit of that dividend income.
Okay.
Now, in the new scheme of things, the double taxation has been removed, as a result of which it will benefit every single farmer of the state of Gujarat and all cooperatives across the country. So this has been a one major benefit we have got as a part of this budget, and we are thankful to Honorable Finance Minister for that. Second, we sell a lot of cattle feed, and cattle feed is produced by us only. And the income of cattle feed also has now been treated as a part of the income of milk, which is supplied by the farmers to the farmers, as a result of which that's also a big benefit and also simplification in the accounts of our village cooperative societies, and thereby supporting each of the farmers. Apart from that, the government has recognized the importance of this sector, and when they talk about setting up of colleges to produce 20,000 veterinarians, itself is a very, very significant step in improving the presence of veterinary doctors who support our farmers and the cattle in the villages of the country. For Gujarat, I can tell that we have at the moment 2,200 veterinary doctors, both of the state government and the district cooperative societies. unions serving farmers across 18,000 villages. And as we move to White Revolution 2.0 across the country, this will provide a major fillip. The budget of our ministry, Animal Husbandry and Dairy, has actually doubled in last 2 years. So that itself is a significant step. And also the cooperative ministry, the newly formed cooperative ministry also has been working to strengthen the sector. So apart from the support given to NCDC in the last budget, which continues, the newly formed export cooperative, the National Cooperative Exports Limited, also has got in about 450 crore rupees as support to build exports of Indian dairy products globally. There are many such initiatives, but really it's a very visionary step in the right direction. Continuing from what she started in the last budget when the income tax exemptions increased the purchasing power. The GST the government had, and now this.
Well, there are many stories coming out from different sectors, viewers such as these. So there are, as I said, very targeted interventions. But I want to bring in Tuin Sinha to get a sense really of this budget from the political perspective, because some of your opposition and your critics have already said that this budget really has nothing. Just look at the way the Sensex has reacted. In fact, you've even allocated a tax on transactions, which will hurt even the small investor. How do you respond to all of that, specifically when reforms and continuing the trajectory of reforms was the need of the hour?
Well, good afternoon, Rahul. Good afternoon, everybody. Well, the way I see it is an extension of the Reform Express, which Prime Minister Modi has been talking about. So there is unprecedented impetus on manufacturing. The idea is to make a concerted effort to raise the share of manufacturing in the overall GDP beyond 16%, where it has been stagnant for the last few years. Plus, if you look at the capex, 12.2 crores expenditure on capex, which is a good, more than 10% higher than the previous sanctioned amount. It would work in tandem with the increase in manufacturing, and it would work towards making India a hub of defense manufacturing and semiconductor manufacturing and manufacturing in other forms. Now, as far as the criticism over the increased taxation in the future trading is concerned, if you look at the increase in taxation, that very minor 0.05%, the stock market tends to react spontaneously, but I don't think it will have any long-term effect on the stock market. In fact, I don't think the opposition should react in a knee-jerk manner, because the points laid out in the budget, in fact, the impetus on education for that matter, after many years, the impetus on education and the impetus on other sectors, all of which are very crucial components going ahead in our larger attainment of Vikasit Bharat goals from here. So yes, it's more of a vision statement. It lays out the clear focus areas, the components which are going to play a very pivotal role ahead in our surge, in economic surge from here. And I think, the focus is very clearly underlined.
Okay, so look, Mr. Mehrotra, you've spoken about MSMEs and you talked about equity support and maybe deeper intervention there. But there's also liquidity support via maximizing TREDs, and I think that Amitabh Kant had made that point. And professional support to develop a cadre of corporate mitras, as he called it. So, I mean,
all this is good news.
Yeah.
Rahul, I welcome all of this. Yeah. These are all important innovations that are happening.
Yeah.
These are things that are desperately needed. There's no question about that. I am saying that the need for creating jobs is so great that the public sector itself has to come in. And we are saying, SIDBI, we are saying that a one-time capitalization of Small Industries Development Bank of India. Let the SIDBI expand. They have decades of experience of giving loans to MSMEs, and they can give loans at rates of interest which is what MSMEs need. So because they need working capital. Normal commercial banks are not able to give that.
Okay.
I mean, so, and I also welcome the focus on the 200 industry cluster cities.
That's right.
Town,
Yes,
town 2 and 3. Very good thing.
Yeah.
Finally, the government is waking up to the need for a focus on 5,500 clusters exist across our wonderful country. 200 are being focused on. I can see that, some of those are likely to be in tier 2, 3 cities.
Yeah.
I would even go so far as to say, can we marry the Amrut funding to the industry cluster program so that we get synergy across programs and program funding?
Well, the one thing I want to point out, and very quickly to Sinha on this, the government perhaps, and I don't know, please correct me if I'm wrong on this, the government still fears that perhaps private industry or private capital will be continue to be a little tentative, and therefore they have continued capex support. 4.4% of GDP, big number, highest in the last 10 years, 17.1 lakh crore. Is that a good way of reading this, or are you just going to do the heavy lifting irrespective?
On the contrary, if an increase in capex from the government side only, spurs or only incentivizes or only, motivates the private sector or gives them more confidence to come out and spend in larger numbers, I think it should serve the purpose. As far as the government approach is concerned, we are going all out to ensure that the capex spending ensures the development of these 200 plus.
So you see it as perhaps an affirmation of not just government confidence, but confidence in general in the growth shoots of the economy. Okay, I mean, let's see if that spurs private capital to put their money down. I'm going to take a very short break. We'll be right back, viewers. Don't go away.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
To promote environmentally sustainable movement of cargo, I propose to 1. Establish new dedicated freight corridors connecting Dankuni in the east to Surat in the west. Operationalize 20 new national waterways over the next 5 years, starting with National Waterways 5 in Orissa to connect mineral-rich areas of Talcher and Angul and industrial centers like Kalinga Nagar to the ports of Paradip and Dhamra. Training institutes will be set up as regional centers of excellence for development of required manpower for these waterways. This will benefit youth in the entire stretch of the waterways to train and acquire skills. Further, a ship repair ecosystem catering to inland waterways will also be set up at Varanasi and Patna. And C, launch a coastal cargo promotion scheme for incentivizing a more
Dr. Tharoor, as an MP from Kerala, are you satisfied with what you heard from Nirmala Sitharaman?
We didn't hear very much about Kerala at all. How can I be claimed to be satisfied? There was practically nothing about Kerala, and that's one of the frustrations we all have. There's a turtle trail, I think, and the rare earth corridor might be one where we will have some benefit, but that's about it.
First reaction, 1 se 10 mein, how many numbers to the budget?
Ranking is your concern. Our more concern is that an assurance, to be precise, that this budget lays down the road map for development of India, to create further foundations for a vikasit bharat in 2047.
But the share market does not share your sentiments, it's going down.
It's too early. It's too early. They will come up again when they see the fine prints You must understand from manufacturing, to entrepreneurship, to skilling, to MSME, to healthcare, sports, and most important, the tax structure, income tax and duty structure is also designed to ensure that if India is a big economy of the world should also be economy with us.
Opposition is calling it a dabba goal budget.
I hope they could have picked up a better word, isn't it? Have they had any good words about the Prime Minister or this government? No. Let them cry. I don't curse them, they will only cry. We will create the conditions for a vikasit.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
To promote environmentally sustainable movement of cargo, I propose to 1. Establish new dedicated freight corridors connecting Dankuni in the east to Surat in the west. Operationalize 20 new national waterways over the next 5 years. Starting with National Waterways 5 in Orissa to connect mineral-rich areas of Talcher and Angul and industrial centers like Kalinga Nagar to the ports of Paradeep and Dhamra. Training institutes will be set up as regional centers of excellence for development of required manpower for these waterways. This will benefit youth in the entire stretch of the waterways to train and acquire skills. Further, a ship repair ecosystem catering to inland waterways will also be set up at Varanasi and Patna. And C. Launch a coastal cargo promotion scheme for incentivizing a modal shift from rail to road to increase the share of inland waterways and coastal shipping from 6% to 12% by 2047. To enhance last mile and remote connectivity and promote tourism, I propose to give incentives to indigenize manufacturing of seaplanes. A seaplane VGF scheme will be also introduced to provide support for operations. Carbon capture, utilization and storage. Aligning with the roadmap launched in December 2025, the carbon capture, utilization and storage technologies at scale will achieve higher readiness and in end-use application across 5 industrial sectors, including power, steel, cement, refineries, and chemicals. An outlay of 20,000 crore is proposed over the next 5 years for this purpose. City economic regions. Cities are India's engines of growth.
You are watching CNN News 18 and DBS Bank Budget Day Studio.
Good afternoon. We're coming to you live from the CNN News 18 DBS Bank Budget Day Studio. It has been a huge development. The union budget has been tabled in the Lok Sabha by Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman. Let's take a look at some of her major takeaways. It was a 1.5 hour long address laying out the government's economic roadmap anchored in growth, investment, and of course fiscal stability. Some of the key announcements: there is a massive push to public capex, capital expenditure. It is a record at little over 12 lakh crores for 26-27. The Finance Minister also introduced the government will be pushing through with the introduction of the new tax regime from 1st of April 2026. 10,000 crores have been allocated for a biopharma Shakti scheme. Pharma has come under pressure because of... All right, let's listen in to the Prime Minister. Yes.
आज का बजट ऐतिहासिक है इसमें देश की नारी शक्ति का सशक्त प्रतिबिंब झलकता है। महिला वित्त मंत्री के रूप में निर्मला जी ने लगातार 9वीं बार देश का बजट प्रस्तुत करके नया रिकॉर्ड बनाया है। ये बजट अपार अवसरों का राजमार्ग है। ये बजट वर्तमान के सपनों को साकार करता है और भारत के उज्जवल भविष्य की नींव को सशक्त करता है। ये बजट 2047 के विकसित भारत की हमारी ऊंची उड़ान का मजबूत आधार है। साथियों, आज भारत जिस रिफॉर्म एक्सप्रेस पर सवार है, इस बजट से उसे नई ऊर्जा, नई गति मिलेगी। जो पाथ ब्रेकिंग रिफॉर्म्स किए गए हैं, वो एस्पिरेशन से भरे हुए भारत के साहसिक, टैलेंटेड युवाओं को उड़ने के लिए खुला आसमान देते हैं। ये बजट ट्रस्ट बेस्ड गवर्नेंस और ह्यूमन सेंट्रिक अर्थरचना के विजन को साकार करता है। एक ऐसा यूनिक बजट है जिसमें फिस्कल डेफिसिट कम करने, इन्फ्लेशन कंट्रोल करने पर फोकस है और इसके साथ ही बजट में हाई कैपेक्स और हाई ग्रोथ का भी समन्वय है। साथियों, ये बजट भारत की वैश्विक भूमिका को नए सिरे से सशक्त करता है। भारत के 140 करोड़ नागरिक फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग इकोनॉमी बनकर ही संतुष्ट नहीं है। हम जल्द से जल्द दुनिया की तीसरी सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बनना चाहते हैं। ये करोड़ों देशवासियों का संकल्प है। दुनिया के एक ट्रस्टेड डेमोक्रेटिक पार्टनर और ट्रस्टेड क्वालिटी सप्लायर के रूप में भारत की भूमिका लगातार बढ़ रही है। हाल में जो बड़ी बड़ी ट्रेड डील्स भारत ने की है, मदर ऑफ ऑल डील्स, उसका मैक्सिमम बेनिफिट भारत के युवाओं को मिले, भारत के लघु और मध्यम उद्योग वालों को मिले। इस दिशा में बजट में बड़े बड़े कदम उठाए गए हैं। साथियों, इस बजट में मेक इन इंडिया और आत्मनिर्भर भारत अभियान को नई रफ्तार के लिए महत्वाकांक्षी रोड मैप प्रस्तुत किया गया है। इस बजट में नई उभरती इंडस्ट्रीज यानी सनराइज सेक्टर्स को जिस मजबूती के साथ समर्थन दिया गया है, वह अभूतपूर्व है। बायोफार्मा शक्ति मिशन, सेमीकंडक्टर मिशन 2.0, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक कंपोनेंट मैन्युफैक्चरिंग स्कीम, रेयर अर्थ कॉरिडोर का निर्माण, क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स पर बल, टेक्सटाइल सेक्टर में नई स्कीम, हाईटेक टूल मैन्युफैक्चरिंग को बढ़ावा, चैंपियन एमएसएमईज तैयार करना, ये फ्यूचरिस्टिक है। देश की वर्तमान और भविष्य की आवश्यकताओं का ध्यान रखती है। एमएसएमईज को, हमारे लघु और कुटीर उद्योगों को जो समर्थन इस बजट में मिला है, वो उन्हें लोकल से ग्लोबल बनने की नई ताकत देगा। साथियों, बजट में इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को मजबूत करने के लिए कई बड़े कदम उठाए गए हैं। डेडिकेटेड फ्रेट कॉरिडोर, देश भर में वाटरवेज का विस्तार, हाई स्पीड रेल कॉरिडोर, टियर 2 और टियर 3 शहरों के विकास पर विशेष ध्यान और शहरों को मजबूत आर्थिक आधार देने के लिए म्युनिसिपल बॉन्ड्स को बढ़ावा। ये सारे कदम विकसित भारत की यात्रा की गति को और तेज करेंगे। साथियों, किसी भी देश की सबसे बड़ी पूंजी उसके नागरिक होते हैं। बीते वर्षों में हमारी सरकार ने देश के नागरिकों के सामर्थ्य को बढ़ाने पर अभूतपूर्व निवेश किया है। हमारा प्रयास स्किल, स्केल और सस्टेनेबिलिटी को निरंतर बल देने का रहा है। जैसा कि आज पार्लियामेंट में निर्मला जी ने कहा है, यह युवा शक्ति बजट है। उसमें युवा की सोच भी है, युवा के सपने भी हैं, युवा का संकल्प भी है और साथ साथ युवा की गति भी है। बजट में जो प्रावधान किए गए हैं, उससे अलग अलग सेक्टर्स में लीडर्स, इनोवेटर्स और क्रिएटर्स तैयार होंगे। मेडिकल हब्स के निर्माण से, एलाइड हेल्थ प्रोफेशनल्स के माध्यम से, ऑरेंज इकोनॉमी यानी ऑडियो विजुअल गेमिंग को बढ़ावा देकर, पर्यटन को प्रोत्साहन देकर और खेलो इंडिया मिशन के माध्यम से युवाओं के लिए नए अवसरों के द्वार खुलेंगे। भारत को दुनिया का डेटा सेंटर हब बनाने के लिए टैक्स में बड़ी छूट की घोषणा भी की गई है। मैं भारत के युवाओं को विशेष तौर पर इस बजट की बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं, क्योंकि इससे एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेशन को बड़ा बूस्ट मिलेगा। मुझे बहुत खुशी है कि इस बजट में टूरिज्म और विशेषकर नॉर्थ ईस्ट में टूरिज्म को बढ़ावा देने के लिए भी ठोस कदम उठाए गए हैं। भारत के अलग अलग राज्यों को ताकतवर बनाकर संतुलित विकास की नींव भी इस बजट में मजबूत की गई है। साथियों, हमारे देश में 10 करोड़ से ज्यादा महिलाएं सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप से जुड़ी हैं और बड़ा सफल अभियान रहा है। महिलाओं द्वारा निर्मित, महिलाओं द्वारा संचालित सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप्स का आधुनिक इकोसिस्टम बने, बजट में इसे प्राथमिकता दी गई है। कोशिश यही है कि हर घर लक्ष्मी जी पधारे। हर जिले में छात्राओं के लिए नए हॉस्टल बनाने का अभियान भी शिक्षा को सुलभ बनाएगा। साथियों, भारत की कृषि, डेयरी सेक्टर, फिशरीज, इन्हें हमारी सरकार ने हमेशा सर्वोच्च प्राथमिकता दी है। इस बजट में भी नारियल, काजू, कोको और चंदन की पैदावार से जुड़े किसानों के लिए अनेक अहम कदम उठाए गए हैं। भारत विस्तार एआई इस टूल से किसानों को उनकी भाषा में जानकारी मिलने से उन्हें बहुत मदद मिलेगी। फिशरीज और पशुपालन में उद्यमिता, उसको बढ़ावा देने से गांव में ही रोजगार और स्वरोजगार के और ज्यादा अवसर बनेंगे। साथियों, ये बजट एम्बिशियस भी है और ये बजट देश की एस्पिरेशन को भी एड्रेस करता है। मैं एक बार फिर निर्मला जी और उनकी पूरी टीम को इस फ्यूचरिस्टिक बजट के लिए, संवेदनशील बजट के लिए, गांव, गरीब, किसान का कल्याण करने वाले बजट के लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Speaking right after the budget speech, saying that this was a historic budget. He's congratulated Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman. This is her 9th consecutive budget. He's talked about how the budget enhances Nari Shakti, talking about the She Entrepreneur scheme that's been launched, the Women Self-Help Group Entrepreneur scheme that's been launched. Also big ticket infrastructure spending, whether it's public capex, whether it's the announcement of the 7 high-speed rail corridors. There's a big thrust on a semiconductor mission 2.0. There is a new rare earth corridor that's been announced as well. Big push for the southern states as well, because there's going to be elections due in a couple of those southern states in the next few months. So let's bring you up to speed first with the big takeaways as far as budget 2026 is concerned. What are the thrust areas for the finance minister? I'm going to just lay that out for our viewers. The big headline, the big takeaways from budget 2026. Number one, public capex. We've been talking about this. Capital expenditure has been rising and rising over the last 10 years. It's a standing feature of the Modi government. For the first time now, it's above 12 lakh crore rupees. That's a massive increase in public capex. The introduction of the new tax regime will begin from 1st of April 2026. Pharma, and we've seen some stress in pharma because of the tariffs and the fight around the tariffs. 10,000 crore Biopharma Shakti scheme has been announced in the budget. The fiscal deficit for this current financial is at 4.4%. The next one will be targeted at 4.3% and eventually to 4.2%. A focus on labor-intensive sectors, textiles, footwear, leather, etc., all of which have been having a bit of a tough time with the Trump tariffs. So, massive. Let's look at some of the sector-wise announcements that the finance minister has made today. Some of these sectors had been facing some stress. So the big one is the 7 high-speed rail corridors that have been proposed. 2 of them in North India, 5 of them in Southern India, again in keeping with elections due in some of those states. There's a high-level committee that's been formed on banking for Viksit Bharat. That's again a booster shot for the banking sector. There is the launch of the semiconductor mission 2.0. Remember, semiconductors have become a critical asset, particularly in the stressed global supply chains. A 10,000 crore scheme has been announced for container manufacturing. Also 10,000 crores for MSMEs. Again, MSME Growth Fund. It's an equity fund dedicated for MSMEs. 10,000 crores has been allocated for that. There's also a big stress on healthcare. 100,000 healthcare professionals will be readied over the next year. Biopharma Shakti of 10,000 crores has been announced as well. 5 university townships to be developed across various industrial corridors across the country. That again is an important one. A National Institute of Hospitality, as well as a big thrust for tourism, has also been announced in this budget. She Marts, Women Self-Help Entrepreneur Marts, will be announced as well. Let's try and get some sense about this. The focus on women's empowerment, particularly women's entrepreneurship and encouraging women entrepreneurship. Also, what is the stress as far as 2047, the Viksit Bharat dream, and how this budget sort of moves India in that direction. Here in our studios, I'm joined by Sumita Davra. Nirupama Soundarajan is also there here in our studios. And our guest joining via link, L. Badri Narayan is executive partner with LKS Attorneys, Ashutosh Nath, chartered accountant and Tradewin. Arvind Srivatsan is partner in India Tax, and Achit Pushkarna is CEO of Haribol. Let's start with the Nari Shakti Trust. I think the Prime Minister also mentioned that it was the 9th budget by Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman. The self-help entrepreneur groups that have been announced for women. Lots of stress to all in a bid to try and increase the female labour participation rate.
See, the Viksit Bharat goal is that by 2047 we'll have 70% of the women in the workforce. At the moment we have something like 35 to 40%. The entrepreneurial aspect, which has been emphasized through the She Hub, the marts, is important because we see a lot of women in the self-help groups in the rural areas, and the 46% labour which is in the rural areas is dominated by women. We say feminization of the agriculture workforce. So this gives a very good access to markets for the women's self-help groups. They could be putting together organic foodstuffs, it could be pulses, edible oils, it could be organic fruits, vegetables, so on and so forth. So coming on to the marts, it could be through digital infrastructure, it could be through physical infrastructure. So it definitely is a big push, a big boost for marketing, particularly for the women's self-help groups.
So Nirupama ji, in terms of the emphasis on physical infrastructure, we've seen this through Modi over the last 10 years. Public capex now at 12 lakh crores. Okay, we've got the Vice Chairman of the Niti Aayog, Mr. Suman Berry, who's now joining us. Thank you very much, Mr. Berry. The big takeaways, as far as you are concerned, in this budget 2026, the emphasis continues on physical infrastructure. At the same time, also looking at some of these global challenges through rare earths, the Semiconductor Mission 2.0. Walk us through what was the big takeaway for you.
Well, look, I'm following on a magnificent speech by my boss, the Honorable Prime Minister, and I can't hope to put the pieces together as well as he did. So I would firstly commend that people see what he had to say, and because he really does articulate the holistic nature of that budget. I would, though, say that it's a budget of confidence at a nervous time for the world. There is some reference to the fact that the world is a turbulent place at the moment, but I would consider the main message is to say we remain committed to Viksit Bharat. We think we can get there, and we think we can get there through deeper integration with the world. I mean, we are aspiring to be the third largest economy in the world, and we can't do that by sort of cowering in our bunker. So that said, I think the next point is that what are our core resources and our core challenges? The core resource is obviously our demographic dividends, and so the amount of focus on the young across the board I think is correct and is impressive, but to have people enter the labor force without the aspiration of higher labor productivity, you can call it jobs, but a lot of this is self-employed. So to me, those are the two pillars of the growth dimension. I also think, look, I got involved with the debate on India when I came to NCR in 2001. And, it's a very different debate now. It's a debate about cities. It's a debate about finance. It's a debate about building on our connectivity. My thought, we're planning to, or we're aspiring to host the Olympics in 2036, and when I heard the aspirations for the high-speed corridors, my thoughts went back to the Tokyo Olympics, because that's when the Shinkansen first came into existence. So I think we're beginning to see the outlines of a integrated sort of
transport and economic system, and that is going to also be the basis for, as it were, the rising productivity that we have to hope for.
But Mr. Berry, I know, the markets are not exactly the only indicator or a reflection of the budget. The budget is far broader than that, but the markets have not given a thumbs up to this. I know the securities transaction tax has been a big pain point in this budget for the markets, but it's down, last I checked, about 0.7%.
Well, people wiser than me, we viewed the budget together. Old timers, well, maybe I should consider myself old timers, say the market is always down after the budget speech and then it picks up after the FM's press conference, and I understand one reason that you rescheduled me is that we're about to hear from the FM, so let's see if that turns out to be the case.
Okay.
That said, at one point, because you may have to leave me in a while, I do think that, as the economic survey also indicated, there is the issue of, if you like, business friendly versus economy friendly, and I think there are signals there that there will need to be some pain, okay, and there will need to be some gain as well. But the focus now was, I think the big boys have had a pretty good run, but rightly the focus now has to be to activate our MSME sector, and there's a lot of very creative stuff. I was particularly attracted by this idea of coming up with equity funds for MSMEs. So what is, we just in the flush of the India-EU FTA, my vision of our MSMEs is that in 10 years, maybe assisted by our FTA, we should be aiming for our own high-tech Mittelstand. We've got a deal now with Switzerland, we've got a deal that includes Germany, and so I think there's a lot in this budget that will propel that. Okay. But you can't do everything, and I applaud that focus, particularly for manufacturing.
All right, Mr. Berry, we'll leave it at that. Thank you very much, Suman Berry, Vice Chair of the Niti Aayog. What we'll do is we'll get a quick word in from Nirmala Sitharaman as well before we go to our other guests. We also have to take a break. Just the big picture. Infrastructure, obviously there's a big push on physical infrastructure. There's also, as Mr. Berry said, this focus now on MSMEs. Over these last 10 years, it was about the big boys, the big players. MSMEs were feeling the pain first through COVID, then because of the China supply shocks, and now the latest one in the last year because of the tariffs. Has there been enough sort of mentioned in this budget to address their concerns?
I think so. So I'll take them one at a time. In terms of capital expenditure, yes, in absolute terms, we've seen a jump. But if you see it as a percentage of GDP compared to 24-25 and 25-26 RS, it's more or less the same. It's about 3.1% of GDP. What's actually increased is grants and aid capex, which means what you're actually giving to state governments, etc., or to build your capital, some kind of assets in the long run. In terms of MSMEs, the 10,000, any kind of fund, whether it's in the form of an equity fund or whether it's in form of credit guarantees, are always welcome for MSMEs. But this is not the first time. You've had funds in the past. So I would be very curious to see how the allocation or the disbursement has been in the past. See, I don't think MSMEs suffer from a lack of schemes, so to speak, funding or otherwise. Usually ground up feedback is that most of them don't know how to access it, don't even know the existence of them. So I think that's a bigger problem to tackle, particularly when you look at it from the smaller, the micro enterprises. The medium and the small may still be able to manage, but micro is a problem. And if I can also quickly talk about women MSMEs in a second. So, they've looked at the she-marts, which is great, but in India there are fundamentally two problems that women-led enterprises face. The first, of course, is a huge funding gap. Okay. There's a huge gender disparity in terms of funding. That's about $158 billion or about 20-25 trillion in INR as far as the funding gap is concerned. And somewhere I think we need to tackle that very specifically.
Okay, I also want to get a quick word in from Mr. Gaurav Vallabh, part of the Prime Minister's Economic Advisory Council, also member of the BJP. Mr. Vallabh, thank you very much. While the big picture in the budget is about Viksit Bharat, about the Reform Express, Prime Minister just spoke and he said Indians are very aspirational. They're not satisfied with just being the 4th largest economy. We want to push further to become the 3rd largest economy. And yet the reaction to it has been pretty mixed, both from the markets as well as from industry. It seems like it's more a continuation rather than trying to overhaul the system.
Zaka, it's only 90 minutes after the budget. Market requires time to understand the full budget, and I am very sure by the time the markets are going to conclude, the market will be up. This is point number one. Point number two, Zaka, I am just hearing my co-panelist, and one thing which I want to emphasize regarding MSME, and Madam had pointed out that micro is not getting the benefit. And she is correct. I agree with her. And in this budget, there is a very interesting point which is included, that corporate mitras in tier 2 and tier 3 cities, those corporate mitras are going to ensure that 12,000 crore. Zaka, it is not 10,000. 10,000 is the equity support plus 2,000 is the catch-up, the pop-up value. So total is 12,000 crore should be given or should be rationally and judiciously distributed amongst the tier 2 and tier 3 micro enterprises, and this is very interesting move. Point number two, which I would like to emphasize, is the manufacturing thrust in this budget. Whether it is, and when I say manufacturing, the conservative manufacturing, the electronics manufacturing, and technology oriented manufacturing. Like, I will give you 3 points in each one of them. Like conservative manufacturing, we have high-tech tool rooms for CPSEs. It's a very interesting move, because that will improve your efficiency and productivity, point number one. And having a manufacturing of containers in India, which is every country is having their container line, so that's a move towards that particular thing. Point number two, Zaka, regarding the technology manufacturing or electronics manufacturing, there is a electronics manufacturing plan, 40,000 crore rupees is dedicatedly allocated for that. And the Indian Semiconductor Mission ISM 2.0, as Prime Minister also just now mentioned in his address, so that is going to give thrust to the manufacturing sector, new age manufacturing sector. And last, which is the, I will say, a finishing touch of this budget, no country in the world, I can tell you at least developed countries had never thought of young and aspiring population as this budget is addressing. Like orange economy. You may not find in the most developed nations of the world. The creators economy, the economy for the sports and sports equipment manufacturing, the Khelo India thrust, a concept of the university village, which is very unique in itself. We will be having 5 university cities, and across those university cities, the MSME and the large corporates are going to develop. Earlier we used to say that industry academia linkage is missing. Now that linkage, that bridge is addressed in this particular budget.
Okay.
So I will say
what we'll do is
on manufacturing strategy.
Sure. Thank you, Gaurav ji. We'll take a quick break here on the program. In 2 minutes, we're going to come back to all of our other guests. Markets, as I'm checking, is about 1,000 points, 1,100 points down, a little less than 1,100 points down now, 1.3%. Like I said, that's largely on the back of the STT announcement, the STT hike. But more than that, the big picture is a budget in continuity. It's a reforms reloaded exercise trying to deal with both the supply side shock of China +1 and also the tariff shock, the demand side shock of what we've seen with the Trump tariffs. Quick break. We'll see you on the other side in a moment.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
To promote environmentally sustainable movement of cargo, I propose to 1. Establish new dedicated freight corridors connecting Dankuni in the east to Surat in the west. Operationalize 20 new national waterways over the next 5 years. Starting with National Waterways 5 in Orissa to connect mineral-rich areas of Talcher and Angul and industrial centers like Kalinga Nagar to the ports of Paradeep and Dhamra. Training institutes will be set up as regional centers of excellence for development of required manpower for these waterways. This will benefit youth in the entire stretch of the waterways to train and acquire skills. Further, a ship repair ecosystem catering to inland waterways will also be set up at Varanasi and Patna. And C. Launch a coastal cargo promotion scheme for incentivizing a modal shift from rail to road to increase the share of inland waterways and coastal shipping from 6% to 12% by 2047. To enhance last mile and remote connectivity and promote tourism, I propose to give incentives to indigenize manufacturing of seaplanes. A seaplane VGF scheme will be also introduced to provide support for operations.
Back to our Budget 2026 coverage, Budget Day studio here at CNN News 18 and DBS Bank Budget Day studio. I'm Zaka Jacob. We're still in conversation about the big picture of the Union Budget 2026. L. Badri Narayan is joining us, Ashutosh Nath, Arvind Srivatsan and Maninder Singh is also joining us.